In the very heart of the royal capital, a wild celebration was in full swing. Warm sunlight rolled over the city's rooftops, and confetti-like crumbs swayed in the air. Joyful crowds gathered to greet a single figure, a woman destined to become the fiancée of the crown prince. People were beside themselves with excitement. Their shouts rolled through the streets as if a deity had descended among them. This figure, an ordinary 14-year-old girl, stood before them on a huge balcony. Her beauty and words captivated everyone, and the crowd erupted into shared frenzy. She was his perfect little sister series. With a confident, cold smile and strange red marks glowing on her skin, she made a bold statement: she would become queen for all. Hidden in the adoring crowd, a young boy with a hood and bright blue hair silently watched. Nearby, people wept with happiness, shouted about their love, and begged the series to bring them, but his face was a mask of tense anxiety. She enjoyed their worship as if acknowledging without a shadow of doubt, there is nothing happier than being under her rule. But soon rumors spread supposedly her ascent to crown princess would ignite a war, so supporters already began chanting death to their enemies. Her smile grew wider. She declared that any country refusing to surrender must be destroyed, and those who cannot understand such a simple thing should just die. The crowd burst into approving laughter. His eyes widened in horror. He realized this was madness. It was no longer just about him. Ceres had dragged the whole country into her twisted ambition. Her words returned grimly, how she considered those she killed to be happy souls. Now everything dissolved into the memory of how the Walt family disappeared one by one from their luxurious estate. Ceres's voice, like an echo from that time, clung to the past. She strives to compete with her older brother to become the head of the Walt family. Suddenly, her younger face emerges in the memory, composed and stubborn. On the day of her 13th birthday, she made this proposal, holding the very rapier she had just received as a gift. And as she recalls with a barely noticeable smile, their parents happily agreed. The duel ended in a moment. Her challenge was unconditional, and he froze, not believing it, as the shards of his broken sword fell around him. He lay on the ground, broken, gasping for air. This was Walt, once hailed as a prodigy and brilliant heir of the family. But now his sister Ceres stood over him, mockingly asking if this was the end. His reign as the hope of the family ended. Little sister Ceres had already surpassed him in everything, in every possible aspect. She caught the verbal attack from the other side of the yard. The voice was soaked with contempt. She mocked his daily training, called it stupid, and even emphasized the humiliating inability not even to match a mere 13-year-old girl. The girl stood before the magnificent family estate, a symbol of their 250-year-old lineage, and Ceres cast a look at her, not hiding his distrust. He found it unbearable to believe that a man from the Walt family could be so weak. His father's voice cut through the air, sharp, cold, and struck Ceres down. He admitted his shame with words. It was hard for him to believe that such a miserable boy was born into their family, and that he could not look at their ancestors like that. Luck could only stand crushed when he uttered his father's title. The disgust was unconditional. His father declared, "Lyle is no longer a member of the Wall family." With a cold, final intonation, he added that he regretted even for a moment ever thinking of Lyle as his son. The mother, standing next to her maid, mirrored what was said without any flash of emotion. She said she felt the same and just as directly admitted, she did not understand why exactly this worthless child was born to them. She spat out her disappointment aloud. Despite all the resources and sufficient education she managed to get for him, he ultimately turned out to be nothing but a complete mess. When the parents turned and walked away, the father dealt one last blow. Now it was clear to everyone that the time invested in him was a waste. For Lyle, this terrible truth became indisputable. He could only watch in horror from the ground. Above him, his sister stood victorious, her rapier held lightly, as if the work seemed like a game to her. Behind her back, the parents looked down without any emotion, and the father's voice proclaimed that the successor of the Walt family would be Ceres. When the sister turned her back and walked away without even a second glance, he remained kneeling on the cold stone. His hand clenched into a fist, and the shock on his face stretched into a hard, bitter distrust. Life was spinning in his head as he replayed over and over the long story of his sister's superiority. She had surpassed him in everything at the tender age of 8, and now 5 years later nothing had changed. He was still chasing her shadow. The realization of his father's intentions struck him with cruel clarity. He suddenly understood why his father allowed this difficult fight. The father knew in advance, without any doubt, that with his current skill he would not be able to inflict even a single scratch on Ceres. At that moment, humiliation spread across his face with a brazen, almost insane smile. He accepted his own weakness and strangely understood it better than anyone else. His fingers gripped the hilt of the fallen sword tightly. Forward the thoughts again drifted further, all the way to the root of their family coldness. He remembered that time 5 years ago when the parents first noticed Ceres' stunning talent. Since then, not a single word of praise ever came from them. On them, shift of focus worked instantly, sharply, distinctly. His parents' attention was directed only at Ceres, so he became unnoticed. Very quickly, no one in the house looked at him anymore. Then the vassals and servants began to bully him. It was in this environment of neglect and contempt that the sister challenged, and desperately striving to prove his own worth, he agreed. It tore him back to the present moment. He convulsed on the ground before her. He lunged upward, his body trembling from the effort. "Not yet," he whispered, refusing to accept defeat. Determination solidified into a single desperate plea, a demand that arose only from will. The eyes flashed with defiance, and he growled once more. He growls as if that is not enough. He lunges forward, and the rapier stretches out ahead, cutting through the air. At the edge, his parents froze, a mask of shock and disbelief at his refusal to surrender. He himself holds on stubbornly, desperately to the end. The sister, however, without any trembling, a confident, barely noticeable smile on her lips. She says in a calm tone that no matter how many times he tries, the result will still be the same. As soon as he shortens the distance, she effortlessly deflects his attack to the side and instantly, precisely stabs him in the leg with a knife. He screams in pain, staggers, and realizes in horror. He didn't even have time to understand how she moved. He clenched his teeth and pressed the fresh wound convulsively. The sister looks at him with a cruel gleam in her eyes, playfully listening. She imagines where to aim next time, then bursts out laughing and mockingly praises, "Well done, bruh." Her mockery fuels his despair, ignores the pain. He growls, demands more, and lunges forward again, as if into the chest. The result is immediate and brutal. He is instantly overwhelmed by a barrage of blows. His body is pierced by shallow cuts from all sides. Awareness hits him with a stunning force. He is simply too thick. He could do nothing while she continued the attack, moving in such a way that everything blurred into a complete mess. She ordered him to dance more skillfully. Her voice oozed with condescending amusement as she pushed him away. Panting and choking on blood from numerous cuts, he staggered backward, pressed against the courtyard wall. He let out another scream of pain as her blade found its target again. Again, he glanced down at his trembling, blood-stained hand. A grim thought crept in. These are only shallow cuts. None of this is fatal. The reason became clear as soon as he looked up at his sister's smug expression. She confirmed his terrible realization. She said that for her this was nothing but child's play. He could only stare back. His face was a mixture of shock and helpless. Fury, he could only freeze in place while his sister's voice cut through the air. She said fighting him was as pointless as fighting a scarecrow, but for some reason she was having a devilishly good time completely breaking him. Her hands stretched out, and every movement emphasized her cruel war. Then she tilted her head slightly. A grim smile twisted on her lips, and dark, ethereal bursts of energy began to coalesce around her. Or perhaps she thought through a smile of contempt and even said aloud, "You will entertain me a little." A little more, and in a desperate gamble, Lao growled and, like a mad lunge, struck downward with his palm. From the stone courtyard emerged an icy wall, cut with sharp edges. His defiance collided with Ceres' cold, predatory smile. Without a pause, she unleashed her own spell of fireball, and the dark flame shot like a bullet toward his defense. The dark energy projectile bit into Lyle. The impact exploded with force. His parents watched with open mouths, and everything around trembled. He realized this was a fireball much more powerful than those tiny fireballs that were supposed to be. Irie snorted, implying he was barely holding on by a thread. After her audacious taunt, a terrible aura erupted around Ceres. She summoned several huge, crackling spheres of dark magic, one of them already burning with black fire. She spoke coldly aloud. How long could he even withstand such power? When the hail of spheres flew at him up close, he desperately raised an icy wall before him, ragged, jagged. He froze with wide-open eyes and could not believe it. Where did so much power come from? Would she be enhancing herself with some art, or was something else involved? The icy wall offered little support. It cracked and crumbled under relentless pressure, and he groaned hoarsely in pain, realizing this was no longer conquerable. Instantly behind him appeared Ceres. Her voice, a barely audible whisper in his ear, mockingly asked if he was done yet. He shuddered, stunned by her speed. Barely managing to comprehend her movement, she turned and with her foot struck him in the jaw. With a disgusting crunch, the blow knocked him off his feet. His head jerked back and the world flipped. With pure force, that blow hurls Layla, the rampaging body, across the yard. He crashes into the stone wall with furious rage. It cracks, explodes outward from the impact, and he himself falls to the ground among the debris. His body convulses spasmodically as he tries to get up from among the debris. Sharp pain pierces through, his arm hangs limply along his body. He falls back on all fours and gasps for air. From behind the yard, Ceres watches him with perfectly composed posture, and not a drop of sweat touches her skin. Lyle finally realizes the terrible truth. He is giving his all, but his sister is too strong. Gasping, he runs through his whole life in his head training sessions, which numbered in the hundreds of thousands over the past 5 years. Saber swings again and again. But all this is worth nothing. He is no match for Ceres. She holds the rapier as if she picked it up out of nowhere today. His despair drowns in her mad laughter as she calls him pathetic. Hovering over his broken figure, Ceres surprisingly calmly says, during their brief conversation, she already had 3 clear chances to kill him. She looked down at her doughy brother, a cheeky smile played on his lips, and his voice sounded like disdain. Lael, can't you do a little better than this? He stared at her and couldn't gather his thoughts. He didn't understand where exactly he had broken down, torn apart by questions. Why she was doing this, why she hated him so fiercely after he had guarded her, protected her, and cherished her for so long as if she were his own. Her answer sounded cold and final, like a verdict. She hates him. And even more, she confessed that she truly, fiercely hates him more than anyone in the whole world. Then she slightly tilted her head with the same everyday indifference and thought, half aloud, wondered, why did she even start to hate? She thought a little and dismissed it completely, humming that it doesn't matter. Her frivolous cruelty sparked a flame of anger in Lyle. But as soon as he hardened his gaze, her face became icy and repulsive. She declared that she was disgusted to see his countenance and demanded to know why he still could not simply disappear. The air suddenly became cold, and a palpable wave of murderous intent crashed down on him. True fear pierced Lael to the bone. Overcome with despair, he forced himself to stand up and rushed forward, the sword above his head for the final assault. His thoughts boiled down to one hopeless goal. If he hits it even once, that will be enough. That was enough to reduce everything to an opening. He made a terrible sacrifice. He gave so that her rapier passed through his left hand. The blade got stuck, and then he swung his own sword wide at her neck, roaring simultaneously from pain and triumph, demanding to know how she liked it. His triumphant roar broke in his throat. She squeezed the flat part of his blade between 2 fingers with incredible ease. The attack froze with a barely audible ringing ping. Realization washed over him like a wave. Even a desperate step did not reach her. His face twisted with disbelief and rage, and one single thought was born in his head. Then he clenches his teeth. The last jerk will make him rush to the attempt to make one last swing of the sword. His desperate lunge is met with mundane contempt. Ceres, barely smiling, effortlessly parries the blow, deflects his blade with a simple twist of the wrist. The force of the rebound pushes him so that he stumbles, but the blade still cuts through the fabric of her dress as she sharply jumps back. For a moment, it seems to him that the strike did hit the target. Hope fades quickly. His attack hit the Ceres, but it was a completely senseless gesture. She stands over him, her own blade has already found the target, and looks down with absolute contempt, discarding him like trash. Her gaze is pure cold fear. Her voice trembles with rage. She roars that he lost control and touched her, calling him a disgusting failure. After having so generously allowed him to live so long, she now demands disappear for real and screams that he should burn to ashes this variance. At her own command, Ceres unleashes a stream of dark magic. A giant fiery storm bursts from the ground, swirling like a vortex directly toward Lyle. He instantly understands the threat, but from her position, Ceres coldly cuts off. It's pointless. With his last strength, Lala raises a wall of ice. Instead of crumbling under such power, it still holds, and the witnesses are stunned. But the tension completely drained his mana. Gasping for air, he stares at the Ceres, wondering if this is how it will all end. The ice wall cracks and crumbles. Defeated, he falls to his knees and the sword clatters on the ground. He looks at the stone courtyard of the estate empty, without energy, without hope, and questions the very reason for his existence. For example, Ceres' gaze stops on his abandoned blade, and her hand slowly reaches for the hilt. A cold warning echoes in her head. Don't. Ignoring the thought, she raises the weapon. Notices he is preserving the saber, although it is already crumbling. She squeezes the crumbling blade and looks down at the young man lying on the ground, broken. He lies defeated on cold stone, and above him looms Ceres, holding his guarded blade. With terrifying finality, she declares that he will no longer have After her words, Siri raises her weapon high. In her eyes flashes a cold, resolute gleam. She stands victorious, ready to deliver the final, symbolic blow to her brother. I stabbed my brother. In the yard, a disgusting crack echoes. The blade, once a symbol of honor for his family and his own identity, shatters into countless fragments. Pieces. Seeing this destruction is a shock for Lyle. When debris rains down around the Victoria series, he recalls his father's old words. A man from House Walt must carry only the highest quality weapons. Quality, this memory only deepens, and he reaches again for that day when he first received that very sword. His young hands held the pristine, masterfully decorated blade, a gift filled with so many promises, and he remembered that moment of pure joy, proudly presenting the weapon to his father. He sincerely thanked him, could not get enough of the amazing gift, and his parents in a much younger series. He looked at him, and the words of his parents from that day echoed in his head. His mother then noted how well the sword suited him, and she scolded his father for spoiling him, but his father was unyielding. He said that he was his son and explained that very soon the time would come when Leilu would have to face the monsters and fulfill his noble duty. Memory fades suddenly. The harsh truth of his father's last advice remains: polish yourself and live worthy of the sword's perfection. Lao lies broken on the ground, staring at the scattered hilt, able to think only one thing. He will not win, and nothing matters anymore. While despair devours him, another vision emerges in his mind, a memory of how Ceres walked away from the crowd completely alone. He understands her inner struggle, feeling that no matter how much she works, she will never truly be broken. Meanwhile, watching the outcome from afar, the heads of the Walt family deliver their final verdict. Mother Walt worries that Ceres's dress is stained and suggests buying a new one. The husband agrees, but his response is terribly categorical. He says that from the very beginning, besides Ceres, they had no other child. After this victory, she is now theirs only. Lao Walt lies broken and abandoned, and in the approaching darkness, only one memory sounds. This is how he would. He should have died, but in this void something stirred. Invisible beings like rings of light spoke. One called out as if searching, and another confirmed that the presence exists. Nearby, the conversation continued between disembodied voices. One noted that the presence was a bit far, but they were sure it was here. Another interrupted him, could not exactly name who it was, but was still convinced. Blood relative, the third voice, irritated, ordered everyone to be silent and said that all who were here already knew everything about. The source of this strange community was a single radiant blue gem, pulsating with soft light amid the darkness. The ethereal conversation reached its addressee. Lyle's eyes suddenly opened wide. Consciousness returned for a moment. From the border, coming to his senses, he remembered not family but various people he had met throughout his life. Their faces flashed briefly in his memory in a fragmented montage. At the Futch family estate, rumors were finally confirmed. Lord Lyle was expelled from the walled manor, so the engagement with Navam Futch was cancelled. Yet, despite this, Navam's face was not full of sorrow, only calm, firm determination. As soon as she receives confirmation, she immediately declares that she is setting off to Lord Lila's side. Her father, Lord Futch, takes it calmly, as if testing, "Oh, really?" He continues, and a slight smile remains on his lips. Even this news cannot throw her off balance. He recalls how she was as a child, always reacting as if she had known everything from the very beginning. Acknowledging her stubbornness, he presents her with the family cane, Futch's staff with a huge, precious stone. He explains that if they narrow their support to just this one item, they will have a plausible denial when the waltz goes public. Novam accepts the cane and immediately understands his plan. She tells her father that there will be trouble if it becomes known he helped in any way, and insists that even one looking away and not noticing her actions is enough to count as support. Lord Futch brushes off her worry. If she goes after Lord Lyle, suspicions will fall on him anyway, regardless of how things turn out. Therefore, he insists at least on being allowed to send his daughter with this. Lord Futch looks at his daughter with a complex expression and thinks, she is good just as she is. He is convinced even if someday she turns against him, she will not shed a single tear, and with this thought, he turns and leaves the room. Door clicks shut behind him. Somewhere there, Lao Walt suddenly wakes up lying in bed and all sweaty. He is gripped by a sudden, insanely strong fever. His body burns as if he is on fire. The pain in his chest becomes sharp, stabbing, piercing him through and through. Lao Walt convulsively grabs at the bandages tightly wrapped around his torso, gasps for breath, and twitches all over. When the pain subsides, he forcefully rises to a sitting position. Frightened and confused, he looks around the small rural room, a simple bed, a cold stove. He has no idea where he has ended up. He slowly regains consciousness and his vision clears. A man stood nearby, whose worn boot he saw just above him until he made it out. The man confirmed with a voice, "Lao Walt has woken up." Lyle looked up and saw Zell's kind, wrinkled face clearly felt relieved. Zell explained, Lyle was unconscious for 3 whole days and he, the family's gardener since Lyle's grandfather's time, treated his wounds. It was all by a hair's breadth. He barely gave a weak but sincere smile and thanked Zell for saving his life. Then he sighed, it's a pity, but he had nothing to offer in return for such care. A friendly expression on Zell's face froze slightly as soon as Lyle finished his thought and admitted, he no longer even had anything to call his own by name. The old gardener sat on a stool by the bed and admitted, even his old eyes see something deeply wrong is happening at Walt Mansion, and he has no idea what could have caused such a turn-up event. The old gardener said that all the servants now only talk about the young miss and openly shame the young master, Lyle, and no one intervenes. Zell could only imagine how furiously Lyle's grandfather, a very strict man, would react, especially now that the young miss was made the heiress. The memory of grandfather sharply snatched the past from memory. Once he was a powerful aristocrat, a royal advisor, so formidable that even Lyle's father was nervous standing nearby. For Lyle, grandfather remained above all a loving grandpa who. The warmth of that memory quickly faded when reality once again broke in and brought him back to earth. He clenched his fist and understood the grandfather placed too high hopes on him. However, now he had lost the inheritance due to only one failure. Lyle looked down and his shoulders sank heavily as if they had fallen right to his very feet. He confessed to Zella about her faith. Even his beloved grandfather would be disappointed that Lyle had let him down and probably had long since given up on this miserable grandson. Zell's gaze softened through empathy. He urged Lyle not to blame himself so harshly and firmly stated that the previous leader would definitely have understood the plan. During the flight, Zell firmly squeezed Lyle's hand and whispered that the young master had chosen his own path correctly. Although Lyle himself felt complete confusion, Zell was certain. If Lyle's grandfather were still alive, he would have defended him without any doubt. While Zell kept watch, Lolly was bandaging her wound in bed inside a small, lonely house, resting under the light of the full moon. A little later, the eyelids twitched and the eyes slowly opened. He looked there. Zell was sleeping in a simple windbreaker. The realization fell on him like a heavy stone. He could not believe how unbearable a burden he had become for everyone. A sharp sting of shame pierced him, and he tore a trembling pain from his chest. He hid his face in the sheets and thoughts screamed at him, a pest, a harmful, disgusting failure. Self-contempt pressed so hard that he almost slept through it. Somewhere very close to his ear, a barely audible whisper said, "Hey," and then it suddenly crackled with energy. The sensations were terrible. Alien, a rough, foreign voice echoed inside him, asking if such a pathetic weakling as he could be her descendant. He bid it for drowning in self-pity and demanded to be strong. But a moment later, a second voice, quieter, cut into the conversation and angrily asked what the hell he thought about saying that to Lyle. A soft voice urged the other to calm down, reminded him Lyle was in pain. It suggested just watching over him until he recovered. The rough voice snorted, asking why, and insisted it was only trying to motivate the boy. A gentle voice replied, the other is signed all this time and only then decided that it was enough for today. They, with the last thing fading in a whisper, see you. Her presence retreated, leaving only a barely audible hissing inside him. On a simple wooden table stands a hearty dinner, a plate of stewed meat, a basket of fresh bread, and a full mug. He sits silently, slowly moving the fork over the food and seemingly sinking into thoughts. The old servant, Zell, watches intently with a worried face and asks if the dish is not to the young master's taste. Embarrassed, Lyle quickly looks up and assures, the meat stew is actually very tasty. Thanking Zell for the kind words, Lyle sharply changes his tone. His gaze becomes firm, full of determination. He declares that he needs to talk to him. When Zell asks what it is about, Lyle solemnly announces he wants to become an adventurer, and this is about his future. In the future, he continues with a barely noticeable smile, he does not seek adventures by himself, but this is his only chance for independence. He has already been expelled, so now he wants to start with a clean slate. He touches his neck and notices that thanks to the expensive medicine given by Zell, his body is almost completely already recovered, but as soon as the thought slips to how dangerous it is to hide in the Zell shack standing in the corner of the estate yard, his insides tighten and his thoughts grow gloomy. Memories of his sister's series surface. Her face twisted into a sinister, threatening grimace. He understands. He must leave before causing the old man trouble again, while meanwhile Zell calmly contemplates the news, muttering, adventurer. Zell looks at him as if he understands everything and notes if the previous head of the family heard this, he would probably faint. Lyle is surprised that Grandpa did not seek adventures. Zell nods. A lot has already happened, but he believes that Lyle will have enough common sense to keep his head on his shoulders going forward. Lyle meets the agreement with a bright, confident Smillind asserts that as soon as he becomes famous in adventures, he will mint hundreds of gold coins on every coin. His bold promise makes Zell burst into ringing laughter and exclaim, "This will be a day truly worth waiting for." Wiping a tear of joy from his eye, Lyle casts a look full of fierce determination and vows to repay Zell for all his help when the time comes. When they sit together, a warm feeling spreads between them and he contemplates it inside every time. He is incredibly happy to share a conversation with Zell, but suddenly a deep regret arises in his heart. If only he had approached the old man sooner. While they share a simple meal, Zell contemplates Lyle's future. If he is already going on adventures, he has probably set course for the main branch in BAME. Lyle explains. BAME is a trading city governed by a merchant, without any ruling lord. The conversation continues as they recall details about the city. BAME is a coastal hub for foreign trade, and its independence attracts a motley crowd of merchants, adventurers, and even criminals all seeking their fortune. After this, Lau concludes that BAME is more suitable for veterans and will be unbearably difficult for a novice. Zell quietly agrees with his assessment. Another option arises: the Academy city of Aramthirst. Although it is a bit far, everything there revolves around knowledge and learning, a completely different environment. The third possibility is Oren, a border town where clashes do not subside, so the work for mercenaries remains stable for those ready to fight. He studies the map and mentally checks the locations, BAME, Aramthirst, and Oren, and immediately notes that Oren is the closest of the three. His fist clenches on the table. The decision has ripened. He sharply gathers his courage and declares he has already decided he will become an adventurer in Oren. Zell's expression becomes gloomy immediately upon hearing the choice. He pleadingly asks the young master not to do anything reckless because so many young adventurers overestimate their strength and ultimately die. Lyle gives Zell a calm, reassuring smile. He tells him not to worry and convinces him, from now on, Zell should survive relying only on his own strength. Surprised by the unwavering determination smoldering in the young man's gaze, Zell closes his eyes and quietly, solemnly nods. He understood everything. He sat opposite Lyle at the table and casually asked if the young master had noticed anything strange while he was here. Lyle, holding his chin with a finger, weighed his words and replied that everything looked normal. After that, he continued, admitting that he had long been having strange dreams. Voices do not stop, they shout at him, sprinkle irritated phrases like they are near, call him pathetic, and demand he be strong. The first evidence made Zell shudder. His eyes widened sharply as soon as he realized. Lyubov added that the voice constantly mixes up words, and another even insists, "This is my descendant." This pushed Lyle to a painful, hopeless conclusion. He grimaced, barely guessing that he was cursed, and suddenly everything fell into place. He hears the voices of his ancestors, only they did not guide him. They annoyed and grumbled at him. Standing in irritation, Lyle suddenly heard Zell calling him. The old man's face changed for a moment to a slightly squinting, self-satisfied smile, as if confirming Lyle's thoughts, as if he was sure of it, and then suddenly pretended to be surprised and loudly exclaimed, "Sorry." His barely restrained surprise burst into Wade's laughter under the full moon. Wade noticed that Lyle somehow looked more cheerful and advised the young master, "It's late, time to rest." At first, for some time, Lyle finally prepared for the journey. He wore a sturdy set of travel clothes. Zell noticed that the outfit left by his own son fit the young master well and suited him. After that, he handed Lyle a small pouch, offering it. He took the pouch and Lyle's eyes suddenly widened at the unexpected weight. The jingle of heavy coins revealed the contents, and Lyle immediately tried to refuse the generous gift, shouting the name Zell in protest. But Zell stubbornly insisted. He tightly covered Lyle's palm with his own, not letting him move even an inch. He looked intently at the young gentleman and insisted that the money was urgently needed, asked how Lyle would manage to go anywhere without funds, and urged him to think of it as an investment if he truly decided to repay the debt. Stunned by the old man's strength and generosity, Lyle could only swallow and freeze in silent shock. Meanwhile, Zell beamed with a broad, unshakable smile and asked how it sounded. He accepted these terms and said he would lend them. Standing in the doorway, Zell simply replied that he was glad to hear that. The old man unfolded the explanation. He was grateful that the promise was fulfilled and removed the last reproaches from the memory of his late master. He insisted that Lael's feelings were more than enough, so there was nothing to return. Lot looks back confused and he is gnawed by the question, what exactly did Zell promise when he spoke with his grandfather? Despite Zell's words, Lot looks at the bag in his hands and swears he will repay the debt. In response, Zell shows a long narrow box and reveals an astonishing ornament inside. He says it is a family treasure entrusted to him by Layla's grandfather to be inherited by the young master. Layla is struck with surprise. He simply froze, unable to look away from that off FFFFFF. His eyes widen sharply in shock as soon as he clenches the heavy, luxurious pendant in his glove. Hand, a sudden guess overwhelms him like a wave. A drop of sweat appears on his temple. He understands, this is not just an ornament, this is Gem. Zell confirms his suspicions. He explains that this gemstone, this little deed, has been passed down through generations of the heads of House Walt from the very beginning. It is a tool created from ancient magic, a method of creation that has vanished over time. The stone is a device capable of recording refined human art, a gift from the gods that allows a single person to inherit all the skills preserved within. Zell says the previous head Lyle's grandfather adorned it with a rare metal to match his status. The appearance of demonic tool subjects carved with a single, unfinished art that anyone could use made the stone obsolete. Shortly after that, the master died. Far away, Zell's memory takes him back to a past conversation with Lyle's father. A young Ceres stands nearby. Zell explains to Lyle he has tried several times to give the jam to his father but couldn't bring himself to do it. This man has changed too much. His voiceover concludes the eerie observation overlaid on the sinister image of the series. He is convinced Lyle's father has gone mad and the young lady has become his sole everything that consumes Focus, Zell confirms he decided to hold on to the hall. And yet, acknowledging that it is not his decision to make, he insists Lyle's grandfather would want him to take it all and urges the young man to take the hall with him. With him understanding the weight of this gesture, he agrees. He declares the treasure of his family and the oath to guard it properly. His face is firm and it shows in the results. Resolve, as soon as everything was settled, the door to the outside creaked open. When he steps out, he looks back at the old man and solemnly promises to return someday and repay everything that he was given. Everything. He puts a full stop on this. He throws the last farewell gesture. Zell reciprocates with the same a warm, understanding smile and says he will eagerly await that day, solemnly calling him Lord. After many excerpts, Zell leans back on the swing. He reflects that the boy still has a long way to grow, yet at the same time feels deep relief as if the burden he carried for years has finally been lifted. Meanwhile, walking alone, Lau contemplates his future despite all the difficulties ahead. He holds on to the faith that he will be our F. But everything will be fine. His path leads to the loading area. He approaches a man with a horse and cart. The man strangely begs his horse to watch over Lyle, before Lyle manages to ask if he can. The law's right. Carter listens to the request. He agrees to take Lyle to the next town but makes it clear it will cost. When Lyle starts reaching for a coin, the man in the neighboring seat interrupts. He laughs and mockingly calls Lyle Mr. Unarmed Warrior. Then Carter says he is looking for a guard and responds with a counteroffer. He will waive the fee if Lyle, who is skilled in combat, agrees to serve as escort. To prove that his value is not limited to an unarmed warrior, he summons a small flickering orb of magical light in his palm. Merchant Carter shudders in shock. His eyes widen. A moment later, the wonder melts into delight and he exclaims that the fact Lyle turned out to be a mage changes everything, so he impatiently invites him to come aboard. Lolik accepts this with relief. He got a passage without spending Zell's money. The merchant, now much friendlier, waves his hand past him and asks about the young woman standing nearby, jokingly guessing if she is his girlfriend and if they. Just as Lyle has not yet managed to put the question together, a firm yes cuts through the air. He turns around and sees Futch standing behind him. She is dressed for travel and holds a large suitcase. Her face is full of calm determination, and Lyle freezes in complete shock at her sudden appearance. She steps forward and directly addresses the merchant's assumption, uttering a clear, unwavering statement. She is Lyle's fiancée. These words throw him off balance. He freezes and can only say her name in a trembling voice while looking at her. It is truly Futch who waited and was fully ready for the journey. Her gaze is soft but firm as she speaks directly to Lyle and asks permission to accompany him. A memory from long ago surfaces in Lyle's mind. He recalls talking to the young Futch, how unlucky she was being forcibly attached to a failure like him. Inside, he replays their history. She was his childhood friend since age 5 and at 13 became his fiancée. Now he sharply orders her to leave him alone so he can return to training. He remembers her name Navam Futch, and no matter how cold he became with her, she always met him with a warm and sincere smile. The memory fades, giving way to the present. On the outskirts of the vice territory, 2 covered wagons make their way along the road, and the rhythmic clatter on the ground, the blows of boots follow behind. Inside one of the wagons, the ride shakes, tosses, and clinks over the bumps. Navam sits with cold-blooded composure, while Al looks ahead, a gloomy and stubborn face. He shifts his gaze to her and breaks the silence. "What are you doing here?" The voice is sharp, without any concessions. Navam meets his gaze, her face remains unreadable but steady. She rises slightly from her seat and the wooden bench creaks plaintively. "It is my duty," she says simply. "My role is to be beside Lord Lyle's." His confusion is thrown off by her words. Lord Lyle's eyes sharply widen in surprise. His surprise quickly turns to irritation. "Navam, just go home, okay?" he pleads, and his voice stretches with tension. He reminds her that he was expelled and that their engagement was officially cancelled. "I can no longer return." She remains completely unmoved by his reflections. Her gaze is steady and piercing. "I want to be with you. This is my sincerest desire." Their sharp exchange suddenly breaks the cheerful whistle. The seller Carter leans back from the driver's seat. A broad smile stretches across his face. "Damn it, but it's nice to be young," he teases. "Come on, stop eavesdropping, please." Al swallows and his cheeks flush with embarrassment. The shopkeeper simply turns back to work and holds a small pouch in his hands. "This is terribly annoying," he mutters under his breath with a smile. "There's no need to chase after me." Cart continues to rattle down the road, carrying its passengers forward. Lyle continues his desperate plea. His voice twitches with tension as he tries to make Navam finally understand the truth of his situation. Exile has taken everything from him: no money, no status, no honor. But despite everything, he does not lose composure. He maintains a calm, unwavering expression. Despite his words, she calmly says that even so she will still follow him. She repeats this without hesitation, and he almost chokes on his words. His cheeks burn, his tongue stumbles. He shrugs everything off and declares that he is not interested and from now on has nothing to do with her. Inside, he scolds himself. Navam always had stubbornness, but now is definitely not the time. After that, he makes a wild confession, insisting that he is happy to be free. He boasts that he will become a wanderer and live surrounded by women who will take care of every one of his needs. While he fans his fantasies, Navam calmly objects. Even if she cannot be his wife, she will still stay and serve him because this decision she chose for herself. Her logic seems unshakable, but he still sits in the back of the cart and tries another approach. He asks about her home and whether her parents will be brokenhearted. She brushes off his worries and explains she is the second daughter. There is no problem in this. The elder brother is to inherit the family title. He silently looks her over, completely stunned. His head spins at the thought that the Futch family could even think such a thing. As if reading his thoughts, she smiles gently and says, "She told her father she would follow Lyle. He insisted on giving her the family heirloom." Heirloom? The news knocks him back in the cart. His legs twitch and he shouts in shocked denial, asking if they were stupid giving away their heirloom. Then Noblem asks him for a favor. And while he watches, she only blooms with a smile and says, "Yes," announcing that she will do exactly that. Depressed, Leia can only glare fiercely. He leans back and mutters under his breath. The thought won't let go. She is definitely loved, he hisses, so very spoiled. Nonsense, but his muttering seems not to have been entirely private. He sharply turns his head to the driver and yells at the uncle to stay out of the conversation. The startled merchant throws up his hands, swearing he didn't say a word. Then he shifts suspicion onto Navam and in a teasing tone asks if she just turned on only her voice. With such a calm face, she insists that she heard nothing and even feigns an apology for her own voice. Dead, he sits hunched on the ladder of the moving cart, exhausted as if he has no strength left. Noticing this, Navam asks with concern if everything is all right. He assures that it is, but honestly admits inside, maybe more tired than it initially seemed. The rumble and clatter of the wheels seem unbearable to him. He lies flat on his back right in the middle of the cargo. He calms Navam, asks not to worry and not to pay attention to him. While the car still shakes and rumbles down the road, he lifts his gaze to the sky and attributes his fatigue to injuries that have not yet fully healed. Navam watches him, restraint on his face, the same as if words were stuck in his gaze. Worry? His thoughts suddenly burst forth, voices without bodies echo in his head. One sounds like his father and sarcastically teases, saying he has such a difficult situation. Another cannot believe it and hisses with envy. How is Novum so devoted to him, and how can anyone at his age have such a fiancée? He suddenly stands up, shudders, and shouts that he definitely heard those voices. He turns to Novum and demands to know if she heard them too. She and the coachman merchant exchange confused glances at him. Novum calmly replies that she heard nothing and asks if he feels okay, causing everyone to freeze together in silent stupor. His sudden flash knocks him off his feet, staggers unsteadily, unable to keep his balance. A terrible thought flashes in his mind. Could he be losing his mind? And the fear only Grosh is the only one who hears these voices. He brushes off this experience and decides that it can be nothing. When their car rolls into his sizable city, he concludes that it was simply exhaustion far greater than he thought, and all he really needs is rest. Their search for accommodation leads them to the inn, and just as they approach the counter, Lolik exclaims in feigned surprise the owner has just told them that only one room is available. The host waves his hand imploringly and explains that at this time of year they always have many clients. He says, if there is only one free room it's a problem, they may look for accommodation elsewhere, but warns to decide quickly because the room will not remain free for long. He continues, gives the key and suggests a nearby pub for dinner because since then they only have breakfasts there. Before Laugh can object, Novum calmly agrees, says it's not a problem and that they will share the room. Her instant decision elicits an impressed exclamation. Laugh calls her name. He stands stunned while an invisible person thanks Novum, saying that her actions are a great help. Puzzled, Law asks himself what exactly they meant when they said it helps him too. Novum, in turn, just calmly smiles in response, confirming their further plan. In the noisy common room of the hotel, they sit down at the table and he turns to them, still unable to understand. Their luggage is standing right next to them. He asks why carry all this with them if there is probably plenty of space in the room. She meets his gaze with quiet understanding. Brushing off his concerns in a gentle tone, says to Lord Lyle, don't pay attention to it, leave all the small details. To her words barely manage to calm the invisible choir in his thoughts. One groans that the spectacle is hard to watch and only heightens anxiety, while another intermittently asks if their descendant simply does not understand how the world works. Stunned, Lox nervously breaks out in sweat and, unable to hold back, aloud asks if their assessment is really accurate. Lyle the River Committee recoils backward, eyes wide open in shock. The voices have returned. Inside his head explodes a clamor. His ancestors are Arguingon insists that it is natural for the future Earl to translate the details, while the other only anxiously notes their return. His suffering is felt half-skin deep. Novum leans closer, worry on her face. She sees he has gone terribly pale and asks if he feels unwell. Belial drowns in inner noise. One of the ancestors snorts as if even an idiot can have a title, but at the same time panics, puzzles over how many voices there are and why they know so much about him. In an instant he realizes, this is a trap, the worst of all. Sitting at the table in the tavern, he cannot stop his mind. A terrifying thought pounds in his head. Has he gone mad? He forces out a trembling laugh, trying to convince himself that he is fine, but the icy certainty, as if the voices are real and sitting right in his head, overwhelms him with panic. Lyle's inner crisis breaks off as soon as a waitress approaches him, politely asking what he would like to eat, and just this alone knocks Lyle off his feet so much that he cannot answer, only babbling something unintelligible. Novum instantly notices his state and recognizes nothing on the menu. Panic overwhelms Lyle and he decides, let them just order for themselves. Then the waitress asks if they want something to drink. Novum is already coming out ahead and clarifies if the daily special is still available. The waitress promptly confirms yes. With complete composure she orders 2 daily specials to be brought to her and asks for hot tea after their meal. Stunned and at the same time grateful, Lau can only manage a quiet, submissive yes. Novum turns back to him and tries to draw him into the conversation, says that special is chicken and it's worth waiting for it. Lalo shudders once more from shock and utters an unclear, consent-like mumble. His casual response immediately stirs a new wave of criticism from the ancestors. One voice coughs and asks if this is how the heirs of the Count should look. Another calls him a pitiful sight, and a third declares that his behavior is openly rude. The fourth mocks him, saying he stays here only thanks to Novum's kindness and that if it weren't for her, anyone else would have left already. A wave of fear and despair washes over Layla. Powerless, he lowers his head and laments that these voices will not fall silent, continuing to shower him with insults. It is no longer fun, yet truly hurts. In the midst of the chorus, one ancestral voice, like the last line of defense, tries to hold him back and swears that he is a decent young man, yet he himself is sinking in condemnation. After this, dinner stretched into infinity. The waves from the spirits did not let go for a moment, and Lyle was so exhausted that he no longer tasted the food. He sits on the edge of the bed puzzled while Navam enters and struggles to carry 2 buckets. She says she brought hot water for Lord Lyle. He freezes, looking at the buckets. There is no bathtub in his room. With a smile, Navam explains, in this inn, precisely this one, there are no bathtubs. She further clarifies some inns may arrange a communal bathing place, but most limit themselves to providing hot water only for a simple sponge wash. While she is still speaking and already begins rubbing his back with a cloth, she adds that private final baths are incredibly expensive. They ask for several silver coins for one night. Working, Novan notes, since he has silver, he probably finds it hard without a proper bath. While she argues, he cuts in it won't do because no one knows what lies ahead. He explains that in the coming days money will become a precious resource, so it must be saved wherever possible. While Navam continues washing him and warns that their funds may quickly run out, he closes his eyes and enjoys the simple warmth of the water on his skin. Having listened to his stingy logic, Navam suddenly realizes and exclaims that now she understands how it is. The sudden insight confuses Laos. He can only grumble in response and ask why such an outburst. As soon as he finishes his washing, relief covers him and a rough but not angry voice echoes in his head. It orders this troublemaker to go and wait outside if he is already done. El smiles, thanks the voice as if it were his own caring thought. He begins to dress and Navam says that she will also wash his underwear and leave it to dry. He hangs there with his shirt half on and looks at her purely in shock, asking why she would do that. In response to his question, Novan twitches in place and a blush creeps up her cheeks as she begins to say that she would like to. At that moment, another voice of the ancestors sounds in Lyle's head, irritated. How can someone be so slow-witted, or is this all a performance? Suddenly the meaning overwhelms him completely when Novan politely apologizes and says she will wait outside by the door. The aggressive ancestor roars in Lyle's imagination, breaks into a shout that she cannot wash her body while he is in the room and orders her to get out. Lyle freezes and a mask of terrible realization freezes on his face. He slides down along the wall near the door with runes, completely broken by the ancestors' reproaches. Building, while Novan was preparing to bathe, she had her back to him. Quietly, he asked her about the voices. She confessed they curse him but sometimes give advice, although mostly it is curses. Versus a sudden wave of exhaustion overwhelmed him. He remembered the same voices he heard in the Zell house and realized it was not just a dream. When his body became heavy and consciousness began to fade, a vision of an ethereal spirit adorned with jewels bathing in shimmering light flashed in his mind. In the darkness that rolled over his thoughts like a wave, a commanding and sharp voice broke the silence. You are here, finally. Time, and that voice shook him from his stupor. His eyes snapped open in shock, but before him unfolded not the hotel corridor darkness, but a lace ceiling in a luxurious, unfamiliar room. He found himself alone again in the middle of a huge round hall. In the center stood a round table, on it a shining sphere and around empty chairs with high backs. What the hell, where am I? He shouted into the space and the echo immediately returned to him, the feeling of a trap. The disembodied voice responded without delay, this idiot is still so noisy, damn. In a moment the empty chairs were occupied by 7 huge men, all as if conspiring, looming over him and looking down arrogantly. A swollen ancestor with a bare torso scrutinized the dead eyes, and another thundered that there was no spirit in him. Voices merged into a deafening howl of condemnation. Approval, he shuddered, stammering from shock, looking at their sudden appearance. A moment ago I was completely alone. The ancestor who spoke first waved his hand toward everyone. That's why I called you Noi. His head had not yet processed the impossible. A moment ago he was at the end and suddenly found himself here. Without taking his eyes off the man who appeared out of thin air, he desperately tried to understand what was happening to reality. Who are they? Layla jerks sharply from the scream. In the strange ethereal space, he suddenly finds himself before a council of 7 figures, headed by a large man in a mask with long dark hair. He addresses him contemptuously. Calls him being Sprout, orders him to get off the lyrical pauses and get to work. Listen. He looks around nervously over his shoulder, but at that moment the masked man roars that there is no one behind him. A drop of sweat appears on Layla's temple as the reality of what is happening truly sinks in. Gradually the scene fully unfolds. He stands before a large round table where 7 spirits sit. Pressed into the mask, the man shouts in anger for him to stop playing the fool, confirming that yes, he is really speaking to Layla. The grim reproaches of the ancestor do not cease. He lists Layla's recent humiliations. He talks about how Layla was beaten by his younger sister, how he was kicked out of his own home, and how now he is completely dependent on a woman for care. He strikes the table with his fist and growls that the thought of such a descendant gives him chills. Lyle understands as soon as the realization hits, these figures are his ancestors. Then the masked man demands aloud. He is responsible for how Lyle was raised. While the accusation hangs in the air, a quiet rustle is heard and another man rises from the table. Light hair combed back, formal attire, a composed posture. Lyle freezes and recognition flashes in his eyes. He realizes this is Broadwolf. He exclaims in disbelief, "Grandpa, Broad, why do you look so young?" Broadwolf answers calmly, without a trace of irritation, "All the ancestors gathered there have taken the appearance of their prime." Then the grandfather turns to the rest of the spirits and shouts fiercely, demanding rudely, do they have any complaints about his grandson? And Lyle remains completely bewildered, trying to understand what is even happening. In response, the masked ancestor growls that of course there are complaints, and that is exactly why they are pulling Lyle into their world. The other spirits cast glances at him and show complete unity in condemnation. Frightened, Lyle imagines, could it be that he is dead and now the wrath of the ancestors will fall upon him in the afterlife? Another ancestor, a man in glasses, calmly convinces Lyle that he is not dead and suggests starting with introductions. Without wasting time, the masked one bursts into loud laughter echoing around. He introduces himself. Azel Walt, founder and first head of the Walt family. Taking up the founder's instruction, another spirit spoke. His voice was soaked with irritation. He called himself Kraselwold, the second head, and immediately attacked Lyle. Reminded him that he uses noble titles too casually, and reproached him for an unspeakable, irritating manner of behavior. Another ancestor, more frivolous, joins in with a wink. He calls himself Slay Walt, the third head, and says that this strange gathering of former leaders amuses him. Next in line steps a man in glasses, adjusting them as he speaks. He introduces himself as Marcus Walt, the fourth head, and gently reproaches the father for enjoying the moment too much. Then they show a quiet, stern-looking man with closed eyes. This is Fredericks Walt, the fifth head of the family. Finally, the introductions truly begin. A stern, bearded man enters the room and introduces himself as if he were the one who found Walt, the sixth head. No emotions, only a dry remark. His own father is still just as harsh. Meanwhile, Lyle's grandfather clears his throat and confirms his identity. Broadwalt, the seventh head. Lyle supposedly needs no introductions, but he promises to maintain formality until the end. Then the bearded man answers Lyle's unspoken question about where exactly they have ended up. Lyle looks around the hall in confusion with a huge round table, and his grandfather cuts in. The place is not what it seems. And the truth is revealed immediately. This entire briefing takes place inside the very jewel that Zell gave to Lyle. In the physical world, Lyle's body hangs limp, unconscious, and his fingers convulsively clutch the same pendant that holds his mind captive. Broad continues in a voice explaining, due to such an incredible ability, the thing requires a new classification. He suggests calling it jewel, and the pendant itself trembles as if some inner life barely flickers within it. The burden of revelation falls on Layla. Her eyes widen in shock as she pieces together the puzzle. It turns out that gems are not trinkets but magical instruments capable of recording memories, history, and even consciousness. The spirit of the third head, Slay Walt, sneered and told him, confirming that the voices in his head were real. Then, with a slight mocking tone, he emphasized, Lyle finally got it. Lyle exhaled, relieved to realize they had not gone mad. But his relief instantly turned to anger. He recognized the familiar intonations and fiercely demanded, let them repeat. The explosion of Lao was immediately met with disdain by the other ancestors. Frederick's fifth head asked what grievances Broad might have against Lyle, while Krassel, the second, roared that Broad had lost the boy's upbringing. He was mocked thin as a beanpole without any strength, pale skin, and then they finished him off with shame. Lyle was defeated by his own younger sister. The quarrels did not subside. Fines, the sixth head, tried to ease the tension and ordered them to simply drop the petty squabbles and continue the conversation. But Marcus and Slay immediately barked back. Marcus defended Lyle's thin, saying he was still growing, and Slay agreed with this. Slay then abruptly shifted the conversation and stated, even if male dominance in the nobility seems unpleasant to him, he would never allow a girl to inherit the house. He also said that despite the exceptional qualities of the series, it simply has too many flaws. Then he began to talk about his own past. He explained that he was the second son and became the heir to the throne only due to specific circumstances. Alongside this was a younger sister, whose name was never mentioned when discussing succession to the throne. He reflected that times had changed enough for women leaders to become possible. Lyle, however, corrected his ancestors' assumption. He firmly stated that even in his era female rulers were also not common. However, he was still convinced the son would ascend the throne. His opinion was immediately drowned out by the roar of Krasselwald's voice. The second head declared that, setting aside the question of whether the series becomes the heir, the very idea of appointing a successor through a duel is insane. Watching the spirits, Lael realized his grandfather Broad was the youngest among them. But this thought was cut off when Krassel, with furious strength, snatched Broad's head and bit it, that he was teaching his son to behave like a madman. Broad, trembling all over with pain, begged to keep his dignity before those who were watching him grants. Frederick's memory became the basis for the accusation. He recalled that Broad's son, Meisel, was once a head taller than his peers, so there was nothing strange about it, and Cyrus turned out to be an ordinary girl. He received an education entirely appropriate to her social standing. In the spiritual realm, Grandpa Layla Broadwalt digests revelations and mutters understandingly. It turned out that Cyrus is incredibly gifted. Layla was weeded out and she was declared necessary for the family's future. With a tense expression, Layla's thought pulls him, who wonders aloud if such a thing can even be. Then he speaks and honestly admits that he does not know all the details. While he talks, his bare feet convulsively grip the ether floor, and this reveals inner anxiety. He tries to explain everything and stubbornly calls his younger sister perfect in every way. Her magic, success, and fencing were flawless, but he boils it all down to the main thing: the unique aura she radiated. Nearby, around the lavish table, the other 6 ancestors listen to the tale. Their faces are hidden by distance. So explanations only lead to misunderstanding. The second head, Krasselwald, seems to strike like a wedge. He is completely confused and questions the very idea of the aura. This confusion drowns in the fury of Founder. Basil Walt explodes. He sharply slams his hands on the ground and growls at Lyle, ordering him to stop spouting this foggy nonsense. He growls for the boy to clearly explain what exactly perfect and aura mean. Out of fear, Lyle recoils. Embarrassed, he stammers and tries to find the right words. He clarifies, he meant that everyone is just drawn to her. He unfolds the explanation. At first his parents were not cold to him, but after he turned 10, everything changed in the house. Ceres completely filled their thoughts, not only the parents, but also the servants. The entire Walt estate, a huge and luxurious palace, seemed to move with her, becoming her center. The fourth head, Marcus Walt, cuts into the conversation with a calm, analytical question. He asks if Lao means that everyone around simply acknowledged Ceres is more suitable to lead the house. Al's silence is a grim confirmation. Then Marcus shifts his gaze to Grandpa Lyle and addresses him as the 7th chief. He says that all the ancestors want to hear from him the details of the circumstances, Mr. Broad. He perceived Lyle's words as focused contemplation, and the name Ceres echoed in his mind as he watched his descendants anxiously bustle about. He recalled the time with her. He really did his part, gently caressing his granddaughter even when she playfully tugged at his mustache and pulled his face. But he had to admit, he had no special talent, and what Lyle told sounded quite unreal. Krasselwald, the second head, interrupted him and said that as long as the grandfather was alive, everything was still fine. Broad agreed, then added, even disregarding his own bias, Mal always seemed incredibly successful to him. Such praise triggered a gloomy memory in Lyle. He and his sister had not always lived under such poor conditions, and now it remained to guess exactly when everything got so spoiled. When Lyle sank into thought, the grandfather proposed a theory to the other spirits. Supposedly, everything shifted around the time of Ceres 7 or 8 years, and then the art might have made itself known. The founder, Basil Walt, leaned closer and immediately picked up. A sharp change would make sense if it was some kind of magical art, even a form of hypnosis. But the third head, Slay Walt, dismissed the idea as unrealistic. He insisted that regardless of what kind of art it was, to reach such a level of mastery takes a long time, and under these circumstances, that was impossible. Then he shifted his gaze and felt the logic was limping. And speaking of art, Lao, it seemed, had already discovered one of its own manifestations, though the young man himself had not yet noticed. The revelation hit Lyle as if physically struck. He shuddered and shouted, not believing he could manifest art. Beside him appeared a small, ghostly version of Slay, and that finished him off because it turned out he was truly a complete ignoramus. Rising after the loss, he begged the ancestors to name exactly which art was now in his hands. Basil noted that it looked plausible given their lineage, but another ancestor stubbornly insisted only Lyle himself could know. No, he listens as the ancestor Slay Walt lays everything out. Arts are divided into 3 categories: red gem store for frontline combat, yellow gem store for rearguard combat zones and magical roles, and the blue jewel, which he has, stores supportive types of arts. Now, realizing his ability, Sais must move into the support category. But in a moment, another ancestor joins Frederick's vault, and in his voice appears a harsh warning. Everything they know about Lyle's specific art boils down to one thing: it never stops draining mana from him. If he is not careful, he might simply exhaust himself and lose consciousness. Warning clicks and strikes with a sudden, shocking insight. He finally understands. It is precisely because of the endless exhaustion lately that he is being pulled down, he is being drained. While he contemplates this, the founder Basil Volt smiles and admits, although art forms the foundation of everything, the main culprits are the ancestors themselves. Every one of their actions in this spiritual space exhausts the mana of Lao, fueling everything that happens to it. There, the realization hits him as if by a physical blow. His eyes open wide in pure, undiluted shock. Shock, his mental scream of complete disbelief echoes in the physical world as he abruptly sits up and realizes, before him is not the ethereal space of his ancestors, but the familiar architecture of that. Dazed and confused, he finds himself sitting on the floor in the corridor outside his own room. Navam, awakened by the commotion, rushes to him and calls his name, shouting. Cern, noticing her worried face, gathered his thoughts, trying to come to his senses, and decided that he probably just overslept. He had a bad dream. Navam was still worried, so he urged him to rest properly, saying he was probably very tired. Meanwhile, in the blue precious stone, the ancestors watch Navam through Lyle's eyes. His grandfather Broad notes that she is the second daughter of Futch and wonders, how did it happen that she became Lyle's bride? Basil remarks that her surname reminds him of his grandmother, who once looked at F. After him, the shared memory triggered a powerful, synchronous reaction. In the physical world, Laugh bursts out in a scream of shock, and in the spiritual realm, Basil shudders with an expression of complete astonishment. Horror, his mind froze and the voices of the ancestors exploded into a chaotic quarrel. One spirit howled in disbelief, throwing out, could it be that they became servants of Futch? Another cut him off with words, no. Dance waltzes raised their rank, so now Futch are their vassals. Because Futch turned out to be neighbors, the rest seemed to go wild up to a furious outburst. And then a more restrained voice cooled them down. You're burning out Lyle's mana with your explosion. A spasm passed through him and he realized with an inhuman, nauseating twitch, no one else hears these voices anymore. While the spirit of his grandfather argued inside about the debt owed to Futch, Novum looked at him with concern, tilting her head slightly. What happened, Lord Lyle? She asked, completely unaware of the storm raging wildly within him. His hand instinctively reached for the jewel on his neck, his fingers tightly gripped the cold stone. A deep fear settled in him, his face hardened as the full weight of the new reality overwhelmed him. Finally, he accepted the truth, it was not a dream. The voices continued mercilessly quarreling, arguing about debts, vassalage, and the survival of the Walt line which they claimed Futch owed them. When one spirit forced him to focus, it became undeniable. His life, where he would coexist with these noisy ancestors, had already begun. In the spiritual dimension, noisy days for the ancestors of Walth did not subside. Broadwalth, Lyle's grandfather, tried to bring order and explained that to avoid confusion, they needed to agree on how exactly to call each other as fathers and as sons. Founder Basil Walth immediately dismissed this idea, crossing his arms and boldly leaning back. He grumbled for his son to shut up and declared that everyone could address him as Lord Basil. When the quarrels flared up, tense Marcus Volt complained that they were dumping all the work on him. His brother Slay Volt just smirked boldly, saying they needed to come up with something quickly before everything got out of control, then simply passed the matter to Marcusinto, his reliable hands. Slay continued to provoke his son, hinting that the glasses made him the perfect candidate for the role of facilitator. Basil picked up the conversation and pleaded with the glasses to take the job. Marcus objected, saying his frames had nothing to do with skills, but Slay replied that his foolish son should not dream or try to change his name. Resigned, Marcus adjusted his glasses. They flashed sharply. He proposed a solution: they would call each other by generational titles. As an example, he declared himself the fourth head. The stormy scene of the ancestors fades as Lyle Walt tosses in his sleep, sweating, gasping for breath, and desperately tearing at himself in madness. A voice echoes in his head, "Nice to meet you, Lyle." Lyle barely finds a faint resistance. An anxious dream breaks apart, scattering into the bright daylight. The camera glides further to the sunny town of Remorant, surrounded by walls clinging to the hillside. Behind the sign sleeps the name, Remorant. Now in Remorant Novam, Futch calls Layla and urges her to look at the large stone monument. Tern is still wondering what it is, but the inscription on the stone already tells about the miracle of Remorant and about the hero Bansum with a clearly carved design formula. Slay Walt. Finally, she adds an explanation. Here, in the lands of Remorant, Lord Slay was the third ruler of House Walt. Glancing at the monument, Lau confirms her words without any doubt. This is definitely the third head. At that very moment, the spirit of Slay Walt emerges from the air. His face is pure shock. He doubts the truthfulness of the monument, muttering confusedly, "I am a hero, so what does this mean?" A disturbed spirit appears just behind Lila, flinches, screams, and jumps back in shock. Novam, not seeing the ghost, asks what happened. Lyle races through his thoughts. He jerks his hand to the side and shouts that he saw a huge beetle. Meanwhile, Slay realizes only Lyle can see it and tries to figure out who is behind all this. He could only freeze and stare in disbelief. His mana was visibly melting away, counting down the last moments. The spirit Slay Walt, hanging behind his back, was in complete shock. The third head screamed piercingly, asking if he was really remembered that way. In panic, he began to recount his heroic deeds. The one he mistakenly thought was his father, he reminded, gave his life in a fierce battle, and the victory was won by his own hand. Also, the people of Remorant honored him as a hero general who performed a miracle for the city. The heroic pride of Slay quickly faded into gloomy disgust. He grumbled that it would have been better if such a monument had never existed at all. He bitterly recalled the terrible war, which he considered entirely and completely the fault of Banshiam from the very beginning. Listening to the mournful song of the spirit, Lai almost fell from a sharp realization. The official records of Banshiam's triumphs clearly did not match the truth. Exactly so, he thought to himself, history is written by the victors. Spirit Slay, sighing with submission, followed behind. Novam turned away from the monument with a confident expression. She told Lyle that she was sure he would one day become as worthy a man as the famous Lord Slay. It seems his self-doubts would not let go, and she clenched her fist, grasping at determination. "Believe in yourself," she insisted. Her fervent encouragement confused Lyle. As soon as she showed that their carriage was about to leave without them, he instantly returned to reality. Their journey lasted long, but the plans fell apart too quickly. Relying on the story told by a merchant on the road, they decided to adjust the route. They set course for the city of Darien and Steph. The traveling salesman gave them some truly important advice. He advised, safe, newcomer-friendly Darien is a much better place for adventures like theirs, and he specifically warned, avoid the place called Orin because, as it turns out, mercenaries faced special treatment there. But this change of plans did not receive unanimous approval. Although Novam checked the information and urged them to see everything through to the end, Laugh could not help but stir inside, grumbling about why he was still unable to make any decision on his own. Of course, the spirit of the first head also found a reason to complain about this bypass. After a few days, the carriage came to a dull stop. They had finally reached Darien. Standing on the balcony and looking down at the sprawling cityscape, they then sighed with relief. The silence did not last long. Next to him materialized the spirit Slay Walt, reproaching him that it was still too early to relax. He ordered Lyle to help Novam with her luggage and stay on guard. In his head echoed the old complaints of the first head, a sharp, painful hint as if he was no longer safe in the Walt estate. He swallowed hard and felt a drop of sweat trickle down his temple as the voices of the ancestors echoed in his head. The voice of his ancestor, Basil, thundered with indignation. He reproached that this is now called education at Walt House, scolded Lyle, and ordered him to wake up and understand basic safety above all. Another ancestor, Slay, insisted, since Lyle was driven away, he can no longer be naive, the circumstances have become dangerous. But his grandfather, Broad, objected. The heir to the count title of Lyle's rank must learn to delegate minor details. Passing advice ruined his mood. He became sullen, noticing his own sadness. Novam gently suggested that initiative is a simple matter and offered he could carry her luggage. Stunned, Lau could only apologize. Ice, shaking off melancholy, he firmly grabbed the strap of the bag and pulled it up again. He announced in OVM that their first stop should be the Adventurers Guild, and she quickly cut off at. Agreed. While they were walking, a man in a leather corset approached them. A woman with a staff stood beside him, and another man walked alongside with a large weapon on his back. He called out and asked if they were new adventurers. Adventurers? Stunned, he sharply replied and essentially directly asked where the guild was located. Novam immediately reproached him, reminded him that such a tone is not the way to speak to people. But But the man only smiled and waved his hand toward the huge building down the main road and named it the Adventurers Guild. Lyle and Novum bowed, apologizing and thanking for the help. Attitude. After the pair walked away, the woman with the staff lightly touched her companion's shoulder, jokingly teased him, asked if he had suddenly become a professional while she was out of sight, and poked fun at his solemn phrase about novice adventurers. Man Rondo only replied that it was. Their gloomy companion Ralph seized a moment, growled for them to be quiet, and they moved on. Embarrassed, Rondo insisted he was not angry and allowed, puzzled over how to respond to such a teaser. Lyle and Novum arrive at the huge multi-tiered building Darien's Adventurers Guild before the ceremonies. With stone determination, Lyle gazes up at the building, forcing himself to pull together a new life that is about to. As soon as they step over the threshold, they are immediately overwhelmed by a wave of sound. In the main hall, complete chaos. The crowd wanders back and forth, teeming with adventurers who bargain, shout, and swarm around long wooden tables. In the noise, Novum explains the guild's plan. This lively first floor is a market where monster materials are exchanged for money. The real reception desks are on the second floor, she shows, and while you look around on the spot, you get a bit dizzy from the number of people standing here. Activity. He and Novum then direct their gaze upward to the balcony of the second floor, from where the registrar manages the hall, and the crowd's noise echoes all around. Approaching the second floor, they examine 3 reception desks. Novum notices that the queues are quite uneven, and jokingly points out that the woman on the right is probably the most popular because of her beauty, so a long line stretches there in hopes of adventures. When Lau chooses which line to join, the voice of his grandfather Broad Volta echoes in his mind. The spirit gives him clear advice. If he were in Lau's place, he would choose the man standing farthest away. To the left, immediately other ancestors express their thoughts, and the third head calmly advises, the woman in the middle is not such a bad option. In contrast, the founder Basil bursts out with a thunderous, visceral disgust and declares that he definitely will not choose a man from. On the left, Broad's calm voice cuts through the argument, lays everything out clearly, and explains the reason. He says, the tall man on the left works neatly and is polite to everyone. In contrast, the popular woman on the right is slow, and her attitude changes depending on the person's appearance, while the woman in the middle is fast but sharp, rude, curt, and abrupt with her clone. Logic hits Lyle directly. His eyes widen as soon as the insight reaches him. The man's professionalism and attentive, polite manner are clear signs that he truly takes pride in his work. Seeing how his facial expression changes, Novum speaks. She admits she decided he would choose the woman in the middle, but then she understands his logic and, nodding, agrees. Novum, line up like this next to that tall one. Man approached the counter at Novuman. The tall receptionist immediately looked up. Waves of pressure radiated from him as his piercing gaze fixed on them. He asked if they were newcomers planning to register as adventurers. While Lyle froze in confusion, Novum calmly extended to her. Gaze is the pure power of presence. Lyle shudders and immediately breaks out in sweat. In his chest, he notes the tense aura of the reception, yet he still stammers while making a statement. Nearby, Novum remains completely calm. Leaving the Guild of Travelers and stepping onto the streets of Darien, Lyle lets out a long, weary sigh. He raises the newly received registration plate and declares that this trial is finally behind him. Nearby, Novum thanks him for the hard work. When they leave, the tall reception lady gives them a confident time-up gesture. Novum notes that the man Mr. Hawkins turned out to be unexpectedly kind and patient, contrary to his appearance. Lyle agrees. Took the time to explain many things they did not know. He walks on, feeling the weight of fatigue, which he blames inside himself for encroaching on his ancestors. Novum, with a barely noticeable smile, reminds him not to forget to read the guild booklet. Lau agrees that he is tired and suggests finding a place to end the day's rest. And as soon as Layla is met at the inn, he is immediately called to the spiritual plane of the gem. He kneels before the founder, Basil Walt, and says that he has almost no mana left. Basil brushes off his complaint, saying that is precisely why he is the only one of the ancestors here. He orders Layla to be silent and listen because he wants to verify a few details about his sister's Ceres. The founder begins the interrogation and asks Lyle to confirm. Ceres has a strange aura. She is perfect in everything, and her influence through the house behind the walls off course. With a gloomy face, Lyle nods silently. All this is true. Basil reflects on the description he heard. While others called the Ceres she saw when she was very young beautiful or cute, he notices something else. It was strangely enchanting, as if the whole world suddenly fell under a spell. I will add, since she changed, proposals of hand and heart have been pouring on her every day. Basil absorbs this silently. His gaze is focused and he only nods and says, "Got it." The ancestor sharply turns around and asks Layla if he knows the historical figure named Agrissa, a beauty who brought an entire kingdom to its knees. Embarrassed, Layla recalls what he read in books. In the old centrist kingdom, corruption created the ground for people like her to seize power, and this eventually led to war. Basil scratches the back of his head and grimaces irritably at this summary. He grumbles that the information is careless and throws reproach at irresponsible historians. Lau, in response, boils with frustration and asks what else he could have done. He explains he was born 50 years after the founding of the kingdom of Bansiam. At his 10 years, he only heard legends about the age that came before him. While Layla speaks, Basil's eyes narrow and his gaze sharply focuses on his descendant. He begins the story as if putting dots over the i's. Knowledge was given to him not by the dust of folios, but by a direct witness, a former soldier who survived that war and lived to old age. Basil had to sit next to a veteran missing one arm and listen to his stories. As the old man told, the conflict called Gris's War was sheer madness. Even as a youth, Basil listened attentively, trying to understand what kind of fight it was. As if everyone was caught in a shared dream, they fought and killed for her name, but there was neither love nor hatred in it. It was pure, thoughtless devotion that pushed armies to clash over cities under a sky full of ghostly, bird-like visions. Everything, battles, slaughter, piles of corpses, was only for that most terrible smile. And as soon as that woman died, the spell broke. The survivors stood on the battlefield in a stupor and looked around. Everyone asked the same question: why did we even fight? The story comes to an end. She remains on the floor of the ether hall, and he on his knees tries to comprehend this terrible tale. Basil's voice cuts through the thoughts of the descendants. He asks Layla if this story is not too similar to the current state of the walled house, forcing the boy to face the truth with this parallel. He continues speaking and his voice hums with confidence. Monsters like Grissa, he explains, always appear at historical turning points. These are people who received blessings from an evil god instead of goddesses, and they herald an age of mass death. He calls them the child of a heretical god. Here, he announces, is his conclusion. The last words fall with terrifying certainty and likewise glances full of horror. The eyes literally pop out from fear. Basil declares that Ceres is a heretical godchild. A memory surfaces in Lyle's mind, how the surfaces of Blue Jewel's spirit unleashed a sharp warning. His sister Ceres is a heretical godchild. The vision depicts Ceres curled up in a ball and surrounded by threatening, dark energy. The vision fades and he returns to the present. Lyle and Navam stand before the Travelers Guild. He asks if they will be assigned an advisor. Navam confirms the guild will find a reliable traveler and make him an instructor, all through an official request. In his own head, the ancestral spirit Basil snorts disdainfully. All this is nonsense. He insists that they just need to go out and fight monsters. Lyle objects, emphasizing, since they know nothing about this matter, they might really need a hint. Another spirit finds Basil and calls him a fool, saying he decides everything by brute force. Lyle ignores their quarrel. A smile creeps across his face. He understands that the guild treats newcomers much more leniently than he thought. He and Novum then examine all available options. She turns to him and says she wants an exclusive instructor and adds, first she wants to hear his opinion. Seeing the price for her choice, both Lyle and Spirit Basil shudder in shock. The figure is staggering 20 gold coins. The excessive cost causes an uproar among the spirits. Basil calls it a scam, and Fredericks considers Lyle's idea of learning from adventures absurd, but Slay trusts Novum's decision. Lyle overwhelms him with a wave of persuasion, offers a cheaper general course, and even promises to pay himself, but Novum firmly refuses, leaving Lyle completely stunned. She explains that general course instructors change daily, so they won't be able to establish contact, and this will backfire later. Her eyes flash with sparks of harsh determination as she says, Lyle's future is at risk. To bypass the previous heads of the Volt family, lessons of the highest level are needed, and she agrees to no compromises. Lyle is struck by her sudden focus. With a majestic gesture, Novum declares that the future requires the best mentorship. In short, she proclaims, an investment of this level is nothing for his future. This is her statement of intent. Her passionate speech impresses Lyle and instantly holds him in silence. Novum, noting her fervor, clears her throat with slight embarrassment, but the ancestral spirits burst out in chorus of approval. Lyle is overwhelmed by a wave of emotions and he exclaims, "Oh my goodness." He yields. He cannot object after her passionate speech, but immediately asks how they will get those 20 gold coins. To his shock, Novum calmly states she already has the money. Money, when Lyle begins to ask where she got such an amount and tentatively suggests whether it is a gift from her family, one of his ancestors growls so fiercely that it squeals, "Stop meddling in this." Navam gently interjects, urging him to think only about studying and not worry about money. Her calm restraint cracks, her face fills with sorrow, and she prepares to reveal the truth. She confesses when she ran away from home, she took her savings, but they were not enough. With a heavy heart, she sold all her dowry dresses and tools prepared for her future marriage just to survive. She apologizes and explains. She could not bring herself to ask her parents again. Lyle is stunned by this sacrifice to the extreme. The revelation rolls like a shockwave through his ancestor spirits. Slay understands. The Baron's daughter under normal circumstances would never have access to such funds, and finds cuts the problem short, not letting it grow. Eventually, he fully realizes the weight of her sacrifice. The bride's dowry is her most precious treasure, and how far she went for it, his devotion, deeper than anything he had even imagined, overwhelms him with destructive force. Feeling like he is about to choke, he can only stammer why his ancestors raise a whole storm of conflicting thoughts. Marcus calculates, she received only a fraction of the true value of the dowry after the hasty sale. Slay notices how much fortune her family had to spend, and Basil angrily orders Lyle to immediately start hunting monsters to earn money. Cutting through the chaos, Fiennes shows a clear path forward. He advises not to waste time on what is already lost. Instead, they must honor her devotion, truly strive to make Lyle a first-class adventurer. With the money he earns, in the future he can give her a new dowry. Returning to the present moment, he stands shaken. Navam, noticing his despair, asks if he is okay and gently insists, "Do not blame yourself, it was her own will." Her face shines with unbreakable confidence. She declares that 20 gold coins are a trifle, so she will do nothing to make his dream come true. Lyle's eyes are wide open in shock, his pupils constrict, and the burden of Navam's sacrifice crashes down on him, leaving him completely stunned. He seems stunned, but the shock instantly melts, giving way to full-scale panic. His heart pounds wildly against his ribs, the uncontrollable rhythm throws him off, he gasps convulsively for air. In the spiritual plane, the voices of ancestors urgently try to root calm in him, begging him to calm down and take deep, slow breaths. But their words are lost in the whirl of his turmoil. He understands it is all in vain. These experiences, this excessive feeling, he is not even able to gather them into words. His mind never forms into any clear thought, he can only scream one question into the void. Why? Filled with excitement and emotions, Lau confronts Novam, his voice trembling as he demands to know why she went so far for someone like him. She looks back, her face calm, but care lives in her eyes and quietly utters his name. He turns away and shouts that he is no longer a nobleman and their engagement is cancelled. Despair overwhelms him completely as he adds, even his own parents have disowned him. His mind flashes with images of all the people he feels he has let down. He bursts out shouting. He doesn't know what she expects from him, yet he will only let her down, and he doesn't understand why she even decided to stay with him. Grabbing his shirt, he shouts, tears already welling in his eyes. Any kindness is useless to him, and whatever it gives him will never be worth anything. His outburst subsides, replaced by despair. He falls to his knees, bowing his head to the floor. He asks Novam if she already knows how he was treated in his family home. In response, Navam kneels before him, clenching his fists as if going into battle. He quietly says, even in his isolation, he always gave his all, and adds that he is a wonderful person. Her gaze is firm and unshakable. She continues, instead of fleeing, he stood his ground, tried to become better, and faced every challenge head-on and never gave up once. Barely touching her hand, he interrupts her praise. No, you are mistaken, he says quietly, and adds frankly, it was not a refusal to run away, he simply did not have the courage to run away at all. Eventually, his thoughts slip back into the past. No matter how much he trained swords and magic, he was still completely scared of his sister series. Memory sharply puts a full stop. Next to it, his legs refused to move. He froze with fear. He admits that he is just a coward. He flailed about pointlessly, vainly hoping to be rewarded, but out of fear he did not back down, he simply did nothing. His voice breaks with emotion as he says, he knew about him and all he ever wanted was just for anyone to finally notice him, just that. He falls to his knees, tears rolling down his face, and he will beg her not to make him feel even more worthless. He is still on his knees. He turns away, sure that it will be better this way. He tries to convince himself, Navam is a wonderful person and he cannot allow her to stay because with such a failure as he is, there will be no happiness for her. But a voice like a blade cuts into his despair and says surprisingly directly, I was watching. Watching, laughter trembles and raises his gaze in shock while Novum's voice continues. She was always watching him. Before he could come to his senses, she rushed forward and covered him with tight embraces. She says that she looked at him again and again in the corridors of the manor and even called him. Memory surfaces. Novum looks from the balcony and he, well-trained, tirelessly practices. She recalls that he was always so immersed in training that he had not a minute of free time. Here she remembers his hellish concentration. Every moment of wakefulness he devoted to training or studying without any presence of spirit to even look around. Novum explains, due to the short history of the Futch family as high nobility, other houses looked down on them, and yet she admits that there were moments when Lord Lyle himself came to her rescue. He listens as Novum continues to explain and memories of her childhood arise. She admits that she was bullied, classmates systematically annoyed her, so most of the time she had to spend alone. She tells, in those moments of loneliness he always approached her, and as soon as her tormentors appeared, he immediately intervened, drove them away. She admits that these actions meant the whole world to her. Lyle tries to downplay everything, says that he has a poor memory and that she is blowing the problem out of nothing. She looks at him sincerely and intently with shining eyes, insisting, then she was truly happy, and adds that happiness reached its peak when a marriage proposal from his family came to her home. Arrived, despite her words, Lalo still remains on his knees, filled with despair, and apologizes that he is not worthy of all this devotion. Novum firmly grasps his hands and fiercely cuts him off. You are yes, and she believes this with all her heart. She admits that she has sworn to herself her place will always be beside him. She promises to continue protecting him and says with confidence that no one in the whole world understands his value better than she does. Her unwavering faith shakes his composure. He screams in pain, demanding to know why she humiliates herself for his sake. He accuses her of secretly wanting to be with Ceres like everyone else and loudly insists that her words are lies, as if she will just leave him like all those who came before. In response to his painful accusations, her hand clenches into a fist. No, she says, evenly, without a shadow of surrender, decisively. Hello? She slips behind him, tightly embraces his shoulders with her arms, and whispers that her heart has belonged to him for a very long time and that she will always be near, no matter what happens. It happens and she appears like a ghostly winged creature. She looks down at him and utters a final request. She does not ask him to return her feelings. She only asks that he allow her to love him. That's all, she says. That's all I will need. Lalo freezes, looks up, and is completely stunned by the silence. He remains stunned, tears flow down his face as Novum presses him to herself. She speaks with unwavering confidence that he has value, that he is worth everything she could ever give him, she declares. His value is not for him to deny, only for her to decide if it is. Hers alone to the T. Understand? Weakened by her words, he can only manage a choked reflex. Leaning against her, he whispers silently, quietly, and then sincerely. Thank you. A little later, just as they approach the majestic facade of Darien's guild, the voices of his ancestors come alive again. The founder Basil dramatically snorts and complains that he just wanted someone to look his way. Third head Slade defiantly curls his lips and mocks, saying Basil would rather be with Ceres like everyone else. Novum stops and sharply turns to him, her face stone cold. She forbids him ever again to call himself worthless. His value is not his right to deny. Inside him, the ancestors add their remarks. Fourth head Marcus advises him to be more confident and stop mumbling. Meanwhile, Basil asks with annoyance if Laugh even imagines how ashamed they are to watch all this. Look at him. Inside the guild, Lalo's boot clicks once dully on the wooden floor as he stands before the large, sternly massive reception desk. Mr. Hawkins notices his gloomy expression and asks, "Are you sure you want private instructions?" Lalo confirms briefly and reservedly. Oh yes, while he stands unwavering, around them the general hubbub in the guild hall continues to buzz. In the background, the traveler Ralph angrily hisses at his companion to be quiet, blaming his former outburst on mana exhaustion. Novum addresses the registrar directly and says, if they have the required payment, the guild must do the rest. She pushes the documents forward, speaks in a businesslike tone, and orders Mr. Hawkins to act exactly as specified. Hawkins confirms the required teacher is indeed his acquaintance. Novum acknowledges this, notes that events are moving in reverse order, and suggests making the acquaintance herself. Hawkins, imitating her gestures, points to a woman nearby. He says her name is Zelphia, veteran of adventures. If the guild accepts their application, she will become Lyle's personal instructor. Zelphia just smiles confidently and warmly welcomes the newcomers. He just stares astonished, mouth wide open. Futch calmly suggests let him marry her. She admits she doesn't understand what a girl like her sees in a hopeless man like him, but she insists leaving her is not an option. She declares her devotion, says she will do everything for him, and that he needs to take responsibility. Her words a hopeless lost echo in his thoughts, and with them emerge the pitiful stigmas of his recent past: naive, bankrupt, weak, exiled. In the spiritual realm, one of the ancestors notes, Lyle's exile means that the family's marriage rules no longer apply to him, and he immediately adds, even if they were applied, marrying Navam would not be a problem after all. Lyle could never find a bride who so easily passes all these annoying family rules. Glancing around in confusion, founder Basil Walt asks what these rules are. Before him unfolds a list of 6 strict requirements for the bride, and he, enraged, demands to know which idiot came up with such a punishment. In the 4th head, Marcus Culey replies that he will find the culprit in the mirror. It turns out that the creator of this is Basil himself. The echo of the ancestor's argument dully rolls through the real world while he listens with a sullen face and suddenly realizes something is clearly wrong with his family. Meanwhile, the 3rd head, Slay, bursts out exclaiming that this is the first time he has ever heard about these rules, and Marcus goes mad, wants to hit Basil for all the trouble they caused. First, having digested this revelation, Lyle and Novum step out in front of the majestic building of the Darien Adventurers Guild. Lyle voices his agreement, ready to move forward. Inside, the glove tightly grips the pen and it scratches on the formal document, leaving an ink mark. The final stroke, and the contract is already ready. As soon as the contract is signed, they are introduced to a woman named Zelfi. Sitting opposite, Lyle and Novum officially introduce themselves and say they are glad to meet her, and then they are entirely at her disposal. She gives a confident smile, confirming that she accepted the job. Zelfi notes, not every day do 2 newcomers hire a full-time instructor from the very start, and immediately warns them not to expect concessions. In response to her warning, Novum calmly asks, let Zelfi be as strict as necessary. Nearby, Lolline steps forward with a determined look and categorically agrees. Their new instructor, Zelfi, she carefully touches her chin. Having agreed with them, she quietly approves the answers and is ready to start. However, her first lesson is not at all what Lyle expected. He has to scoop thick sediment from the city gutter, holding fabric over his face to somehow avoid breathing the stench. He grimaces in disgust and grumbles. Why is he being forced to clean the drains? From a very close distance, Zelfi watches how he works. His face is unwavering. Alongside concern for him is Novum. Zelfi reminds him, as soon as he signed the contract, he gave his word to follow her instruction policies, to stop complaining and keep the shovel working. He abruptly stops working, protests, and flails his arms in frustration. He insists he doesn't understand how this mission relates to his training, but Zelfi cuts into the conversation without the slightest pause. She says she already told him she will not allow him to choose the requirements to his own taste. Seeing his despair, Novum steps forward and pleadingly asks to be allowed to switch places with Lord Lyle. But Zelfi immediately blocks her way and snaps, that is unacceptable, so she forbids spoiling Lyle. She explains that this is exactly the kind of work that holds society together. He steals a glance at Novum, acknowledging her position, a former ward, a noblewoman, and now thrown to the wolves just like him. Sweat runs down his forehead, and he decides not to pry or touch this task any further. When he resumes work, Zelfi's voice spreads over the cityscape. She lectures, everything he takes for granted is built on the backs of others, people who do hard, unnoticed work. She says this is necessary experience, and if he doesn't take on this work now, then never. In Blue Jewel, his ancestors argue about the lesson. Slay Walt insists, if the goal is to teach Lyle about the world, cleaning the grates is definitely not the way. Marcus Walt objects. Strong noble lineage does not disappear just because they have now suffered failure. His own head explodes in dissonance. The argument escalates into a dull, noisy chaos. One ancestor whispers that the centrist royal line means one thing: Lyle and his sister have Grissa blood. Another snorts disdainfully. That's nonsense, because now Lyle is only a wanderer. The arguments gnawing at each other spiral into a whirlpool, and under this pressure he sweats. He is lulled as soon as the voices gain feverish momentum. The spirit of Basil Walt notes, the Broad's wife had a single surviving Griss descendant, and this was considered a convenient reason for the refined magical blood to empty the cup. Somewhere else, someone shouts that all evidence points to Sears being the child of an evil god, so Lyle's mental resilience completely fails. He falls face first with a crash into a puddle of mud with a loud splash. Zelfi and Novum watch, and the voice of one of his ancestors spreads in the air, calling his name before complaining that the antics of the child of the evil god are starting again. Lying in the mud, he hears again and again the frantic murmur of the ancestors. One spirit wildly orders him to pull himself together and swears he will never accept Navam will take Lyle's place in this filth. Another, more restrained and practical, advises simply to pull the broken novice out of the sun and let him rest. Watching the scene, Zelfi smiles slyly and says that Lalo has even less endurance than she expected, so she'll have to pump him up with harder work. On the ground, Lalo suddenly realizes he can't move, and his mana is draining away. The spirit constantly sucks it out with endless nagging. And so his exhausting training continued. Since he was constantly sweating, he was taken for someone who simply lacked endurance. Zelfi forcibly pushed him to hard work every day. Later, she approaches and notices he is finally giving good results. She informs him that he passed the exam and hands him his first BG grade. He exhales with relief, as it seems to him at least some praise. He knows adventurers are rated in 5 stages and payments depend on both the task and the grade. C or higher usually means a satisfied client. Relief turns to outrage, but as soon as he realizes that his grade is actually D, he yells at Zelfi and demands explanations. Why so? His protest is interrupted by the angry shout of another traveler who simply could not believe Lyle's complaints. A more reserved man in glasses explains, while Lyle was supposed to guard, he was seen passing his work on to others. Confidently stepping forward, Zelfi addresses the gathered crowd of men in a cold tone. Hey, she calls sharply and demands to know what they want. He looks confused by her interference. He does not understand why she is getting into this argument. In response to the challenge, the bald giant steps forward to Zelfi and places his hand on her head disdainfully. He growls at the woman, demanding that she get out of his sight. Tight, she reacts with blinding speed. While he is still trying to finish the threat, she twists his wrist, strikes quickly in the stomach, and finishes by grabbing his face and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Big man falls down, coughing and gasping in pain. Pain? She pressed the big man to the ground, her foot pushed on his back, and she twisted his arm behind his back. The events flew by instantly, sharp and harsh, a twist, a trip, and a heavy thud as he hit the cobblestones. His face twisted in pain. I could only watch as his shock froze dead on his face. She looked down at the subdued opponent who had just managed to say the word woman. Zelfi's voice was cold and even. What are you saying again? At the Travelers Guild, a stern official in glasses scolds Lyle. He says to keep excuses in check because his own supervisor saw him slacking off. The man warns Lyle not to bring shame to the guild again. Lyle trembles and denies that his low rating was given for any clear reason, but the official just waves his hand and sends him off. Time to collect his reward and pick up Novum. He freezes for a moment suddenly as Zelfi appears and says that he apparently also works as a guard for the guild. Nearby, some traveler greets him for a job well done. Lyle barely has time to properly process her words when Zelfi throws him a knowing look, quietly whispers, "See you tomorrow," and disappears, leaving behind a faint crackle. His pay for a day's work is 8 large copper coins. The impressive sum is counted in the Great Hall of Darien's guild. Later, already inside the guild itself, he sits next to Navam. He honestly admits the work was really hard, but he did everything he was capable of, and for rewriting he received 6 large copper coins. He returns to Navam and asks how her day went. Hardly does Navam manage to open his mouth when the adventurous Rachel approaches their table and immediately asks if they have finished for today. Lyle only sighs. Even with their earnings, they still fall short of those 15 big copper coins that, according to rumors, one adult can earn in a day. She winks and introduces herself, Rachel, senior adventuress. She says she needs to earn some extra money while her party is resting and the fighters from the front are on a break. When Lyle and Navam confirm they have also managed, Navam explains the situation. Rachel's party of through with Ralph the spearman and Rondo the warrior often takes on exhausting, thoroughly combative quests, and to let the vanguard recover from their troubles, Rachel takes on the same transcription that Navam does. Rachel shines on Nova, claiming that her pimpship is incredibly popular and has already become the main topic in the transcription scene. Loud cheers of support for Nova's success come from everywhere, but Nova calmly insists it's greatly exaggerated. She admires Navam's skill again, says her work is not only fast and beautiful. Today she earned 11 large copper coins and did it all herself. Then Rachel asks if Navam can share some tips to help her improve. Layla seemed to be stunned into stupor by such frankness. 11 large copper coins? He clearly remembers that Navam said there were only 6. In his mind, the spirits of the ancestors Marcus and Fredericks understood the truth. He told him a lenient falsehood to protect pride and boost morale. His fist clenches on the table. The voice of the ancestor Basil echoes in his head, mocking him as if he were a clown. The spirit asks if he was glad to learn that Navam earns less than him. Navam is still trying to babble an explanation, but her concern grates on the ear. What happened? And Basil cuts in with his voice. It's natural that he earns less than her after she thoroughly shook and turned over the stones. He can only stammer unable to form a single answer, and sweat beads appear on his face. Humiliation finally overwhelms him. Suddenly he jerks the chair back. Clink sharply rises in front of Navam and Zelfi. He declares that he just remembered something important, so he will go first. As soon as he rushed away, Zelfi aloud wonders in her thoughts why he took off in such a hurry. Navam is silent. He watches him leave with a look and anxiety on his face. Lyle is fleeing from the Guild of Wanderers, bursts onto the city street, and rushes away without looking back. He bursts through the alley, breathing heavily from exhaustion and anger, cursing aloud, trying to deny that his rage was because of Navam. But the thought broke off and never reached the end. While he runs, the spirit Basilwold grows beside him and mocks the fact that Lael ran away and threw a tantrum. The ancestor snorts, saying Lael is already grown in age but still a child in mind, and he has no right to wallow in pity until he achieves something truly worthy. For now, Frederick's spirit embodies itself to shame Basil. He screams at him wildly and orders him to shut up. Frederick accuses Basil of constantly provoking and humiliating Lyle, insisting that these harsh words were meant to support, not tease. The dispute between the ancestors intensifies even more. Broad, his grandfather, takes his side, while Marcus throws a prickly compliment saying he has at least some redeeming qualities. Slay tries to calm them down, but another ancestor grumbles. Their harshness only makes everything worse. Basil's voice cuts through the chaos. He calls out, tearing into the snotty boy on whom their arts are wasted, and orders to put an end to it. Lyle, already on the verge of breaking down, grabs the blue gem on his neck. Sharp cracked chain breaks, and he roars at the whole hall for everyone to be silent. Silence, he screams in despair, demanding to be left alone, and with all his might throws a blue precious stone. The relic flies through the air straight towards a young woman dressed as a maid, leaning on a wolf nearby. While a precious stone hits her right in the head, a dull thud. She whimpers and clutches the spot of impact while Lao watches from afar. His anger turns to shock. He mutters irritably that she managed to work and wonders what could be wrong with it. With him, she approaches him sternly, already ready to give a sharp reprimand, but stops half a step away. Seeing tears streaming down his face, she becomes confused. Not understanding what happened, she demands, "Why him, and why must it be this way?" He hurriedly tries, remains silent, and nothing more. She simply throws back the hereditary relic. He catches her already by reflex. The gloved hand tightly grips the luxurious blue jewel. Then the girl shows her own relic, a dark stone on a chain, and explains that she is the same. She says that the exquisite jewelry on his jewel clearly indicates its value. Law lowers his gaze to the object in his hand, and tension rises on his face from she. He mentally admits this is also a vintage thing and that he just lost self-control. His gaze sharpens as soon as he notices the key difference. Her vintage is red F. She sternly warns him not to throw it again, or at least to make sure he doesn't hit anyone if he decides to. Lyle throws out a sincere, apologetic remark, just realizing he could have seriously hurt her. At that moment, from inside the jewel comes the voice of his grandfather, Broad. Spirit explains that her stone is ordinary, certified, and pressed, but Lyle's jewel has evolved, gaining freedom from the memories of previous users. Broad warns, throwing it away is pointless, it won't be able to silence them. Lyle contemplates what he heard, and a spark lights up in the girl's eyes from the id. Seeing him in despair, she calls him with a new proposal. Let him follow her back to the shop where she works. Laugh blinks upward, stunned by the unexpected offer. Help, he hesitates, confessing that he has little money for the shop. As if not worried, she asks if he has any large copper coins, saying that would be enough. Enough? He voices hesitation, feeling that everything happened too suddenly. The whisper of his ancestors' voices rolls in his head with worries. Arya gives a soothing smile and promises if he goes with her, he will feel much better. It seems they managed to get her consent, so she cheerfully declares that everything is fine. When Layla's heart starts pounding wildly in her chest, she leans closer with a radiant smile and assures him nothing to worry about, she will be the one to do him the favor. The hint makes him flush and he stammers, starting to babble about what she might mean. Mean playfully picks up "oh" and raises a finger to his lips, slyly winning, as if asking if it is really worth saying. From that hint, Layla's heart races wildly and her face flushes deep red. Inside it, Ancestors panic. The spirit of the grandfather broad thunders in despair, hinting that he is watching. And the fourth head, Marcus, shakes him with reproach for the very thoughts, as if saying he must not dare waste hard-earned money on a prostitute and must think of no one. In the lively city square, the air seems to sparkle. Romantic energy is palpable, and Lyle and Arya stand facing each other. The atmosphere becomes clear as soon as Lyle visually covers a bunch of women nearby provocatively dressed, and he blushes madly while his heart beats with loud thumps. His excitement does not subside even when Arya, eyes full of shock, suddenly exclaims that in the midst of all this chaos they completely skipped over the introductions. Armed with a confident smile, she introduces herself, Arya Lockwood. Stunned, Lyle barely utters his name in a trembling voice, and inside the blue gem his ancestor Basil reacts to the surname Lockwood with complete distrust. The reaction from ancestral spirits is instant and explosive. Basil and Broadwalt both roar in unison, proclaiming no doubt she is a descendant of Miss Alice. While the next ancestor is cluelessly pondering who Alice is, he stumbles upon how Walt stared intently into the distant scene. A memory surfaces. He quietly concludes Alice was his first love. Basil, enraged, pokes Arya and demands that others look at her, shouting that it is obvious. She is an exact copy of the beautiful and sweet Alice Lockwood. But the other ancestors remain completely confused. They do not understand at all whom he is talking about. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Navam, Futch, and Zelfi are sitting at a table. While the waitress serves them, Zelfi says that Lyle is acting strangely. Navam agrees and they decide to set everything straight. Zelfi recounts a recent incident, having just found out that Navam is surpassing him in earnings. Lyle ran away in tears. A few hours later, he returned completely refreshed and joyful, as if all his worries had simply melted away. She continues the report and says that starting the next day, Laugh began calling men from Rachel's party to the street, and every day they disappear along with him, so there is even more confusion within the party itself. During the conversation, Zelfi leans forward and bluntly asks Novum if she has a physical relationship with Lyle, directly stating that their relationship, the unpleasant truth, is not like that at all. Nearby, Arya listens and thinks. Those who brought this up earlier could have been more careful. Novum calmly clarifies her status with a soft smile and announces, I am his ex-fiancé. These words shock the group. Rondo and Rachel scream in disbelief, and Zelfi, confused, starts asking what their real relationship is and realizes she had imagined everything wrong. Rachel's shock instantly turns into feverish excitement. She gasps for air, demanding why they haven't crossed the border yet, while her imagination already paints a turbulent story of former nobleman and a devoted woman, lovers doomed to marriage, who instead ran away. Seeing her friends burst out with emotions, Arya apologizes for the noise. She acknowledges Rachel's correctness but firmly orders her to calm down. Zelfi is still stunned and cannot understand why Lyle would betray Navam. She, according to Zelfi, is a beauty with a wonderful character and quite ample figure. Changing the subject, Arya suggests a plan. They will take the initiative themselves and catch Lyle red-handed. She reasons that breaking up a couple is normal, but betraying is not. Zelfi agrees and says that Lyle has gone crazy. Night falls, a crescent moon hangs in the cloudy sky. Under the cover of darkness, Whale leads Rondo and Ralph down the cobblestone street where there is clearly less decency in the city. While they walk, Rondo thanks Lyle, admitting he was too embarrassed to enter such a place alone. Ralph smiles and chimes in, saying he has already started looking forward to these night visits. They arrive at the destination, a building with a glowing sign depicting women in bunny costumes. Rondo murmurs, standing nearby, makes him feel guilty about Rachel, but Ralph sharply stops him. It's dangerous to mention her name in such a place, and just then the door creaks. It opens. The open door, and in the doorway stands a line of women in uniform. At the front is Arya, smiling as if she had been waiting for a long time. She greets the group and calls them back into the shop, but Ralph grumbles in irritation. He has had enough of these pointless greetings. His patience has run out, so he says directly that they know perfectly well why they came. His impatience was immediately rewarded. The waitress, apologizing for the delay, brought a luxurious variety of sweets, cakes, parfaits, and pastries for every taste. Ralph, along with Lyle and Rondo, held their forks high, and their faces, filled with pure joy, silently testified the wait was truly worth it. Time was not wasted. While Lyle and Rondo savored their dessert and offered each other pieces, Ralph declared with eager zeal that he would conquer the entire menu. His friends froze, stunned by such determination, when the shop doorbell rang and announced a new arrival. The newcomers were not regular dessert customers. The atmosphere in the room immediately thickened with a sense of doom. Rachel came out to them. Behind her stood the stone-hearted Zelfi and the trembling Navam. She cut the cheerful mood with a dry tone, demanding an explanation of why Lyle was here, accusing him of sneaking away every time just to eat. The three men froze in shock. As the tension stretched like a silent assault without any glimmers, Arya's voice gave Navam context. She explained, yes, the cafe was famous for its sweets, but its target audience was men. Many, as Arya said, would simply be embarrassed and not come to a place where they could be seen in an ordinary dessert cafe, so the quiet location and the dark entrance of the establishment played into their hands, attracting clients like Lord Lyle. Lyle, completely confused, could only guess what was happening and what it all meant. He did not see Navam's face, but her whole body trembled with silent, restrained anger. Lyle panics, trying to drown out the furious voice of his ancestor, the first head, who demands that he tell Arya the truth, that he is here to protect her from suspicious men. In despair, Lyle insists that everything is not as it seems. The ancestor's voice roars and rages even more, calling Lyle an idiot for only making things worse. He declares that they cannot just leave the defenseless little Arya to fend for herself in such a suspicious establishment. Noticing the commotion, Zelfi smiles crookedly to herself. She thinks, she even approves that sweets can lift a bad mood, but Lyle behaved too suspiciously. Still, she believes she should be relieved at least he was not involved with another woman. With a theatrical gesture, she introduces Navam, Rachel, and Arya, announcing that the men at the establishment's expense get unlimited access to the sweet buffet. The exclamation confuses Lyle, and Arya is already calculating. To order 3 roll cakes and parfait, Rachel decides to take a whole cake. Lyle can only apologize terribly, realizing what the bill will be. Later that night, while Arya grumbled at him for leaving her cake, Lyle carefully replayed the day's events in his head. Due to a misunderstanding, he was suspected of cheating, but he saved himself, sacrificing his earnings and even his share of the sweets. While he stands outside the building under the crescent moon, Novum's voice cuts the silence. She calls Lord Lyle and says she needs to tell him something important. He flinched when he returned. Inside him, the ancestors exploded with chaos. Slay shouts that Novan is the source of all evil, and Basil demands Lane. He managed only a nervous yes in response to her. He clenches his jaws and freezes, fully expecting a slap. He knows, he himself decided to hide his visits to the store from Navam, even though the first head made him go. He watches as she stands in the doorway. To his complete surprise, Navam is not angry. On the contrary, she extends a silver coin. She says that since he works so hard, it is quite natural to take breaks, and gently reproaches him. It is unhealthy to eat only sweets every day. Lyle freezes and falls silent, stunned. Navam explains he does not want to test Lyle's friendship with Rondo and Ralph and asks to use the coin to heal them. From afar, the comrades misinterpret the gesture. Rondo and Ralph see a couple in it, and Zelfi coldly brands Lyle and Navam as hopeless gigolos. This word echoes in Lyle's head, spreading horror as he imagines the future receiving monthly support from Arya. He stood outside under the night sky, and humiliation raged inside, giving him no peace. He would rather just be slapped. He grimaced and mentally counted how much longer this could last. His despair echoed in the spiritual plane. There a dispute was raging. He found Walt, the 6th head, pointing at him with a finger. He shouted accusingly, "Hey, Grandpa." The accusation tore off and flew across the luxurious table where the ancient spirits had gathered. Incredibly, Lyle, Navam, and Arya were there too. The 3rd head, Slay, interrogated Fines, trying to understand if he cared that Arya was a descendant of his first love. 4th head, Marcus, without hesitation asked his purpose, whether he wanted Lyle to marry Arya for his own pleasure or for the first love to repay a debt. Lyle was completely confused. From his knowledge, he stated that the Walt family never had any connections with the Lockwood family. Before anyone could respond to his confusion, Fines barked, "Enough." After that, he proclaimed that the House of Walt would not exist even without a single lady named Alice. He slammed his fist on the table with a bang. "No," he barked, calling the other dolts, and began to explain. He hit the laws of his own free will. The sole purpose was to marry Miss Alice. But as the 3rd son of a low noble family, he was in no way considered a worthy match for her. As soon as the story began, Marcus pinched the bridge of his nose. The headache was already swelling. He squeezed an incredible truth into the essence. Their founder broke through wild lands and founded their entire noble house for the sake of one Mario woman he loved. Fines added, the founder joined the expedition team and carved out his own territory so that all this could happen. His passionate tone broke and drowned in despair. He admitted, by the time he returned for her, she had already married into House Lockwood. Slay could not resist and smirked boldly as if to say he was dumped. He sharply shot back. No, he was not dumped because they had never spoken to each other even once. The revelation momentarily stunned the other ancestors and everything hung in silence. Then they all burst out with a collective, distrustful HUH. Marcus, looking completely exhausted, finally voiced the absurdity of it all. Their entire noble heritage was just a grand gesture in honor of their founder, Taoyu, a woman, whom he hadn't even had a chance to speak to. So, Crassel the second head shouted that a single mistake in that plan meant none of them would exist anymore. And then, as if to spite them, the founder, Basil Walt, appeared. Playfully called them idiots and threw in that that's how it is in youth, recklessly and desperately. While Slay greeted the founder with respect, Fine held stubbornly, saying it was fate, a fate he himself set in motion. His bloodline and Miss Alice were always meant to meet. Night, his fanatical speech about fate cut into the calm, piercing question of Grandpa Lyle Broadwalt. He addressed the gathered spirits with a question about what they would think if a person they considered a true adult suddenly spoke passionately about first loves and faithful meetings. He let the silence hang in the air before announcing that he intended to make one thing clear. A sharp, burning remark landed directly on Walt the sixth head. He stumbled awkwardly while the other ancestors began to grow louder. Growling, Broadwalt declared that the founders' lost love was completely and utterly meaningless. Their true purpose, he asserted, was to exist on this spiritual plane, to pass on their arts to lie down. These words struck Lyle with the force of a revelation. Art, he suddenly realized, these mighty spirits appeared not only to bother him, they had a real purpose. The grandson's slow enlightenment immediately backfired. The broad one grumbled that they never shut up, and that it had already taken them quite some time to get to the Marcus, the fourth head, clarified. In Lyle's state, Lyle must master the founder's art, the ability everyone needs to enhance the body called full over before any of them can teach their own, and this instantly blossomed into a wild, fiercely hot flash from the founder, Basil Walt. He growled that he would have no chance to teach his art to a kid like Lyle, even in a very close hell. His furious refusal rolled through the room in waves of reactions. Slay, the third head, burst out laughing. He found it funny that their very existence had just been unequivocally denied. Nearby, Crassel, the second head, hid his face in his hands, while Lyle froze in complete shock. Broadwalt jumped up near Basil and ordered him to stop sulking. He reminded that the fastest way to fix Lyle's problems with mana was to boost him with Basil's full sending. Basil sharply retorted, denied that he was sulking, and asked why Lyle's problem should be his cons. Cern's audacity turned into a childish tantrum. Basil dramatically struck a pose and declared that he was a dreamer lost in delusions about fate and first love, whimsically adding that he was not real. To the adult, emotions finally broke Lyle. He shouted at the two to be quiet, called their quarrel childish, and swore to protect little Arya. His outburst only added fuel to the fire. When Crassel snapped, he accused Basil of being a bad father. Seeing that the meeting was going off the rails, Broad sharply announced a break and wished them good night until the spiritual plane began to collapse. Lyle suddenly opens his eyes wide. He lies in bed, drenched in cold sweat. The wild screams of his ancestors still echo in his head. He pushes himself into a sitting position, and his gaze drifts away as he tries to separate the spiritual plane from reality in the dim light. His gaze rests on a blue gem lying on the pillow nearby. He sighs with relief and thinks that it's all over, brushing off the horror as if it were just a terrible nightmare. 3 weeks have passed, and in the guild, Darien Zelfi addresses Lyle and Novum. She announces, after 3 weeks of training, it's time to move on to the next stage work that will take them beyond the city. The news threw Novum off balance, and Lyle was also bewildered, but inside a tiny spark of hope flared. Maybe this was finally his chance for something real. Mission: Zelfi confirms his unspoken desire and, standing before the bulletin board, announces that they are taking on a monster-slaying task. She orders them to prepare and depart the day after tomorrow and to thoroughly check their equipment. Warning: any gap and they will be sent back to exhausting routine. Lyle's hand hovers over the official application, thus begins his first real quest. In the noisy hall of the Darien Adventurers Guild, the overseer leans over the table and quietly confers with the spearbearer, Zelfi. He asks for her assessment of Lyle, noting that the boy has been showing himself quite well lately. Her sharp, light-toned eyes narrow slightly as she considers his question. Her thoughts again turn to Lyle. She sees him working hard and sweating. The supervisor's voice does not cease. He says he is glad to hear her positive evaluation and adds no complaints because Lyle works seriously. Once upon a time, some former noble libertine wouldn't have even dared to lift his nose to such work. She replies coldly, "This is just ordinary adventurer work for money. She simply took a contract from the table, so it has nothing to do with Lyle's past." The overseer does not back down. He clarifies whether she really watches him only because he is a former nobleman, and hints the suzerain will probably be wary of the troubles Lyle's appearance might stir up. Zelfi shifts her gaze around the room and reproaches him for mentioning the liege lord in such a public place. She recalls him her legend, and he immediately apologizes, admitting he simply forgot. A pack of rough adventurers bursts inside, but Zephi brushes them off and turns back to the supervisor. She demands the truth, rejecting his previous remarks, and adds, "Lately she has been encountering more and more suspicious types like them, and each such one brings a bunch of problems." The overseer's face becomes stern. He is about to explain that the guild's policy prohibits disclosing employees' personal data, but immediately falls silent as he notices Lyle and Novum arriving. He tells Zephi that they are already here and asks him to deal with them. She responds with a smile. She understands everything. She notes that the greenhouse work of an instructor is just a trifle, and then adds, "It's a great help that these closed rich people are so naive and honest." Manager notices how sharply she changed the subject. After this, the supervisor addresses the departing pair and wishes them luck on their journey. The guild is already eagerly awaiting their safe return and even has a reward ready as soon as they appear. He decides to keep the rest of the conversation with Zelfia a secret to himself. The scene jumps to a forest clearing. On the ground, a small jelly-like slime twitches faintly. Lyle's voice echoes all around, and he informs his companion that today's hunt will target slimes. He listens while Zelfi explains 2 ways to defeat a slime. Either tear its skin or destroy the core, and demonstrates both techniques with his hand, as if fitting keys into locks. Zelfi continues as if admitting it sounds simple, but immediately warns, "Keep in mind that slimes are unexpectedly fast and agile." As soon as she draws her sword, Ura's sharp movement, their blade flashes, and with one sweep she cuts the nearby slime cleanly in half. As soon as the creatures plop onto the ground, she lands right after and immediately lectures Layla. "You must not be overconfident. Even against small fry," she explains that ending up surrounded can be deadly, so he must be careful and keep an eye on what is happening around. At that moment, Novum notices another slug hidden in the bush. Zulfi tells Lyle he will go first and challenges her to show what he is capable of. Listening, he hardens his face and accepts. In response, he rushes to his weapon and draws his saber. The blade sings as it is drawn from the wound. While he takes a stance, Zelfi notes with relief, it seems he is already used to the blade. And in his head, the Ancestor's barn rumbles. They begin to argue and advise what to take: a great sword, a short sword, or even a rifle. It annoys him. Skipping distractions past his ears, he lunged forward and intercepted 2 jumping slugs with 2 quick, clean chopping strikes. He stops abruptly as the shattered creatures explode behind him like a whirlwind. He wonders aloud, could it really have been that simple? Looking from afar, Zelfi barely smiles, but inside she admits he really managed. Her attitude towards him changes. She sees the skill as he deliberately bypassed the core and neatly split the skin with 2 swift moves. Lyle forces a smile and thanks Zelfi for the praise. But inside, conflicting voices of his ancestors have already surrounded him. One insists that feet are only the minimum for a waltz. Another grabs his reason, don't lose your head. The third shines brightly and declares that Lyle's true talent is much greater, and the fourth doesn't believe it. How can one even talk about such a trifle? He wipes sticky slime off the blade and nods to himself. He understands. From what remains of the monster, Zelfi explains, after the fight comes the material collection. And with slugs, she says, you can sell both the core and the skin. While she explains, one of his ancestors appears next to Lyle, the disguised founder, Basil. Lyle, still covered with remnants of this creature, grimaces in disgust and grumbles about how sticky it is. This unpleasant feeling overwhelms him with a sudden, sharp surge of anxiety. Basil's voice cuts through his thoughts and confirms what he feels. The ancestor warns Lyle. He feels unwell and orders him to draw his sword and prepare for disaster. Fight! The warning heats up and at the same time instantly draws the blade. His senses scream that they are being watched. From the shadows behind a thick tree, a small, hunched creature peeks out. He runs out to meet it. While standing ready, Zelfi shifts to his side, sword in hand. She praises him for noticing the threat before she did and admits today he really impresses her. She immediately takes command. Orders them both to watch carefully around and for Novum to remain protected in the center of their formation. The rustle in the underbrush grows louder as bare, clawed feet shuffle over the ground and grass, confirming the approach of several hostile From behind the forest belt crawls a pack of goblins, eyes wide open, gaze fixed on the company, and they brutally snatch wooden clubs. Lyle recognizes the monsters and shouts that they are here. Zelfi notes with anxiety. It's a pack you usually don't see such close to the city. She freezes in the middle of the city and quickly counts. Ahead of her are 8 plus 1 foreign Lyle side. The question aloud that troubles her is why there are so many of them exactly in this zone and whether they were driven from their native territory. Without hesitation, she raises her shield, blocks the swift strike of the goblin shark F. Click. While her companions take the main blow, her sharp gaze jerks to the side. She sees 4 goblins trying to flank and her face hardens, focused, concentrated. She dashed with deadly speed and with one move the blade cut down 2 goblins. One was already dead and 11 remained. Zelfi shouted to Lyle and Navam to run back to the city and she would cover their retreat, but Lyle calmly replied. She need not worry, he would take it all upon himself. In his mind, one of the ancestors sneered disdainfully. Zelfi's order was her hint that Lyle was a burden. The spirit urged him to obey, grumbling that she had no time to babysit. Weakling, his calm refusal stunned both Zelfi and the disdainful ancestor spirit. Against this backdrop, Navam watched with a soft, understanding smile, encouraging Lyle and urging him to show them true strength. Another voice, the voice of the grandfather spirit, sounded in the same tone but with contempt for others' doubts. He declared that their underestimation of Lyle was a ridiculous thing and that they would have no chance against them, whether 10 or 20 enemies. When the group breaks into the forest, Lyle turns to her and tries to find out everything, gathering his face into a serious mask. He asks, "Cover my rear." Her eyes open wide, determination burns. Though her hands tremble slightly, gripping the jewel staff, she still gives a clear, unequivocal yes. As soon as they exchanged words, a goblin jumped out from the road ahead and launched an attack, drawing a short sword. Novan shouted a warning to Lyle, but he was already acting. Dropped into a low stance and slyly swung forward, intercepting the creature. He ducks and slips under the goblin's furious attack. The club crashes into the ground with a thud and does not harm him. As Lyle rises, an arrow flies past and hits the goblin right in the head with deadly force. As the first goblin falls, Zelfi calls a warning from afar, alerting Lyle about 2 more figures right under his feet. He lands with a heavy thud into the thick of a new pack of goblins, eyes narrow, sharp, and focused. Without pause, his blade flashes. With one move, he cuts down 1 goblin, and at that moment, a powerful fireball bursts out from behind, burning to ashes another creature lunging forward. The source of help becomes clear. From the very jewel, Ancestor vassal Walt shouts a warning: a marksman is lurking behind the bush. The third head reacts instantly. Slay Walt releases a wind ball that tears through the greenery and hits the hidden threat with a disgusting crunch. As soon as the threats were wiped out, Glance returned to the formation and called Novum's name. He realized with surprise that it was she who threw the fireball. Seeing her composed and ready, he looked again at the remaining enemies and dashed straight into the very hell of the fight. He bursts into battle again and notices only 3 goblins remain. One has already latched onto Zelfi. Energy crackles around Lyle as he gathers strength. The ground beneath his feet tears apart and he flies forward at the last 3. The spectacle of pure power shocks his comrades. Basil Walt does not hide his complete disbelief, as if Laos had been hiding such massive magic all this time. Laos rushes past Zelfi, calls him, and offers to finish off the last 3 alone, but he has already launched his attack. Rejecting her proposal, he fiercely raises a furious whirlwind of steel. One single, devastating momentan, the blade flashes like lightning through the last 3 goblins, stopping the fight moment by moment. He delivers the final blows. The cloak whirls like a whirlwind as he slides and stops among the cleaved goblin corpses. Far away, Novum and Zelfi call his name. The concern is clear in their voices. He breathes heavily, sweat pouring down his face. The adrenaline of the fight finally recedes, leaving only exhaustion. When he falls to his knees, Novum rushes to him and asks if he is not wounded. Zelfi, standing nearby, quietly notes her own mana is already at 0, but Lyle is fine. However, pure shock flashes across his face, suddenly realizes that he has completely exhausted his mana and he cannot comprehend it. Such magical strain would have been a trifle for him before. She looks at him and her face hardens with judgment. As a noblewoman, she expected him to understand magic at least a little, but what she had just seen exceeded all her expectations. He was on the level of a true, devoted mage. Her thoughts raced, but what impressed her most was not his magic but the technique of his sword. It was completely unique, far from the world of proper, solemn styles taught in noble houses. The source of this style seemed to lie in a deep, almost vengeful obsession. Every strike was soaked with fierce determination, as if a curse executed with a sharp, unbreakable purpose. His blade, endlessly sharpened, seemed to constantly pursue a colossal, dark force. It was very close, yet utterly elusive, embodied by the eerie image of a long-haired girl with a cruel smile. She recalls she was told that he was the eldest son of the Walt house, deprived of inheritance, also because of the depth of his obsession. And now she understands perhaps she took this work too lightly. At first she wrote him off as another spoiled rich man who only needs reality. But now she sees him hunched over from exhaustion. She is tormented by the question. How can she cope with the former nobleman bearing such a heavy, invisible burden? Her gaze softens slightly as soon as she looks at him. Leowalt, she thinks to herself, unable not to guess how exactly he came to this state. But one thing is obvious, his skill will only continue to grow. The icy wind spins through the narrow cobblestone alley. From above, Arya looks down at the man who has collapsed to the ground. Her face hardens. She recognizes him instantly, so she has found him here again. On the ground, a man beaten and bound by pain sluggishly raises his gaze. He mumbles the word "dad," and along with it, his eyes lose focus. Nearby, someone urges, "Get up," and also tells Arya that it will always be hard for her and that they need to get out as soon as possible. The voice belongs to a large, burly man. He stands in the doorway, arms crossed over his chest. He tells Arya that she should be ashamed to sit and take care of that drunkard she calls father. Then he simply replies. He does not hold any charity and demands to know when she will pay what she owes. Creditors face broken hopes and irritation every time he reminds her. She said the same thing last time. Arya can only whisper amic apology, explaining that she has no money and begging for just a little more time. Time, lying on the ground from his position, grumbles to himself. He insists that he doesn't care who that was, a former baron, and boils over rumors spreading through the city. He is racking up debts in taverns and running away from his own debts. The creditor completely switches to Arya and his tone becomes condescending. He states that she should have noticed by now, this is not a debt that can be repaid with normal work. Arya just looks at him and her face freezes in full anxiety. A sly smile spreads across the creditor's face as he leans closer. He says it pains him to see her suffer and throws out a disgusting offer. He is ready to use his connections to find her a job in a brothel. His words hang in the air. The creditor does not stop. He says that even a skinny girl like her can pay off her father's debts with one breath using that very job. Arya's face is a mask of shock and resistance. Her hands clench into fists. The gaze darkens and the scene jumps to another part of the city, in front of a building with the sign "Sweet Shop" seal. The building laughs with its own architecture. Large statues of women in bunny costumes tower above the entrance. Inside, Walt sits at a table eating something with a fork. As soon as he looks away from the plate, his face becomes stone-like and he asks his invisible interlocutor if they want to know how to increase their mana pool. Walt nods to the team. How much mana is left, and it's already too little, so the problem becomes serious. Ralph, chewing food, suggests just training, but Rondo immediately clarifies it's about magical power, not muscles. Rondo admits it plainly. His weak spot is not refined magic, but as far as he knows, Lyle has only one path left: growth. The word hangs in the air as Lyle runs the unfamiliar term through his mind and frowns with concern. Then Rondo continues the conversation, thanks Lyle for the support, and finally exhales Rachel will not yell at him. And just then Arya runs in. Takeout pie is ready. Rondo advises practically let Lyle focus on how to spend his mana more efficiently within his current capabilities. Lyle barely smiles, thanks them, and assures that he will keep this advice in mind, although inside he regrets. His ancestors, the interferers, probably would not have been so quiet. He thinks about how good Arya is and thinks that her pure heart she probably inherited from some Miss Alice. But the ancestors catch on too quickly. They ask where he even knows this from if he hasn't even talked to her. Ralph, changing the subject, asks Arya if prices have already been raised further. She confirms. The rise in bandit activity has increased merchants' expenses, and because of this, prices for ingredients have gone up all over the city. Ralph happily thanks Lyle for covering the expenses and praises the tasty sweets. Then he announces, it's time to set off on their guarded mission, and Rondo agrees, let's hit the road already. With the last movement of the wave, Rondo and Ralph depart, and the table remains. It will still be cleared of empty clattering plates. Left alone with Arya, Lyle suddenly turns to her and unexpectedly asks if she has any problems with her husband. Arya looks embarrassed. She is really ashamed, but she cannot get her own hall to work and she blames everything on a lack of talent. Meanwhile, he holds his exquisite jewel and asks if she has something like that. In his thoughts, the Ancestor's voice approves both his initiative and the fact that he is getting closer to Arya. She shows a simple little pebble and admits that she has always admired travelers. She dreams of earning a pile of money on adventurous, maybe it will help her father. A blush rises on Lyle's face when he understands her motivation, but the Ancestor grumbles for him not to bring him down. He reassures Arya listening is the least he can do, especially considering she was there when he was found and he was crying. Arya, a bit embarrassed, apologizes for pouring all her troubles on him. Despite her apology, she admits she likes the job and it is truly valuable experience, but she cannot help feeling jealous of Lyle. For a moment, a light laugh escapes her and she agrees that he is right in saying, they. Even her cheerful statement echoes into the spiritual realm where two ancestors of Lyle observe the exchange. One asks why anyone would be jealous of Lyle and the other retorts, since then they have insisted that he is a nobody. Unaware of her phantom audience, Arya continues to encourage and tells Lyle that not being very good the first time is perfectly normal. She emphasizes, the main thing is to learn to see your own flaws and make an effort to change. Her words hit Lyle's heart directly. He recalls her beautiful heart and agrees with what she says. Then his gaze turns to the town in the moonlight and Lyle silently vows to give him part of his chance. That's all. Just as Lyle makes his quiet resolve, a sudden wild roar bursts forth in the spiritual realm. I remembered, bellowed founder Basil Walt, his eyes open wide in shocking realization. Flashes frighten the other ancestors and one of them roughly demands, what did he suddenly remember? Called, he begins to explain, recalls that time after the breakup when he refused to think about any woman except Miss Alice, and he was cornered by everyone demanding marriage. Drunk at a party, he announced a list of impossible conditions just so everyone would leave him alone. And now he maliciously pokes a finger at the same memory that resurfaced again. That foolish, senseless, funny program of marriage qualifications once invented by his own mind. In the spiritual dimension, the heads of the ancestors of the Walt family react to this with a single shock. The eyes of Slay, Fiennes, Marcus, and Broad widen in disbelief. The same feeling is mirrored by Lyle himself. One word hangs between them without a single spoken sound. What? But when the initial shock subsides, Basil Walt leans back and a cold, vengeful satisfaction appears on his face. He says he never thought his own drunken babbling would become a family tradition lasting 7 generations. Fine suggests postponing the conversation, but Marcus grumbles. Does anyone object if he slaps Lyle for such a performance? Slay Walt, however, returns to the bewildered Lyle and looks at him gently. He admits the old rule was indeed a burden, but assures that Lyle's efforts were not in vain. He then adds that Lyle's growth is solid evidence. Family's hidden magical talent is now stronger than ever. The Vault family, Lyle's grandfather, intervenes, agrees, his swordsmanship is truly top-notch, but he immediately cuts to the chase. Lyle is still by no means at his level of skill. Despite the criticism, he gives the boy a passing grade, saying overall everything is fine. Grandfather's praise hardly shifts anything in this gloomy reality. Slay's face becomes serious as he crosses his arms and quietly utters the name Sierra. He says Lyle was much stronger than they expected, and this is a critical problem that can no longer be postponed. He continues to calculate the consequences. Sarah's a 13-year-old girl without any formal education defeated Lyle, who now fights better than most experienced travelers, and he understands. This new context completely negates the meaning of his former words about Lyle's strength. From this thought, a terrifying picture grows in the head, a gigantic, godlike chain of smile sand. She holds in her hands a tiny, broken Lyle. Slake quietly admits that they miscalculated badly with the girl. She managed to play with Lyle, bring him to a broken state, and leave him bloodied and bruised. The discussion flares up again at the table. Basil slams his fists down with a crash and shouts in frustration, asking how many times he has to repeat it. Ceres is a heretical child of Godiv. Marcus, always the pragmatist, adjusts his glasses and calmly replies, the evidence points exactly there, but they have not seen her with their own eyes, so there can be no certainty. Slay returns to the depressed Lyle. He tries to calm him down. After all, Ceres is not trying to take his life right now, and besides, Lyle is not strong enough to reclaim his place, and Azir, moreover, neither. Slay sighs heavily and admits he doubts they can change anything in this situation at all. Basil abruptly cuts off the conversation with one motion, declares that the topic is closed. After that, he directs the attention of the entire group to the real purpose of their meeting to decide how they will help the young woman named Arya. His words that helping little Arya is the main priority immediately meet with distrust. Basil finds Walt and demands an explanation of what he is talking about. Slay, for his part, asks Walt what reason would make them discuss such a matter with any urgency. While the argument rages, Lau listens in horror. Slay points out the absurdity chasing after Basil's drunken chatter, especially since Lau is already poor and can't even manage his own affairs. Basil insists, fear evident in every word. Arya is in danger, he says, not wanting any other man to dishonor her. He spits on all practical concerns and declares, if you have enough determination, then anything is possible. He feels the full power of their mana. Shouts of Basil ask if he realizes how creepy it is. As if not faltering, Basil growls back that it is not creepy. It is pure love, 3 centuries of unwavering devotion. The immense power proves too heavy for Lyle's consciousness. His eyes sharply widen in shock and he already feels that he is about to faint. In the physical world, Arya walks home late at night under the full moon. Her lips twitch with a smile. Remnants of food have become a real help, but shadowy figures prowl her path. The return ends with a grim discovery. Their father has collapsed on the ground in front of their door and is sleeping just like that. He mumbles that he lost the key somewhere and Arya freezes, staring in shock and cries out his name in horror. Death, she exclaims. She asked what he was doing and nodded to the fact that if it were winter, he would simply freeze to death. Raising his eyes to her, her father dryly asked only, what happened? His tone instantly changes. He grabs her, his face twisted with rage, and orders her never to forget that she is the proud daughter of a baron. Then he adds, no matter how they have to make ends meet, she has no right to ever walk the path of a prostitute. He does not calm down, continues the tirade, orders her to stop disgracing herself and insists that she still has no abilities, no matter how far they have fallen. For wearing such vulgar clothes, he calls her a shameless fool. Arya immediately freezes but bursts into anger at his hypocrisy. Finally, she explodes. She shouts at her father, asks if he has forgotten. It is precisely his fault that they have to live in poverty. And she declares she has never appropriated any funds. It was he who caused them to lose their status. Her voice sharply breaks from despair. Arya continues to scold her father, who lies on the floor as if in a stupor. She reminds him he no longer works but spends the money she earns on drinking and gambling, plunging them both into debt. Demands to know why he is not the one feeling shame. The harsh confrontation dissolves into a desperate, tearful plea. In the darkness, among sticky, shadowy embraces of grasping hands, Arya begs her father to wake up and finally open his eyes. Her voice chokes with sobs. Her pleas receive no answer. The darkness responds differently. Shadowy hands firmly seize her. 2 threatening men emerge from the gloom and bind her movements. One, sinisterly smiling and wearing an eye patch, presses her face while the other grabs her arm. Arya's face contorts in pure terror. The man with the eye patch presses his palm over her mouth, muffling her muted screams. Leaning down, he tells the helpless father they are taking his daughter as collateral for the debt. Below, he could only stretch out his hands, his face hidden under a mask of horror and despair. The terrible scene vanished, giving way to the sprawling city under the full moon. At night, Arya's desperate scream rang out, and it was all a nightmare from which the dreamer could not wake. During a sudden emergency at Darien's guild, Walt freezes in disbelief. He screams in shock because he realizes his young acquaintance, Arya, has been kidnapped. He is sitting next to Navam and the adventurer Zelfi, who is laying everything out. She says it was a personal request brought directly to her, and since Lyle and Navam are her employers, she first decided to consult with them before deciding how to proceed. After this, she gestures to the beaten man clinging to the sofa beside her and introduces him as Arya's father, Wheeze Lockwood, promising that he will explain everything. Lyle can only stare wide-eyed. Shock on his face, horror from severe injuries on his body, and in agony he asks if it was the kidnappers who brought him to this state. To her surprise, Zelfi calmly admits it was she who inflicted these injuries. But she mysteriously adds that after West Lockwood lost his noble status, so much happened that Layla was thrown off balance and made her wonder what the hell she could have meant. Zelfi breaks off the interrogation mid-sentence and insists the Lady Arya situation is more important. The story shifts to West Lockwood's confession. He got caught in a debt swamp until a bandit gang offered him a job as a skilled intermediary with a well-paid position. He abused the large sums entrusted to him and sank even deeper into the financial abyss. After listening, Lyle Chilsend open contempt flares in his gaze. With heavy thudding, West Lockwood falls to his knees, sinking into despair. Zelfi grimly clarifies the group he worked for were not just bandits, they were also slave traders. Overwhelmed by fear and remorse, West will beg them to save his daughter, convinced she is about to be sold into slavery. While his desperate plea still hangs in the air, the guild leader steps forward. He was the one who witnessed it all. He grimly remarks that the situation in the city of Darien has turned into a serious problem. Before he can continue, a stout, luxuriously dressed nobleman enters the room with casual friendliness. Zelfi and her companion freeze in surprise. They immediately recognize him and address him as "Your Lordship." Both Layla and Navam are filled with wonder. Just now the ruler of the region appears and they ask why he is here so unexpectedly. The pan-aristocrat introduces himself as Bintler Liburnia, lord of these lands, and states that he is pleased to meet Sir Lyle and Miss Novam. Lyle politely greets him in response. Meanwhile, two passers-by whisper. One wonders why Zelfi is getting involved in this matter, although she previously said she would stay out of it. He froze, stunned. The ruler lord called him by name even before any introductions. Nearby, Navam quietly noted, Lord Liburnia had probably prepared thoroughly. Ignoring the tension that had grown since his arrival, Lord Liburnia, with a self-satisfied smile, suggested continuing the conversation. His companion remained silent and watchful. The conversation returned again to what was on the agenda. The tense West Lockwood admitted he, of course, knew about the bandits in Darien, but made a fatal mistake. He did not realize that he had become an intermediary for their infiltration. This admission revealed a deeper problem. If the bandits really used Darien to launder money, it was now impossible to comprehend how deeply they had managed to root themselves in the very life of the city. Lord Liburnia announced his verdict. He stated that Darien was secretly cooperating with the bandits, and any of his moves could become a pretext for accusations from other lords. Finally, he added that he had no men for Miss Arya, as his troops were already deployed to deal with the manifestation of the labyrinth, and they themselves were only frozen in helpless astonishment. Shock quickly burned out into idle frustration, and a rumble echoed in his head. One of his ancestors was scolding him for just sitting and blankly floating his gaze. The spirit demanded, if he does not speak, then who? The internal quarrel did not subside. The ancestor called him a coward and a disgrace to the Walt name, demanding that he finally appear here. While the voice rang, Laugh clenched his head and a strange feeling rolled like a wave. He recognized it, and he knew for sure this was not exhaustion of his manner. He was overwhelmed by a surprising, eerie wave, and with a loud thud he fell forward onto the table, losing consciousness. The sudden event shocked everyone in the room. Novam reacted instantly. Her composure broke and she screamed his name through tears, pleading, begging him not to leave her, and also asking why he suddenly collapsed. Bile did not hear her. Consciousness unfolded in a completely different place, in a huge hall where a large round table dominated. He recognized this room and with a sharp jolt realized one of his ancestors had forcibly dragged his mind here. He suddenly found himself at the round table, and there one of his ancestors was already shouting, a burly man with a wild beard. When he found Walt, he condemned someone's terrible attitude towards Lyle, acknowledged the desire to save Arya, but called the reckless approach a new love. In a calmer voice like that of his grandfather Broadwold, he interrupted the conversation and immediately grounded everything in facts. He explained, since Arya's father committed a serious crime, the local lord would have to harshly punish the entire family to send a signal. He asked if I really understood the consequences when saving her. Another ancestor, the analytical Marcus Walt, threw his grim verdict. He reasoned, honestly, Arya can find a better life only as a rich man's slave. Otherwise, her best scenario is hard labor in the mines or prostitution. This cold logic was shattered by a mad roar. The majestic second head, Crassel Walt, slammed his fist on the table and thundered that such details did not matter. He barked, is it wrong to strive to save, and accused Lily. She was planning to lead a half-life, hiding behind pathetic excuses. The enraged ancestor turned his furious tirade directly on Lyle, and he could only stammer in shock. Crassel declared, this is Lyle's moment to swear that he will save Arya at any cost, and his hesitation is a disgrace, a stain on the Walt family name. The heavy words of his ancestors hit the mark, overwhelmed him, and he could no longer hold back. Tears broke through, and a single drop traced a path down his cheek as his composure finally crumbled. Lyle broke down. His emotional reaction seemed only to add fuel to Crassel's fury. On the other side of the table, the ancestor shouted, demanding an explanation for why Lyle was crying, even though they were supposed to be having a normal conversation. Here Walt intervened again, defending the boy. He replied that Crassel's harsh way of speaking was by no means a normal conversation, and insisted he must be more careful with his attitude towards life. While the argument continued, the steady voice of Lyle's grandfather Broad cut through the noise. He explained that Lyle had been locked away in the family estate, neglected, yet he worked harder than anyone to earn his place among the wall. Then he addressed Crassel directly and offered advice. Broad noted, by calling Lawlestain by the family name, Crassel hit him where it hurt the most. Stunned, Crassel stepped back, assuring that he did not mess up. There he spoke with a gentle smile, hinting to Lyle that the most important thing was to decide what he wanted and to start with that. Lyle absorbed what he heard, his face growing somber. The voice of another ancestor cut into the conversation and clarified their nature. These were memories recreated solely to teach their arts. And although it seems they cannot directly interfere with the outside world, this is quite tr. The informing voice continued, these memories carry wisdom that they can pass on. He was asked not to overthink and simply tell them what he wished to do. In response, Lyle's hand clenched into a tight fist. He began to speak, his voice trembling with growing determination. I want to do, but his own mind pulled him aside. He did not really know what he wanted. On the spiritual plane, Crassel Walt expresses his embarrassment, while Lyle breaks down in tears. Stunned, he says, he feels worthless, can do nothing on his own, and is always dependent on Novum. He doubts whether it is even normal for someone like him to make decisions, and wonders if his own desires matter at all. His grandfather Broad Walt responds with gentle reassurance. He encourages Lyle, just say your true feelings and promises that no one will lose control. Broad clarifies, this is not about abilities. Even if Lyle decided to run away, nothing would change. Only what Lyle truly wants matters. Lyle does not hesitate. His thoughts ignite with the image of Arya's face. His memory replays her various expressions, pouted lips, winks, smiles, and he frantically tries to find the words. Finally, the image of reliable Arya becomes so clear in his mind that his determination hardens. He clenches his jaw and, full of conviction, shouts he wants to help her. He wants to help Arya. At this statement, Crassel explodes with a thunderous protest, but Broad calmly cuts him off. It's simple. We will help Lyle. As long as all six stand behind him, there is nothing to worry about. Crassel slams his palm on the table and demands, what exactly are you talking about? He insists that no one wants to save her more than he does, so he doesn't understand why he was sidelined. Broad replies evenly. I'm just surprised you suddenly managed to realize that they are excluding you specifically. Quarrel suddenly intensifies. Walt Fiennes bluntly cuts off Crassel. We don't need you. Crassel bursts out in anger in response, saying that Fiennes takes out his own selfish orders for Lyle on him and doesn't teach him the craft at all, so it turns out that he is just a burden to everyone. Gordon ignores the quarrels and Broad calls them to order. He announces the official start of their strategy. The first step is to make an offer that we will present to the local lord. Come on, share your initial thoughts. Before anyone can manage to say a single word, Crassel slams his fist down with a crash. He declares, growling, if it means saving little Arya, I will teach Lyle my craft. Layla's eyes widen sharply, distrust and excitement flare in them. He asks if Crassel is really serious about this. Embarrassed by his reaction, Crassel exclaims for him to stop shining like that and hastily clarifies. It will only teach the first stage. In the spiritual realm of the gem, Ancestor Crassel Walt finally decides, the time has come. He will teach Lyle his own art, though he hides the thought that maybe it will be too much for the boy. Nearby, another ancestor calls out Marcus Walt and also offers support, assuring Lyle from the otherworldly darkness that he will find that skill very convenient. A Pasadan reality clicks, putting everything back in place. Lyle is again in Lord's lecture hall, breathing hard after a deep bow. A sudden jump into the body confuses him and he manages to take an unexpected selfie to call his name. Leilu's eyes sting from confusion. Zelfi's voice cuts through the fog and commands calm. She explains that only a moment has passed outside. She insists on sticking to their original plan. He ignores her pleas, suddenly straightens up with sudden fervor and, raising his voice, shouts to Lord Bintler. He has a proposal, a reliable plan. Zephy tries to stop him, insisting that this is not a case he can handle alone. But Lord Liburnia, barely smiling, calmly replies, he doesn't care, let him speak. The Lord seems to be amused by the turn of events. He says that a good idea seems to have been knocked into Layla's head and formally invites him to continue his proposal. He leans closer, his gaze sharpens, and he asks directly, is this his plan regarding the bandit problem on the territory, or is it about rescuing Miss Arya? He holds the Lord's gaze without flinching. His face freezes with grim determination and a drop of sweat rolls down his temple. After spectral forms of 7 ancestors flare up behind him, he clenches his fist. Both, he proclaims, guarantee a solution beneficial for all. The site for this plan is already ready. abandoned mining site on the outskirts of Darien. He sets off there with the gathered company, Navam, Zelfi, and 2 hired adventurers into the pitch darkness of the abandoned mine. Step by step, Lal unfolds a blue gemstone in his palm and reflects on its nature as a stone. In the very heart of the mine, in its depths, the goal of their expedition sits on a rough throne made of antlers. This is the bandit leader Boris. He contemplates, crookedly smiling as if he has already thought to himself that what he desires will fit perfectly. His gaze slides to the captive Arya Lockwood. She fiercely looks through torn clothes and chains, holding onto stubborn defiance. She demands the return of the gemstone Bora. His laughter bursts from his chest. He acknowledges her spirit but mocks her helplessness. One of his subordinates approaches and asks if they really have to hand the girl over to the slave trader. Barash confirms the plan. As a person of noble birth, she is worth a fortune, so no one dares to touch her. Dur barely smiles, clutching the blue gemstone he stole from Arya, and just as the thought of touching her hand begins to mature on his tongue. An unnamed threat hangs in the air, and Arya's eyes suddenly widen shock and fear together. Borak's gaze darkens. He reconsiders everything again and aloud says that giving her away just like that is pointless. His predatory gaze fixes on the frightened girl. He thinks, if she has already given him such a rare jewel, then a little treat won't hurt regardless of whether it diminishes her value. The question of what fate awaits her hangs in the dangerous air like a heavy stone. At the official meeting with Lord Bentler Laburnia, Leowalt voices his proposal. He offers his services not as a former heir, but as a traveler for 200 gold coins. Lord Laburnia ponders, stroking his chin, and replies, "This is too bold a fee for a lone, untested novice." While Lord contemplates and pauses in thought, Zelfi boils, grinding his teeth in annoyance at what he considers an arrogant, second-rate troublemaker. But Lord Loburny, as the companion, calmly advises to listen to Lyle until the end. And despite Zelfi's apparent anger, Lau maintains a pleasant, confident smile and sincerely thanks Lord Bentler. His calm is just a facade. Inside, Lau panics because he has completely angered Zelfi. In his head hiccups a gloomy, ancient voice that presses him not to let everything fall apart and to keep a cool head. Lord Loburny urges him to lay out his reasoning. Lo unfolds a detailed assessment. The Lord, he says, greatly exaggerated the bandit group. Their alliance with Arya's father to infiltrate the city only proves how amateurish the whole affair is. If they were truly masters, this conversation would not have been needed at all. Next, Lo adds that the robbers act reactively without any strategic plan. Their only bet is quick money, not some grand design. Lord Laburnio listens and understands. This rejects the version that they are agents from another territory whose goal is to seize power or overthrow the government. Lau confirms the Lord's conclusion is absolutely correct, and he adds that if the robbers had orders to give another territory a reason for war, a dirty campaign would have long since flared up. Rumors about Darien's connections with the robbers would have spread. While Lyle stands with quiet confidence, Lord Laburnius's perception sharply reverses. Inside, Laburnius admits he thought Lyle was just another spoiled noble upstart, but was mistaken, as Lyle Walt turns out to be much more thoughtful than any reports could have suggested. His confidence rests on a deep well of experience as if he draws wisdom from his ancestors. He feels that he is not simply addressing a lord, he speaks on equal terms with a shrewd veteran aristocrat. Having confirmed enough, Lord Laburnius sneezes. He declares that everything will be done. He will prepare the 200 gold coins as you requested. When the contract is signed, Lael allows himself a sip of confident mist. He hides his thoughts inside and addresses the spirits living in the jewel. So come on, let's hear your proposal. On the spiritual plane, his ancestor finds how Walt roars wildly and receives his warm approval. Negotiations recede into the background, and the camera captures the majestic, steadfast architecture of the building, the very one where the agreement was made in the heart of Darien. Meanwhile, at the abandoned mine on the outskirts of the city, a dull, heavy pounding of running echoes like footsteps. When the guard on duty is left unattended, he urgently calls out, "Chief." The frightened sound is covered by a sharp, dull blow, and a panicked subordinate bursts into the room, shouting, "Chief, we have problems." His frantic passage cuts into the conversation of the bandit leader Boris. He rushes his gaze upward and growls in annoyance. "What is it?" He was interrupted at the very moment when he was almost reaching the most interesting part. The subordinate delivers an urgent message, but Boris doubts. He questions the report and says he had the impression all of Darien's soldiers are currently deployed elsewhere. And here he is, apologizing for the intrusion. The man clarifies the grim news. The report confirms Darien is starting his offensive, but the concern should not be about the soldiers. Instead, a group of 200 adventurers is supposed to raid. The leader's composure cracks 200. He exclaims, eyes wide open in disbelief, "Are you serious?" The subordinate confirms the shocking number and adds a crucial detail from the intelligence. The noble Lord Bintler actually bowed his head to the travelers to ask for help, so it turns out he is not the one pulling the strings. He begins to relay information from his spies through the Adventurers Guild, and Bora's face twists into a mad, furious snarl. "Phew, spit that out immediately," he barked. "Who the hell is behind all this?" The subordinate reports the results. The one financing the large-scale bandit purge is not the Lord's rival, but some rich kid trying to buy himself fame. The informant specifies the name Lyle, nicknamed like a foolish noble descendant. Lyle himself, unaware of this contemptuous insult, stands before the gathered force of adventurers and wagons a barely noticeable, confident smile on his face as light snow begins to fall. In the bandit hideout, leader Boras laughs scornfully at the news. His rival is putting on a pathetic show, hiding behind the back of a protected nobleman who snoops around, gathering supply adventurers to fabricate numbers. Nearby, a woman held captive feels her heart pounding in her chest. She finally realizes it must be about Lyle. Her face pales with fear. Inside, she screams, "This is too dangerous," and she does not understand why Law came for her and went so far for her sake. When this desperate thought cuts through her consciousness, she stares frozen from the shelter at the long line of wagons rumbling down the road, and prays that he simply forgets about her. On one of the wagons, Rondo notices their grand procession and tells his comrades what a spectacle it is to gather over 200 travelers. The spectacle began with a speech that Lyle gave back then in the city. He stood before the crowd of spectators and declared that he had come to gather comrades of justice to punish the treacherous robbers, save the beautiful maiden, and put an end to their tyranny. Among the crowd, Zelfi only grimaced and mentally noted to herself, this spectacle was worth watching. On board the moving caravan procession, Rondo voices his concern and tells Lyle that paying the adventurer 3 silver coins just to stand idle is too generous. Lyle, sweating a little, waves it off and laughs, admitting he was desperate to gather anyone at all and was simply following the dramatic script prepared by his ancestors. He looked at the crowd of mercenaries and did not say aloud but thought to himself, he doubts that most of them have ever fought even for a day. They look like an army, but he knows it is just a paper tiger. This lie unfolds exactly as planned. Novam Futch receives a report confirming that bandit spies hidden among travelers are sending information to their leader. She smiles, noting that everything is going perfectly according to Lord Lyle's masterful calculations and that this is precisely the measure they sought to extract from Rondo. Bandit leader Borax, catching this report, bursts out laughing. He finds it funny to think that some foolish noble boy is leading a caravan of non-fighters as if he can cheat fate and carve a path to glory. To him, they are lambs walking to the slaughter themselves. He throws to his subordinate, Lyle's true goal is to deliver a sign of weakness, and by using the Lord's gold, they have bound a power that otherwise was ready to flee. Captive woman listens as Borax declares, they will all dance like puppets until Rhina meets them. They return to Layla, accompanied spirit of the 3rd chapter. Slay Walt flutters beside him, noting that Layla is very much loved. Novam adds with a confident smile. The robbers underestimated Lord Lyle, and soon they will choke on their own arrogance and regret ever looking down on him. Only Lao is silent with a firm expression on his face. Inside him, the voices of ancestors measure their own judgment. The 4th head, Marcus, declares, with the forces at his disposal, the battle is already practically won. Founder Basil agrees and adds that in Lyle's current state, he is capable of smashing these schmucks with their eyes closed. He is greeted by the spirit of the 1st head, Basil Walt. The usual majestic posture disappears, leaving only a bare plea. Basil directly asks him to save little Arya. He asks for nothing else. This demand shocks Lyle. He understands the immense weight of this personal request from the family founder. In response to the knight, one resolute yes sounds a vow given under the full moon. The path to the mountain fortress of bandits has finally become clear. In the camp near the mines, the mercenaries brought by Lyle sleep a dead sleep, scattered on the camp bedding around the dying fire, completely unaware of the hooded figure. The bandit scout watches them with a contemptuous smile. Having suffered enough, the spy slips out of the camp and dissolves back into the darkness of the surrounding forests. He swiftly makes his way through the underbrush, and the dim moonbeam paves his path through the night. The light flickers and its path ends exactly when it reaches the entrance to the bandits' lair, a dark abyss at the foot of a steep cliff. Entering inside, the spy encounters the bandit leader, Boras, who is sprawled on the throne. The rest of the gang has gathered around, their faces calm. They await the intelligence report. Boris asks how things are and the spy reports, no changes. Boris snorts. Lyle's forces are complete amateurs, sleeping carelessly just outside their entrance gate and even planning an attack at dawn. Boris just waved it off away, immediately dismissing their pathetic strategy. A guttural laugh bursts from Boris as he declares that the forces of the noble bastard are easy prey. He rises abruptly, roars at his men, take up arms. They prepare for a night raid. Bandits erupt in a unified greeting, ready for battle. Standing outside, Boer confidently declares he will slit the fools' throats before dawn. His arrogant threat is cut off by a strange whistling sound. He lifts his head, confused. Thick smoke is already pouring into the air. Is that smoke? He doesn't even have time to look. What was supposed to be proof clouds his own surprise. His men immediately become disoriented by the thick smoke, swinging at the air, wheezing and choking, covering their faces with their hands as the poisonous fumes sting their eyes. One of them gasps for air and says this is not ordinary smoke. The bandit leader himself roars with rage and demands an immediate explanation of what is happening. Nearby, another bandit is already wiping tears and recognizes the acrid smell. Apparently, it's some kind of medicinal herb. The cause of their suffering is found outside the hideout. Navam and Arya are carefully fanning smoke from a small crackling fire. Hakun grass is burning a substance that releases irritating fumes. From the ventilation shaft suddenly bursts a large column of white, poisonous smoke. It swirls and rushes straight into the bandits' underground lake. Lair, observing from a safe distance, Lao squints with satisfaction. The plan is working. He turns to his companions and orders two of them, hold on just as well. One of the hired adventurers cannot hide his surprise and asks if Lal can really see everything happening inside. Lal confirms he sees. Now he understands why his ancestors had to wait. The Art of the Fifth Head map provides a detailed overview of the surrounding area, and the Art of the Sixth Head search distinguishes friend from foe and identifies traps. And also, if you acquire the art through jewels, it bypasses any training and forces you to master it immediately and completely. Using both his arts simultaneously, he sees every movement so clearly, as if a tactical battle map is flowing before him in real time. He continues his count, confirming 35 people, the exact number of bandits matching their data. When he concentrates, the spirit of the first leader, Basil, intervenes. He reminds Lyle that this whole full stunt is only possible thanks to his path. The power of the path! As soon as the bandits begin to emerge from hiding, Rondo notices the arriving group. They are here. He shouts, raising the team. 4 enemies approach. Zelfi, Ralph, prepare yourselves. Ralph grabs his weapon, acknowledging. The first of the gang to flee runs straight into a trap. A strangled scream and he triggers the mechanism. A heavy stone slab rumbles, falls from above, and blocks the way. When the robbers sobbed out from the smoky passage, Lyle's adventurers met them with harsh, uncompromising work. Ralph, Rondo, and Zelfi mowed them down one by one. From his command post, Lyle watched the clash, thinking. Mages must involuntarily be given clear orders. He gave the order to Navam to keep the support spell ready. They reported 6 more robbers remain in the passage. He was coming. As soon as his full super ability detected the new presence, Ralph's eyes widened. A drop of sweat rolled down his temple. This one was different. His signature turned out to be much more powerful than the others. The realization was confirmed immediately as the ground trembled. Ralph, Rondo, and Zelfi were sharply lifted. On Lyle's mental map appeared a single, colossal mass of hostility. It burst out, broke through the path, and trampled everything in its way. Dull, heavy, and rhythmic thuds thundered from the entrance to the shelter, and it became clear where that colossal tension came from. This is the enemy leader, he shouted and threw out his hand, warning his team. Everyone watch. Watch out! The wooden barricade at the cave entrance exploded. Outward splinters and dust flew in all directions. The enraged bandit leader emerged, roaring about an offense that would not be forgiven. Seeing this, Lyle's anger flared. How dare you? And already sitting, he rushed forward with his mercenary to meet them. The smoke cleared, revealing the bandit leader. Boris, a sturdy build, back tense with rage. He grabbed a club and his scarred face twisted into a furious snarl. Where is that so-called stupid noble idiot? He roared. I, Lord Boris, swear to turn you into a bloody smear. The bandit leader Boris bursts into the cave, fiercely roaring, challenging and demanding the cowardly blue blood. Lyle opens up to meet him. Below, Lawwalt steps forward with a confident smile alongside one of the mercenary adventurers. He names himself and confirms he is the one Boris is looking for. An adventurer nearby nervously mumbles, Lyle is already being called. Seeing him, Boris goes mad and tightens his huge axe. Bones crack. He growls that Lyle is a bastard son and bursts forward. Die! A roar escapes. The head robber jumps forward and brings down the heavy weapon in an arcing strike. The axe falls down with stunning speed. One of Lyle's mercenaries freezes in surprise, unable to believe such a giant can move so fast. Lyle himself still carries the pace forward. He raises his sword to meet the blow. Steel strikes deal a deafening clang. The blade frantically grinds against the axe's back. The striking force erupts sparks to the sides. In the head, the dry tone of Ancestor Basil's thought flashes. Layla would have been cut in half if he hadn't jumped back with the same force as the swing. Gritting his teeth, Layla mentally growls in response, ordering the spirit to be silent and finally give at least some real advice. Basil calmly continues the assessment, advising Layla to retreat further into the forest. He explains, in open space, Bora with his huge stature and massive axe is a formidable force, but in dense thickets Layla will have a crucial field advantage. Heeding the advice, Layla and his men slowly withdraw deeper into the trees. Setting fire to the advice, Lyle retreated into laughter, but Bora shows no mercy, tore from the ground to close the distance. The bandit leader roars fiercely, ordering him to hurry and die, but Lyle's focus is iron. Thanks to the physical enhancement from his ancestors, Bora's full-over skill stretches for him like in slow motion. He understands, if he can keep up with these movements, he will manage to react. Enhanced senses tell him the moment the axe whistles past, Lyle barely manages to avoid the blow. He instantly changes position and meets the next strike from Bora's head. His sword rings sharply against the axe, deflecting the heavy weapon with a swift cut. Borak rushes forward angrily. He cannot believe his strike was parried. He swings again and again. Lyle's blade intercepts the axe with a loud clang. The bandit leader curses, stunned. How does this young nobleman manage to deflect such incredible force? From his spiritual height, Basil notes the parrying with a hint of admiration. He admits, Lyle certainly has no shortage of skill, and then mysteriously adds that such moves won't work against him. On the forest floor, Lyle continues to skillfully fend off and defend. It seems he blurs in motion. The clangs of strikes ring again and again as steel rattles against Borzak's. The fierce clash continues. Lyle barely crouches, holds a low stance, and deflects another devastating overhead strike aimed at him by the giant bandit leader. Sparks fly at the point of contact. Steel grinds against steel, and the ringing echoes through the trees. Boris delivers another fierce blow. The shockwave of force rolls through the air. Layla grits her teeth, and he rages silently at the ruthless power of the bandit leader. The master instantly masters and leaves Rondo, who watches from afar, completely stunned. He quietly whispers in disbelief. He does not believe that this incredible ability truly belongs to Lyle's and calls the trick itself crazy. He watches as the duel unfolds. Rondo glances back and recalls his first assessment of Lyle. At that time, he doubted the resolve of the young nobleman, thinking he was just an ordinary boy not capable of becoming an adventurer. Now he sees how Lyle fights the ugly bandit blow by blow, not retreating an inch. His excitement is picked up by Ralph. He clenches his fist with renewed determination. He declares his intention to join the fight and tells Leela that she can count on his blade. And Lyle, still clenched in the fight, shouts an order over his shoulder, commands Rondo to retreat and support Navam and the rest of the team, and insists that he will deal with the bandit leader himself. Rondo acknowledges the order, understands this is the right decision, and honestly says that he will only restrain Lau. With a worried face, he orders Lyle to be careful and voices his concern. He might not manage on his own. Lyle's declaration to fight solo in Boris from rage. The bandit leader growls, throws a question about how Lyle has the audacity to underestimate him, and hints that he probably has a death wish. He swings his giant weapon again, and the ground around begins to tremble. His rage boils over. Bora yells at Lyle not to tempt fate and swears he won't let this arrogant bastard escape, showing him as a fool. The leather straps on the elbow pad tear and crack from the incredible pressure of his grip. Rai-Fi's rage explodes in a dazzling flurry of blows. Bora's weapon becomes a blurred mirage, but Lau parries each strike, a sharp clang of steel on steel. From afar, Novum watches anxiously. Bora is accelerating more sharply. Despite the pressure, Lau clings to the thought that he can handle it. Even his Boras goes full force with each strike, yet he still parries every single one easily, as if playing. The malicious leader clenches his tongue in frustration, not understanding who he's dealing with. Deciding to end it, he announces his new move, and at that moment, crackling energy flares over the weapon. His weapon now burns. A fiery aura lashes the blade. The thieving leader launches an attack with a thunderous roar, and the calculation is simple. If Lyle can only parry, one devastating blow will be enough to cleave him in half. But as the charged weapon swings down, a wild scream bursts in Lyle's mind. Basil shouts for him not to parry and to immediately dash aside, dodging. Bandit leader Boris lunges high into the sky. His huge axe traces a wide arc. When he lands, the powerful swing releases a shockwave of energy flying straight at Lyle on the ground. Ground cracks from the impact, and Lyle, raising his gaze, freezes in shock. He realizes the enemy can cut through the air with blades. The attack nearly hits Lyle. He dodges at the last moment. From the side, Zelfi calls his name anxiously. As she rushes forward to help, Rondo grabs her hand and begs her to stay put. Novum also warns her not to approach, but Zelfi breaks free, insisting she can't stand aside when Lyle is in danger. Despite the danger, Laugh remains unbroken. A thin trickle of blood on his cheek is the only sign of how close he came to the blow. This is what a fight that didn't break looks like. Nearby, Zelfi confronts Novum, questioning her decision. She points to the colossal risk, insists that one mistake could bury them both, and asks if Novum really believes they can slip away from such attacks. Novum hesitates. Zelfi presses further, accusing her of not believing in Laugh's ability to handle a fighter alone. While Zelfi's accusation hangs in the air, before the stunned Novum materializes a shimmering ethereal figure, a spirit with a blue gemstone. Its voice echoes Zelfi's words, directly challenging Novum's doubts. Does she really think Lyle is weaker than the bandit? After that, the spirit gives a formal, almost mocking apology for its own behavior, the one it considers unacceptable. The spirit's expression softens. A quiet, soothing smile lights up it. It speaks with full confidence, telling Novum that there were never and will never be doubts about Lyle. Reinforced by the spirit's words, Novum's resolve strengthens. She watches Lyle's back, clenches her hands, and unfailingly restores faith in him. Invisible to her in the blue gemstone, Lyle's ancestors observe the fight. Fourth head Marcus notes Lyle needs exactly the right skill, and the sixth head, Fines, mutters that a direct parry against such force is suicide. The bandit leader Boris notices blood on Lyle and laughs, declaring the fight over. He boasts the next strike will cut Lyle in half, but Lyle, not broken at all, meets his gaze cold, indifferent, and heavy. He tells Boris this is the end of the road, and when the bandit snorts wildly in confusion, Lyle clarifies there will be no next time for him. Before Boris can react, he already disappears into a blurred whirlwind of movement. The bandit leader is left stunned, his eyes wide open in complete disbelief. He abruptly turns, assumes a combat stance, and frantically scans the clearing, demanding to know where the young nobleman has gone. He instantly appears behind the bandit. The sword freezes in a striking pose. Baraka, sharply turning in shock, hears an explanation from Marcus, the fourth ancestor, technique. Lyle uses the art of the fourth generation speed that gives a noticeable and stable increase to movements. And the gang leader just growls in irritation. His opponent suddenly became incredibly agile. Irritated, Bora rejects this tactic, pure fuss, like a pest. But in response, the Titan clenches his sword so hard his bones crack and launches an attack. With a whirlwind of movements, he rushes around the much larger bandit and manages to deliver a series of quick chopping blows from all sides before Bora can recover. He continues to press the attack. A petrified clump of movement rushes around the huge bandit leader. Borea's gasping glips, a barrage of blows chopping at the target at his entire torso. Far away, Novum watches and does not hide his admiration for Lord Lyle's skill. Meanwhile, Rondo urgently suggests they need help, but Borin only growls and the fury grows with every hit landed. In response to the attack, the body of the bandit leader begins to convulse. With a disgusting grinding, his muscles swell and expand, forcefully tightening the cuts that Lao inflicted. Lao freezes in shock. He realizes that the man is using art to strengthen his own flesh. With a bandaged fist, Boris Bellis demanded more and more strength. The transformation intensifies. Bora's skin flares red, capillaries burst from the strain end. He unleashes a powerful, wide attack. In Lyle's mind, the ancestor notes, Bora's body won't withstand this amplification. He also recognizes the source of power. Arya's gem and panics, ordering Lyle to quickly take it back. But despite the warning, Lyle remains composed and confident. He has already analyzed and understood all his opponent's moves. His confidence crumbles instantly. The space between them disappears and Bora suddenly finds himself nearby, his gigantic figure looming over stunned Lyle. The bandit leader brandishes his weapon and launches a devastating diagonal strike. He dodges predatory and mocking pleasure rings in his voice, as if this is the art of close combat, and he only shudders with silent astonishment. His brain cannot comprehend how Bora closed the distance to zero in an instant. The strike finds its target. Borak's weapon, driven by his unnatural strength, pierces through Lyle's defensive pommel sinks deep into his chest. Nearby, Novum and Rondo are left only as horrified witnesses. Their leader is knocked off his feet. Novum's cry, "Lord Lyle," echoes across the battlefield. The bandit leader Borzas lowers his huge axia, devastating strike. Lyle raises his sword to stop it, but the force proves unstoppable. He is knocked down so hard that blood spurts from his mouth. Novum and Arya freeze in horror, unable to look away. The shockwave throws him away and, with furious rage, he crashes through the dense thickets of the forest. His impulse breaks off. He settles, pressed against a tree in a quiet, snowy forest, completely bewildered while feathers fall around. Someone anxiously calls his name. He did not move at all. Blood trickled from his lips, and his voice cried out in despair for Lord Lalo to get up. The world shudders, and the snow-covered forest disappears, giving way to an unfamiliar land, a cozy, peaceful town nestled in the valley. While he still stands in the middle of the road, you open your eyes wide in confusion because of this sudden change of scenery. He is twisted by disorientation. Aloud he asks where he is. The last thing he can remember is a fight with Boras, and this leads to a terrible conclusion. He is dead, and this is the afterlife. A sudden sharp slap on the head breaks the spiraling thoughts. Before him stands an ancestor, Basil Walt, ordering him to calm down, then explaining that inside the jewel he is called Lyle. Basil corrects himself and clarifies. It would be more accurate to say that he called Lyle into his own room of memories. In panic, he insists that he has no time and must be sent back before Bora finishes him off. Basil brushes off his urgency and declares that time flows differently here. Irritated, he turns to Lothar Lax and sharply orders, "Be silent and follow me." He watched as his ancestor Basil Walt smiled broadly and raised 2 fingers. The founder of the Walt clan declared his intention to teach Lyle the second stage of his arts. Lyle's eyes opened wide, a pure, amazed wow just from the very prospect. But the joy quickly shifted to confusion. He asked what exactly the ancestor meant by the second stage. His embarrassment wavered and almost immediately returned to anxiety. He asked if Basil was serious. In response, the founder barked for him to be quiet and cut off. None of this would have happened if Lyle had not been so weak. After that explosion, Basil led the way, walking through the ephemeral landscape until they approached the large, magnificent estate. When they stood before it, Basil recognized the house. It was his childhood. Lyle noted with surprise. For a noble house, it was too modest. His ancestor explained, they were noble only in name, exhausted by poverty due to the endless cycle of costly wars that ravaged that era. Then he shifted his gaze to the figure standing nearby and introduced him as himself only younger. Lyle still did not understand, so he asked how this was even related to the second stage of Basil's art. Founder, looking at his past self, seemed momentarily incredulous, then roughly ordered Lyle not to be so surprised. Younger Basil twitched nervously as if standing on watch until asked which guard his ancestor was. Older Basil mysteriously replied that his younger version was simply a decent person, and that Lyle must watch to understand what he would be doing. So, young Lyle did not take his eyes off the noble lady walking nearby. Basil recognized her as Miss Alice and asked if she reminded Lyle of anyone. The resemblance was eerie. Lyle immediately understood. She looked just like Arya. The founder admitted that his main motivation was to break free and become Samonia man worthy of Miss Alice. Hearing this, Lyle mentally acknowledged. The first love of his ancestors was not the fanciful invention he had initially imagined. And his ambitions collided with disappointment. Inside the huge hall, memory flared up. High's younger self shouted in outrage. He defeated the monster, but the prize was immediately stolen by the forces of the Elder. He was overwhelmed by despair. He realized that as long as he remained under someone else's command, there could be no talk of promotion. He watched as the memory continued, and as the commander who took credit for the work of his ancestors revealed himself. The man acknowledged the logic of Basil's words but rejected it. The advantages of the army, he said, come to its commander naturally before shouting at him and forcing him to accept it. In response to the scene, Lao sharply said that he was not a fool and understood the principle. Then asked why Basil did not ask that commander for the reward directly instead of demanding the credit for himself. The spirit of Basil explained that it was precisely this annoyance that pushed him to go independently and found the Wilderness Pioneering Corps, while he began to tell about his consent to every suicidal mission, breaking off because he had already heard this story. Basil angrily cut him off, shouting that legends of glory must be told and retold 100 times, and that the lull must fall silent in you. He then described one of such tasks, the destruction of the brown bear. Memory grabbed the younger Basil who stood before the monster bear. Then he honestly admitted that he had not defeated monsters stronger than himself and had not even managed to scratch this creature. Then Basil's spirit suddenly jerked toward Lyle and showed that this was undoubtedly not the place where he died, because otherwise Lyle would not exist. Stunned, Lyle realized with a chilling awareness that Basil was about to show him the true moment of his death. Death? The ancestors narrowed their gazes in stern determination. He explained, death is already at the doorstep, but he swore to kill the beast even if he has to die in the process. It was at that very moment of the infallible decision that he was overwhelmed by enlightenment. A new kind of art was born, one that overshadowed the physical improvements of his complete over. The power was called Limit Burst, an ability that allows charging beyond the capabilities of one's own body, tearing apart the very idea of human limitations. When Basil's form exploded with a burst of energy, Lyle could only watch, stunned by the incredible display. He could not gather his thoughts when asked how he was able to activate such power. Basil looked shocked, sharply uttered a short "ha," and replied that Lo should already know how to use it. He said, "Use it." The gaze of the ancestors became even more vigilant. Basil explained that since Los's consciousness now resides in his memories, he can recall the physical sensation of what is happening to Basil's body at this very moment. The voices of his ancestors echoed in memory, a clear command to synchronize with the past and recall the feeling of power spreading him. The instruction echoed somewhere deep within Lyle. His eyes suddenly widened in shock as this sensation overwhelmed his consciousness. Basil's voice confirmed success. He had definitely grasped. He understood it, and his vision shattered. Lyle returned to the harsh reality of the forest clearing. He rose from the ground, attracting the attention of the bandit leader, Borges, who looked back with an expression of restrained surprise. He leaned against a tree for support. Blood was dripping from his mouth and a fresh cut had opened on his cheek. Despite everything, a stubborn fire flickered in his eyes. Borges' surprise turned into shock and a vague stupor. "You are still standing after all this?" He tried to ask something but could not comprehend Lyle's resilience. Lyle's eyes burn with a sharp, unfamiliar power. From the Novum forest strip, someone reacts stunned to the change, clutching their chest and whispering his name in anxiety. The change is striking, in the gaze a wildness that he himself seems to recognize. A moment and a thought flashes through the mind. These eyes, no, it cannot be. Opposite him, the bandit leader Boris feels the change so tangible that the air seems to tremble. Yet he still snorts disdainfully. "What do you plan to do without a weapon? Want to negotiate with words to get out of this?" He quietly blinks and lets out a low snort, gesturing for the opponent to come forward. "Don't tell me you're afraid, Boris Altens. Come here and show what you're capable of." The bandit leader finds this amusing and prepares his stance. His mockery hits the mark. Enraged, Bora bursts into motion, roaring as he cuts the distance. "I will tear off your damn limbs and shove them down your throat. Damn you, I'll kill you." As soon as the bandit lunged forward, Basil Walt's spirit broke down the attack into components right from Laylova's head. He recognized the technique as an art called slash. It pushes with magical detonation explosions. Basil waved it off. The ability turned out to be extremely basic. If you know exactly how the user will move, you can neutralize it. He instantly absorbs the advice of the Ancestors, and at that moment, the leader of the bandits attacks him. So he makes a sharp move, tightening himself from within, and makes the right decision. The giant weapon of the bandit cuts through the air where Lyle stood a moment ago. This is powerful close combat art, but Lyle has already dropped into a low, evasive stance and takes the strike forward. Then he tears the boundary of his own strength. A fiery aura flares around as soon as he activates Limit Burst. In his mind, the spirits of ancestors scream, call his name, and raise the alarm, but Los responds confidently. "Yes, I'm aware." Under the explosive force, he is torn into the air. He flies right above the head of the bandit leader. Boris looks up, stunned, while Lau reorganizes and prepares to attack from above. He falls from above, his fist glowing with pure power, and Lyle switches to close combat, technique after technique. Below, the bandit leader Bora freezes in shock, unable to comprehend how Lyle dodged his invincible chopping strike. The strike comes with the force of a falling star. Lyle's fist cracks against Bora's skull. From the impact, the ground beneath him splits open, the technique he calls meteor impact. The shockwave rolls through the forest, wave after wave. In the spiritual realm, the third head, Slaywalt, mocks, as if naming the attack does not yet mean making it a true art. Bora shudders, stunned, and suddenly realizes this was no ordinary strike. An irresistible force hurls Bora back in flight. A bloody spray bursts from his mouth. Laughter settles on him with refined ease. his hands are still stretched out from the momentum. He stands over the fallen opponent. Now in his hands is his own giant axe Bora and proclaims victory. From the edge of the clearing, Futch calls his name, and relief is felt on her skin as the mercenary adventurers freeze in stunned silence. From his own plane of existence, Broadwalt Lyle's grandfather watches with satisfaction. He notes his grandson cleverly detonated his own pilot in the air, turning a regular strike into a catastrophic finisher. On the ground, Borawalt understands limit burst of Lyle brought the victory. When she approaches him with a small smile on her lips and says that he has so many surprises, Laylat, looking away, brushes off the compliments and insists that he is nothing special. Her thoughts immediately jump to the rest of the threats. He asks about the other bandits. One of the mercenaries steps forward to explain. He reports that nearby other travelers, hearing the commotion, also joined and helped to subdue and tie up the rest of the bandits. She hears this, and the female farmers breathe a sigh of relief. Navam adds good news, confirms that they managed to successfully rescue Arya along with all the other prisoners. When everything was settled, he smiles and announces that it's time to pack up and return to Darien, though he asks for just a moment in advance. He placed his hand on the large battle axe that now belonged to the defeated bandit. While Navam stood silently behind Himas, he officially addressed the situation, formally requesting the weapon to be handed over to him. His request was met by the sudden appearance of a woman. Just as she appeared, her figure caught the gazes. In an elegant dark dress and cloak, she fixed him with a cold look and declared that the battle axe was a memory of her father, then sternly warned. If Sam's answer proved unsatisfactory, she would not hesitate to use force. After the battle, a young woman in a dark cloak approaches Lyle and his companions. She apologizes for the late introduction and says her name is Sophia Laurie, daughter of House Laurie. Placing her hand on her chest, she explains that the battle axe is a precious family heirloom, all that remains of her father, and she joined the conquest force only to reclaim it. Lyle, feeling her request, simply gives her a large axe. His hired adventurers look on in shock and disbelief. They cannot believe he is letting go of the weapon without any conditions. Lyle, however, does not care. He only tells Sophia to take it. His casual dismissal confuses her. She insists he cannot be serious, insists that the axe is a war trophy, honestly earned in battle, earned with sweat from the brow. She begs him at least to allow her to provide proper compensation and gold. Lyle still turns around, gives her a soft smile and shakes his head. He assures her that it's okay and says he can't even think about accepting her gold. He explains. Actually, she will help him if she takes it, because he always intended to return any stolen items he found. Sophia froze, stunned, and could not utter a single word. The matter was already settled. Lyle shrugged indifferently and walked away, but she instantly cried out for him to wait. Body tensed, and Sophia herself tightly gripped the huge axe. When he leaves, she shouts after him, her voice trembling with irritation. She demands an explanation of the point of risking so much danger if, in the end, he left with nothing, and she insists. Regardless of whether it was stolen, the fact remains risk to his life to get it. The actions of Lyle are interpreted differently by those who watch. The adventurers he hired recall his pompous speech about justice and brush him off as just another foolish noble boy chasing glory. Navam watches Sophia and thinks, what a sincere young lady she is. The red-haired woman in their company understands Lyle got exactly what he came for. Meanwhile, Navam falters, her strength fails, and one of the adventurers catches her. Nearby, a man with a sharp gaze stands by Sophia and watches as Lyle walks away. The man with the scarf looks up at Sophia and quiets down. Enough. He explains that Lyle, pretending to be a fool, brilliantly ended the tension that was growing between their territories, and Sophia, her voice trembling with emotion, raises her eyes to him and addresses him as uncle, beginning the oath. Her hand trembles as she grips the axe. In her mind flashes the thought this was really supposed to be her fight. She wanted to take revenge with her own hands and reclaim the symbol of her home, but she couldn't. She lacked the strength. Tears well up in her eyes and stream down her face. She cannot forgive herself for the weakness she has fallen into. Looking at her uncle, she declares she wants to become stronger. No, she must become stronger. Uncle places a calming hand on her head. The movement produces a quiet, soft sound. Tears still stream down her face, but her gaze holds firm determination. He looks at her with a proud, attentive smile and confirms her unspoken vow with two clear words. His support settles in her heart as Sophia gazes into the dark forests, and the image of Lyle Waltz flashes in her mind. He stands confidently, and his artifact weapon gleams. One powerful thought hardens in determination. I want to be strong. While Sophia composes her vow, the same man who inspired her walks onto there with his companions. The red-haired adventuress in their company looks back, her face thoughtful, and she repeats his words. Her friend only nods as if to agree. A few days later, just after the robbers were defeated, life in the magnificent city of Darien was about to be stirred by the news of victory. In a luxuriously furnished office, ruler Bintler Liburnia strokes his chin with a finger and puts on a pleased smile. Well, he thinks, it seems he is truly satisfied with the report he received. He addresses the group standing before his desk, Lyle, Novum, and the hired adventurers. Lord Liburnia officially begins to express his deepest gratitude for their efforts in subduing the bandit brigade. When the Lord spoke, Novum turned to Lyle with a gentle smile and said that humility is a virtue, yet at the same time he has every right to be proud of himself. Embarrassed, Lyle insists. No thanks are needed, he was simply doing what his ancestors demanded of him. Loburn's protest breaks off as soon as Lord Liburnia calls him by name again and declares this event a huge first step on Lyle's path to glory. Nearby, one of the hired adventurers quietly asks if such praise is really normal. Lord Oblivious apologizes for the brief pause before resuming his majestic speeches. He declares that they will hold a lavish festival for 3 days and 3 nights and also officially establish a holiday for Darien, all in memory of Lowell Wolf. He continues to fan the flames, hinting that people will name their children after Lyle to share in his virtue, but the scale of unwanted attention becomes unbearable for Lyle. He panics, raises his hands, and shouts, "Sorry, please continue," while the stunned Novum just watches. He stood with his comrades before Lord Liburnia's table as the ruler of Darien began to speak. The Lord announced that he had summoned them for only one purpose: to pass judgment on the Lockwood family, whom he called the instigators of this whole affair. When the weight of the Lord's words fell on their hearts, a grim atmosphere enveloped Arya and her father, West Lockwood. Lord Liburnia continued, the verdict was decided for her and for him. In a desperate outburst, West Lockwood lunged forward and shouted at Lord Liburnia. He claimed sole responsibility for everything and begged for his daughter's innocence, striking words with pleas, breaking down with supplications, begging the Lord for mercy. Unmoved, the Lord looked over his city. He declared that as Lord of Darien, the hand of justice shows no bias, especially since the views of neighboring lords heavily influenced his decision in this matter. His gaze sharpened as he turned his attention back to the accused. With regret, the Lord said, their guilt would spread to the entire family down to their relatives. When Lord Liburnia began to speak specifically about West Lockwood's fate, he again screamed and shrieked that his actions had nothing to do with his daughter. Arya could only whisper, "Father," as he pleaded for mercy on her behalf. The Lord ignored him and announced the verdict. West Lockwood would spend the rest of his days in hard labor as one of the border settlers of Darien. This before the eyes shocked Lova. The sentence was explicit. In despair, West offered all he could, working in the mines, diverting water from the sewers, anything to keep his daughter off the list of the doomed. Novin watched the proceedings intently with a grim, expressionless face. Lord Liburnia continued coldly, stating that the blood oath binds guilt, so the family must share its sin. Then he turned his gaze to Arya Lockwood. Lord Lockwood delivered his final shocking verdict. Arya was sentenced to repay Darien's damages with her own body, condemned to become a prostitute. The verdict completely stunned her father and Lyle. She froze, with her head bowed low. Arya quietly accepted the verdict with a simple yes. But as soon as she raised her gaze, her resigned face sharpened into a cold, defiant determination. Fury, it seemed her fate was already sealed, but something unexpected happened. The leader of the Lawalt bandit suppression squad fiercely opposed Lord Liburnia on command. His face a mask of shock, he shouts the Lord's name. Nearby, one of the mercenaries suffered in mud and rage. But the resistance did not result in cancellation. It gave a different version. For his merits, Lyle was handed under the complete control of Arya Lockwood as an agreed payment. News stuns Arya to trembling, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Arya, clenching her hands in anxiety, asks what this new development means. Nearby, Novin remains calm and Al freezes with wide-open eyes, unable to digest what he just heard. To his confusion, Novum responds with a gentle look, smiling broadly, calming Lord Lyle and saying he should not worry, they have already come to a peaceful resolution of this problem. A sudden suspicion settles on Lyle. He instantly catches the loophole. Lord Liburnia sent Arya to the brothel only on paper, so Lyle can immediately buy her freedom. In his mind, the ancestors are still discussing Bentley's cunning plan. After that, Lord Liburnia shifts his gaze to Novum, and a self-satisfied smile flashes on his face. He confirms to her that these actions indeed yielded the agreed result. He responds with a dazzling smile and a joyful melodious yes. His confirmation sends Lord Liburnia into a fit of laughter. He admits, at first he did not believe his own ears when Novam first told him what Lyle's true goal was. From this news, both Lyle and the Ancestor in his mind seem to be overwhelmed with complete confusion. He continues to paint Lyle's supposed ambitions as an oasis of luxury hidden in a forest of women or simply a harem. While he speaks, the vision thickens in the air, how Lyle is being pampered. Somewhere, Arya feverishly wonders if this means she is also kept in his collection, and Lord Liburnium admits he was mistaken, judging the young man incorrectly, and Lyle himself looks at this in utter horror. Frightened, he sharply turns to Novam and demands, what exact plan did she mean and what did she tell Lord Liburnia? He insists he never spoke about a harem. Uncertain, not moving an inch, Novam calmly replies as if it is a trifle. He really said it and she remembers it too clearly. Her words trigger a memory. Lao boasted he would become a traveler, live among women, and win his freedom after his family rejected him. And No, with growing horror, finally understands she is right. He admits he really said it but still resists. His thoughts collapse into complete chaos. The ancestors react with disbelief and annoyance. The grandfather's spirit laments, the grandson's ambitions are so petty. Someone else whispers that Lael just pretended it was true to make Novam go home. Lael remains stunned by this confusion. In some other place, Wheeze Lockwood, Arya's father, is breaking down in tears and hiding his face, shrinks in shame. He blames his own worthlessness for everything, saying Lyle's motives are terrible, but it is still infinitely better than selling his daughter to a brothel. Arya, eyes wide open with anxiety, begs her father not to cry. Try, not knowing about this scene, stands behind and Stan frozenly holds on next to Novam and Arya, clenching his fist so tightly that his fingers turn white. His mind wildly rushes with gratitude for the help he received, and he feels he will never be able to properly repay it anywhere or anytime. But as soon as he shifts his gaze to the group, a stubborn thought of doubt thunders dully in his chest. To him, Sophia Laurie, slightly flushed, accepts the thanks and vows to do everything in her power, placing herself under his care. Lyle is stunned. Meanwhile, Novam slyly masks Arya if she understands what is happening, stating, her goal is to achieve Lyle's ambitions to build a harem. Arya, not catching the nuance, is simply delighted with Lyle, though she wonders when Novam managed to organize this. He is immediately overwhelmed by conflicting voices of ancestors. One grumbles, let him make Arya happy. Another, sighing irritably, orders him to just give up. And a third reasons that Arya is smart enough to see this as the best possible outcome for such a situation. Novam, however, continues the speech with unwavering confidence, raises a finger and declares that she considers Arya a worthy match for Lord Lyle, saying she meets all the necessary conditions to marry into the prestigious Walt family. Then she turns to Arya and looks back with wide-open, confused eyes. Novam immediately puts on a mask, checking if Arya really feels okay about this arrangement, and the second girl gulps and stammers on every word. Novam calmly reveals her own role, says she is the fertile land from which Lyle's dreams will bloom and all she has to do is hold his happiness. While they listen, Lord Liburnia steps forward. He entrusts them with the rest of the affairs but sharply orders Lyle to restrain himself, and Arya hangs in stunned silence. Sophia then exhales and expresses sincere gratitude to Lyle, and this instantly throws him off balance. A howl of despair bursts from his chest, and he frantically insists that a terrible mistake has happened because he knew nothing about these arrangements. She looks at him seriously and explains, once her family served the Lockwoods. When the Lockwood house fell, they lost their status and became wanderers. Then she reveals the main point. Though Arya was still too young to remember, she looked at Lady Arya as a younger sister. When the chaos finally subsides, Lal turns to Zelfi, stern, focused, as if gathered from thoughts. He says he understands what just happened, but there is something he must tell her despite any circumstances. Before he can continue, Sophia Laurie's voice cuts through the air. Her face is pure rage and she points directly at him. She proclaims Lyle an enemy of all women. Inside the ancestral precious stone, the first head, Beazle, bursts into loud laughter, while Lyle himself just freezes, eyes wide open in horror. Meanwhile, inside the same precious gem, other ancestral spirits weigh the situation. Finds Walt grumbles that despite their better reputation, now they are penniless. Slay Walt retorts, there could be no better outcome, and Marcus Walt adds that they have officially been credited as if they defeated the bandits. Broad Walt only orders the brave Ginger Laughers to be silent. Death. Descending downstairs, he finds quarrels and asks how, according to these adventurers, they will spend the money. He dismisses doubts and declares, the answer is obvious, everything will be poured into alcohol and women. Broad unhurriedly calls his descendant Nade. Life, Mark, the fourth head, clarifies their true strategy. He explains that this is exactly how it should happen, because all hired adventurers will inevitably want to boast about where their new wealth came from. His words unmistakably point to the consequence. Soon every tavern and social hub across the land will be full of visitors eagerly spreading the story of how Lyle Waltz's adventure or the Corps crushed the bandit plague, proclaiming his name in Valor Farnwell. Wide, reflecting on this, Slay says with relief that the first head finally taught Lyle his craft. Fines, embarrassed, insists that he already knew the plan, and Fredericks casts a suspicious glance at this. Mid the quarrels, Marcus ponders and aloud asks why they were returned exactly like this, as a whole mass of reproduced memories given for F. Form. Broad Lyle explains his grandfather's answer. During his own life, he did not know that the family stone preserved their memories. Only when the diamond itself reacted to Lyle did it transform into a gem and then used those memories to acquire its current form. His explanation leads to new conjectures. He reasons if the sole purpose is to teach them skills, then such a rebirth would be unnecessary. A simple gem would suffice, and he concludes, if the precious stone itself wants to somehow guide them. Basil cuts off the debate mid-sentence and declares that there is no point in winding themselves up again and again. He is satisfied with the result. Thanks to this shift, he was able to meet the descendants of both Novum Futch and Miss Alice. Alice, he stood silently, arms crossed, and Slay Walt casually advised Marcus to simply ignore him. Weary, Marcus exhaled heavily, wondering why Slay behaved toward this situation as if it were a tour. He said with annoyance how carefree the head looked in the first minute. Their quarrel went unnoticed while Basil immersed himself in a memory. He recalled how he took it with him to the gym when leaving the house. At that time, it really did not seem special, just an empty, useless thing from G. Junk, but now looking at the shining gem, thoughts dove deeper and uncovered his true, hidden questions. Why do we exist? What is all this for? After a fierce clash, Lyle, Novum, and Arya reached Darien's guild. Heavy wooden doors creak as soon as they enter the bustling hall. A new chapter of their journey begins. As soon as they cross the threshold, the crowd ripples with a wave of whispers. Adventurers recognize Lyle and exchange rumors among themselves. Supposedly, he was the one who led the subjugation of the bandits, and some even claim that Lyle managed to handle the leader alone. Lyle is suddenly overcome with embarrassment under the heavy gaze. His appearance does not go unnoticed by two of the adventurers he hired for the mission. One grins, noting how quickly the rumors spread, and bets that from now on everyone will talk about bandit hunter Lyle. A whisper touches his ears, but it is not praise. It confuses him. He is shocked by the reminder that he is the very same foolish noble rogue. In the duel, one of his ancestors bursts out laughing. He finds it amusing that Lyle's own foolish antics scatter alongside his achievements. Lyle grits his teeth and understands, complaining about the name he gave himself is no longer an option. Putting aside the Guildhall chatter, Novum returns to business. She admits, it's a bit funny now to introduce her, but still formally announces to Lyle that from today Arya Lockwood is their new party member. Arya slightly bows her head and, addressing them, speaks in a trembling voice. She admits that she has no experience as a traveler, and certainty here would only hinder, but promises to give her all so as not to be a burden. With hope in her eyes, she asks, please take care of her. He responds with a reassuring smile and raises a finger to make the point clear. He tells Arya that he will repeat it once more, although the document indicates that he bought her, it was only for show. He emphasizes is a completely free person. They find a table where they can sit. While the weight of his words settles, Arya carefully lowers her gaze. She quietly mutters that she understands, but still doubt clouds her face. Then she looks up, her eyes flashing with determination, and begins to explain her situation. She honestly admits she is in a bad spot, nowhere to live and debts to pay, so she asks Lyle if he could look after her until she saves enough money to free her father. He emphasizes the request with a confident wink. Her charm simply knocks you off your feet. Lyle, who is not at all prepared for how sweet she was, can only stammer and agree, and you can see how embarrassed he is, but her playful confidence disappears. Instead, a wave of uncertainty washes over her, and she quietly asks if her request was inappropriate. His uncertain request is instead met with a sudden fierce outburst that only Lyle can hear. Beside him appears the spirit of his ancestor, Basil, demanding that Lyle swear to protect Arya all her life, and just now he proposed to her. Confused by the otherworldly command, Lyle stammers, saying it's all right as long as Arya herself does not mind. He turns to Arya and she nervously nods, saying she looks forward to working together. Arya, not to be outdone, immediately states that she is also pleased to work with him. Observing this conversation, Zelfi says good, but her eyes narrow with fearful intensity. She presses Lyle, asks if this is all his zeal, and mutely reminds him. Arya's life is now in his hands, so Lyle involuntarily retreats, frightened. Novum, however, dismisses his words as empty and insincere. This hardly comforts Arya. Then Novum, with a radiant smile, declares that he will take everything upon himself and help Alu build a luxurious harem that Arya can be proud of. Oh, inside he screams that this is already beyond the limit, and Basil's spirit growls a threat. If he makes Arya cry even once, it's the end for him. Later, after the creation of the new party, Lyle, Novum, Arya, Zelfi, and the hired adventurers gather around the table in the guild house. While the city rumbles outside, Zelfi begins to lay out their further training plan. Before she can continue, a large burly traveler approaches Lyle and informs him that he has brought a guest to meet with him. The guest is Sophia Laurie. She officially thanks Lyle for his help that day, but says she cannot accept back her family's axe, explaining it was an accident that he had it. She insists that although her home is destroyed, her pride as a noblewoman has not died. She resolutely continues. Since her family relic has returned, she must express gratitude, so she decided to give him the only thing she has left, her body. Her stunning statement knocks Lyle, Zelfi, and Arya off their feet, plunging them into complete stupor. They freeze with mouths agape, not believing what they heard. He looked at her with disbelief and demanded to know if Sophia Laurie even realized what she just said. When Zelfi cleared her throat to intervene, Sophia asked if he was dissatisfied with her promise. Lyle's voice broke with despair as he confirmed, yes, he was really very dissatisfied. Despite his objections, Sophia shouted at the top of her lungs, declaring that Sophia Laurie would repay Lyle for his kindness with her body. She gave herself to him completely. This statement shook Lyle, Arya, and not F. Here he is, her words hung in the air, buzzing with the crowd of Hilhayal. Sophia watched, and Lyle's face from deceptive innocence suddenly became full of horror. He realized that every adventurer in the hall heard everything. Former tales and empty chatter vanished now. It was an ocean of muted whispers directed straight at him. The whisper broke into a chorus of condemnation. Passers-by branded him as a scoundrel and pervert, deciding that the foolish noble degenerate had seduced the woman and was now begging for sex as a reward for the favor. Misunderstanding instantly froze into a vile taw. In the noisy crowd, Lao desperately shouted that it was all just a misunderstanding. But his protest was cut off when one of his own mercenaries approached and bluntly said he was disappointed. Lao had considered him incredible, but now saw in him only another vile womanizer. His panic grew as this accusation overwhelmed him. A dark, rumbling on trail spread out from him. It was Zelfi. His figure was hidden in the shadow of pure anger. Rage, her face became a mask of fury. Clenching her teeth, she declared that Sophia said it again, and at that very moment she proclaimed Lolly the enemy of all women. The scandal spread like a forest fire, and the story echoed through the city of Darien, reverberating through the grand buildings. When the anger finally subsided, Sophia blushed and apologized incessantly. She admitted her words were unfortunate and she was terribly sorry for creating a false impression on everyone. Her apology calmed almost nothing. She only howled that she was called a foolish, noble impudent. One of his hired adventurers chuckled and threw out that the nickname Trashkin would probably stick. Although the misunderstanding in his company was dispelled, the reputational damage was already done. Zelfi cuts through the confusion and briefly explains the situation to the embarrassed Lyle. Sophia wants to join his squad. Lyle chokes with disbelief and Sophia confirms. She says she will dedicate the rest of her life to thanking and honoring the fallen, guided by gratitude. Nearby, Novum watches the scene, recognizing the firmness of her resolve, while another spectator is shockingly amazed at the lifelong vow. Chaos escalates. The spirit of Basil Walt materializes and warns Lyle, do not make Arya cry. Confused, Lyle demands an explanation. Zelfi, with a sharp look, clarifies. As soon as he took responsibility for Arya, Sophia also entrusted herself to him. After that, she officially issues him a temporary pass, stating that from now on she will closely monitor his behavior, and this throws Lyle off balance. In response to Zelfi's verdict, Sophia clenches her fists with fiery determination. She thanks the woman from the guild and vows to give her all to secure full passage, as if not noticing Lyle's worries when he asks if he understands what he just agreed to. While Sophia celebrates, a troubling thought rings in Zelfi's mind. For some reason, the conversation about buying her own freedom was simply swept off the agenda. Standing next to a worried face, Novum coldly orders her to back off, and Zelfi helplessly begs for help. Her gaze sharpens, she intensely injects a look into Lyle. Inside, Novum asks himself what he really thinks and what exactly he feels while this drama unfolds around and she is nearby, a step away. Then she directly confronts him and asks what he feels. Embarrassment, and at the same time tries urgently to explain everything around. She presses, he and Sophia barely know each other, and she begs Novum to believe him. A hard day finally comes to an end. Late that night, in a wooden post house under the full moon, he lies in bed and groans in his sleep. His sleep brings no peace, drops of sweat roll down his forehead, and his teeth clench and grind. The nightmare chases him in circles again. The source of his torments is revealed directly in the spiritual plane of the jewel. His ancestor, Basil Walt, bursts out laughing and teases the dreamy Lyle, pointing a finger and insisting that this is the face of someone who is having a nightmare, adding, "And Lyle completely lost his composure when earlier he was called a womanizer." In the dream, Lyle screams back, choking with irritation. He rages at all this mess and maliciously throws out that now his nickname has been changed to Womanizer, because nightmares, of course, cover him relentlessly. He finds himself in a familiar, ethereal space, sitting at a large round table, and 7 ancestors, previous heads of Walt, are seated around attentively and silently watching him through ghostly figures. The silence is cut by the thought of the 5th head. Supposedly, he had 4 lovers. Lyle immediately tightens up in his thoughts and denies to himself, is it really possible if he barely managed even himself? Slay Walt, the 3rd head, laughed at the very idea, asking what kind of man cannot handle 1 or 2 more women, and brushed off Lyle's anxiety, which he did not even have time to express. Basil, the founder, releases a self-satisfied smile. He finds it strange how Slay managed to make such a face out of his terrible feeling in the names, and if only Law got a cooler nickname. In his opinion, something like Bandit Slayer Guy or He Who Does Bandits P would sound much better. Then the conversation shifted to Lyle's combat skills. Slay noted how he fights flawlessly immediately with 2 blades, a saber and a dagger. Marcus, the 4th head, added that Lyle is extremely agile, so he is probably definitely one of the specialists. Basil thundered in discord, contradicting himself and Lyle's modest inner thoughts. He stated that no amateur could pull off such a feat. Their praise confused him, and then he finally spoke and asked what they meant by dexterous. His question was simply ignored while the analysis continued. Kressel, the 2nd head, decisively stated that he was right. Lyle's growth was maximally focused on 1 attribute. Fines, the 6th head, pondered. Not many of them could repeat this trick, maybe only Marcus. And Marcus himself admitted that although he fights with a dagger in each hand, he is unable to reproduce the same with a saber. Slay wanted Lyle's growth to further strengthen his magic. Fines replied that this is better than half-baked, chaotic, and uncollected growth. Marcus added, once you understand exactly what types of growth you have, it is easier to determine your fighting style. Grasping unfamiliar terms, he raised his hand and demanded their attention. He interrupted the conversation and asked what kind of growths they were all talking about, quickly clarifying that it was definitely not about simply becoming taller. His question was met with sudden, collective, and completely stunned silence from all 7 of his ancestors. Broadwalt, his grandfather, froze in complete injustice. He insisted that this could not be. Throughout his life, people called him only growths. Fines, equally embarrassed, wondered if this term had changed in the current era, and suddenly he was hit by a shocking thought. I really had no idea what they were talking about. Teenage about clashed with the misunderstanding of his ancestor, Kressel Walt. He demanded to know how he could not know about the powerful feeling of growth. Kressel insisted that at 15 years old Lal should have already experienced at least one, while another ancestor, Slay, quietly pondered. Could it all be due to the weak environment in which his descendants live? The boy remained completely confused, asking why he needed such a dramatic feeling at all. His grandfather, Broadwalt, sighed heavily with annoyance and began to explain. He described the premonition as sudden fatigue, as if you had fallen a land, then comes the feeling of complete emptiness. He clarified that this is only a prelude to growth, a phenomenon when, thanks to life experience and training, the body undergoes an explosive metamorphosis and rises to a higher level, a transformation that far surpasses ordinary development. Broad then noted, although this happens rarely, some growths require colossal experience, so everyone will have to fall into the same slow category. This stunned Kressel. He was frankly surprised that his descendant honed sword and magic to such a level without making any growth. Growth, another ancestor stumbled upon silence, blocked by a warning, and it solemnly cautioned, advised to be careful, because those who have slow growth have enormous potential and powerful surges happen. Sudden force often hits them in the head and they perish. Young, the warning frightened Lyle. He shuddered and recoiled in shock, insisting he did not want to deal with such danger. Instead, Crassel laughed loudly. He found it all exciting, he said. Lyle sits on a huge reserve of experience, so he can't wait to see the transformation that will come from this. The excitement of the ancestors quickly clouded the plan's heads. Fines declared the labyrinth an ideal site for growth, and Basil insisted Lyle must challenge at least one. Slay picked up that he could grab treasures at the same time. Proposals awakened in Lyle memories of Lord Bentler. He recalled a new labyrinth near Darien. He immediately exploded in protest. He declared that the labyrinth was under Darien's control and no one would be allowed in. He complained about their frivolous hint and countered it by saying that visiting the labyrinth is not a walk but a real adventure, a man's romance. Basil shouted for him to cut those boring excuses. But despite this, Broad calmly led the other ancestors to the modern reality. Labyrinths lure people and grow, devouring them. Though now they are classified as dangerous creatures and kept under strict control by the ruling lords. Crassel snorted disdainfully, stating that the lords only want to hide the treasure for themselves. Basil immediately picked up. He recalled that in his time when the labyrinth appeared, anyone could challenge it. He enthusiastically announced their next point, the forest. He assured Lyle that labyrinths appear there with amazing frequency and that they just need to find one before Noble takes it for himself. Lyle, looking uncertain, said his ancestor turned this hunt into something as simple as dealing with a swarm of bugs. While he spoke, the vision of travelers entering the cave maw illustrated his words. The voice of the ancestors did not cease. It told that the labyrinths are living dungeons that feed on human flesh and often emerge where people most frequently lose their way. Somewhere a dull rumble sounded as he advised, when hunting other monsters, always keep places like this on alert. Monsters, when he began to explain, his face became stern, his fist clenched. The labyrinth, he said, if it grows to sufficient size, begins to release monsters outside into the surrounding area. And the appearance of a grotesque, slit-like eye emphasized his next thought. When it comes to mysterious deaths or people disappearing, there can be no doubt the labyrinth is involved. The one behind such disappearances is finally exposed, a burly, tusked beast whose figure radiates strength. The labyrinth is the cause and nearby a dungeon. After this, Lyle realizes what comes next. He must find the labyrinth. In the twilight in the city with gigantic architecture, a sign hangs above the entrance. The sign leads to the bathhouse. This is the 7th floor. Inside, women from Lyle's party, Navam, Arya, Sophia, Zelfi, and another red-haired adventurer have gathered together, relaxing in the hot, steaming waters of a large communal bath. Zelfi, blonde hair tied up, calmly looks around the group, glides her gaze from one face to another and confirms to herself, everyone is already here. Novum conveys her impatience about the upcoming meeting, and the red-haired adventurer confidently states that Zelfi will not say much about her. Sophia doubts whether this is the right place for such a conversation. Zelfi cuts off the chatter and announces she will use this chance to assess their progress. She begins the assessment with Navam. Zelfi states no matter how closely she looks, there is nothing to criticize. Whether it's desk work or hunting, Navam consistently pulls the top grade of A. Navam, blushing slightly, modestly attributes her success to Zelfi's guidance. Zelfi continues to praise her, saying that Navam is polite to everyone and it would not be an exaggeration to say she is flawless. As soon as Sophia expresses gratitude and is pleased with the assessment, the red-haired adventurer silently pouts. Then Zelfi throws the last praise at Navam. Her combat interaction with Lyle is already a completely different level. Her tone sharply changes. Zelfi's gaze narrows into a fierce sight as she shifts focus and states that the problem lies with the other two, Sophia and the red-haired traveler. She flares up and her voice thunders like an echo as she recounts their failures. They are so inept that they cannot even work properly in the tavern, so they receive even more grades, Zelfi emphasizes. Even Lyle, who usually pulls things to a good level, was horrified when their actions ruined his performance and dropped it to an E. The red-haired adventurer splashes water in protest and shouts that Zelfi's assessment is unfair, but Zelfi does not relent. She continues her barrage of words, saying that every one of their tasks ends with an E and monster hunts always fail due to a complete lack of team coordination. Without stopping her tirade in the bathhouse, Zelfi fiercely brushes off the thought that she can be grouped with Arya. She insists that she is a lady and that some matters suit her while others do not, unlike her less refined companion. The red-haired adventurer sharply pulls back. Zelfi's words about fighting methods seem ridiculous to her, and she declares that Zelfi only wildly swings an axe, so she should be the one complaining. The argument flares up. Sophia, brandishing her huge battle blades even in the water, wildly proclaims that this is a precious relic of House Lori, insists that she can wield it, and asks why Zelfi even brought up this issue during the bath. However, chaos continues. Arya calls for help, and Navam wonders what is going on here. Looking back at the scene, Navam calmly tells Zelfi that she seems very pleased with the results, and recalling that there is still room for improvement, adds, Arya's diligence deserves praise. After that, she turns to Lyle and says that she is still curious how old they both are, confirming she is indeed older than him, and it seems he brushed it off. Meanwhile, outside the bathhouse, Lord Lyle patiently waits on the cobblestones. He sharply turns as women emerge from the building, Sophia, Arya, the red-haired traveler, and Navam all already dressed. Lala bows low and hurriedly offers the sincerest apologies, hoping he was not kept waiting too long. Lyle calmly measures their lateness with a furtive glance as if it is a trifle since he just stepped out himself. Inside, he considers, probably the women need a bit more time for their affairs and it is best to just accept it and move on. He also notes that after the bath, they all suddenly show considerable greed. The spirit of Basil Walt materializes beside him, a broad smile on her face. Lyle thinks she shines brightest right after the bath, like a freshly washed blanket warmed by the sun, and aloud declares. Spectacle, he says, is pleasant. As the group walks down the street, Nova announces that everyone will go for a snack. Zelfi refuses and says she will return to the guild. And Phantom Basil continues to make comments and scolds Lyle for being too old to look at girls in such a manner. Confused, Lyle agrees to meet the other three at the restaurant after he picks up his cleaver from the weapons shop. Nobham stares at him sternly and warns, behave normally, no foolish ideas. Lau walks down the street with Arya, Sophia, and another companion, but his thoughts are far away. In his head spins, if he leaves Arya and Sophia alone, the quarrel starts again. He bites himself with the question of why he did not invite Novam, and then only a ghostly vision appears. She lashes him with reproach, saying their endless quarrels are simply a sign that they are truly comfortable with each other. He enters the weapons shop and abruptly throws open the door, and immediately a loud scream comes from inside. They order him to scream. Scram! Inside, Lyle stands behind the counter in front of a burly man and pleadingly asks to fix the item. The man dismissively waves him off, let him not even try to meddle. Ahead, a dwarf woman emerges from behind the counter. The shop owner steps forward, lifts the damaged breastplate, and sternly demands that he explain why he so desperately wants to repair it, emphasizing, it's not even his size. He asks if it's for a comrade or perhaps for a training service in craftsmanship. Her interrogation becomes even harsher. She directly asks if he robbed the armor from a corpse. The male assistant, stunned, even recoils and replies, enough adding that she will ruin his entire business. Meanwhile, the owner focuses her attention on a deep wound on the breastplate and suggests it was left by an orc. But she definitely knows there were no orcs near Darien, so she concludes the weapon came from another territory and the owner lied with a deceitful reason. Unfazed, she hears only one thing from him: he doesn't care about her suspicions. At that moment, the assistant interrupts the conversation and throws a reminder. While he was here, he took a saber for repair that was brought in. He explains her caution she doesn't want to be implicated in aiding a criminal. And with a showy flourish, the restored blade claps down on the counter with a heavy thud, as if to say it's as good as. But as soon as he lifts the saber, his gaze fixes dead on the gnome. He warns her, there is no logical reason to reshape a broken blade if you can simply buy a new one, and in this lies a hint of a hidden, deeper meaning. It's not so easy for him to just take and replace it. Inside, he admits, this sword was bought with money entrusted to him by the person who saved his life, so he will continue to hold this very blade in his hand until it reaches its absolute limit. Hearing this, the gnome changes her expression to a broad, impressed smile and as if says, right, she admits she has a weakness for those like him, and promises, if his saber breaks again, she will repair it to perfect condition and even give a 20% discount. The discount in his face lights up with pure, unquestionable joy. A wide smile stretches from ear to ear, and a slight blush touches his cheeks. His gratitude echoes with resonant reverberations over the city rooftops under the moonlight. Yes, thank you very much, he shouted, and relief and sincere gratitude were heard in his voice. Meanwhile, in one of the grand chambers in Darien, elsewhere, Zelfi stands before the ruler Lord Bantler Liburnia. She confirms the grim news she brought. Yes, he replied, acknowledging. The dispute with neighboring lands resulted in casualties. Then he shifts his gaze to the source of the information and asks what kind of letter came from House Pagan, US. Say, she processes the information and her expression becomes sterner. Ah, she whispers to herself, and it seems strange to her. After all, there has been no contact with them for several years. House Pagan now sent a letter with a request for. But the Lord, however, left no room for argument. Yes, he confirmed firmly with a glance. House Pagan, the sworn vassals of the land of Darien, ignoring them is out of the question. The decision weighed like a stone inside the walls of the magnificent, moonlit Manor. Inside, Lord Liburnia reread the contents of the letter, and the wrinkle on his forehead deepened. Indeed, what a nuisance, he muttered, and the whole measure of the problem became clear while Zelfi patiently waited before his desk. He raised his eyes to her and briefly outlined the situation. It seems you are in a very difficult situation. Zelfi noticed. Yes, he confirmed, and that is exactly why I called you today, Lady Zelfi. He explained the demand of the letter. They wanted the Darien troops to march already prepared for armed conflict. Such a step, he warned, could easily provoke a full-scale war. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You can't mean that I have to solve this problem instead of you, she exclaimed, stunned by the very thought, but Lord Liburnia quickly calmed her. No, nothing of the sort. Of the sword, he leaned forward and a sly smile slid across his lips as he rested his chin on his hand. The thing was, he was already changing his tone considering this problem, and I just remembered something. His plan required a specific person, one to whom the neighboring lords owed a favor, the perfect candidate to put an end to all this conflict, and that perfect person was now running shakily along the forest path under the cover of covered wagon. Inside, Lao Walt bent over, his face twisted with misery, and bitterly told his companions how the work went. From the mountain onto him, Arya listened attentively, studying the logic. She noticed, if the opposing lord owed Lyle a favor, then he was the perfect candidate for a mediator. Delphi confirmed and added that Lyle gave all the loot plundered by the bandits, including the lord's treasure, without charge. Then she admitted that was only half the reason. With a knowing look, she pointed to the second decisive factor, the presence of Sophia at the lost party. Zelfi explained everything in more detail. She personally knew Lord Manny, the head of the house currently in conflict with the pagans. Layla, an eternal optimist, stated that with Sophia's help they would quickly find a peaceful resolution. Sophia, however, looked worried. In her thoughts, she noted that Lord Manny was not the type to seek a fight, and because of this the situation felt increasingly strange. Returning to the wagon, Arya said she would do everything and that they were counting on Sophia. Immediately, Leg jumped up shouting support, and Sophia agreed and promised they would end the conflict by their own means. By their own hands. Despite the outward display of determination, Arya's face grew pale. She clenched her fist in anger, and it seemed to her that she was just dead weight. To the group, her internal struggle did not stop, and she lamented that she did not know how to fight for real. A moment of vulnerability calmly loomed, and one could only watch it. From Zelfi, while the group moved on, Zelfi was not the only one feeling the burden of their mission. Arya, with a gloomy look, quietly admitted her own, as it seemed to her, weakness. She was not good with magic. Sophia also felt the futility when she realized that she had no personal connections that could help. Zelfi herself a tight sleeve, a small hymn pendant, her own source of anger. She wanted at least to make the hymn work, feeling that it could give something certain advantage. Leaving these private doubts to herself, the group finally stopped as soon as Zelfi announced their appearance. She gestured towards the town ahead and confirmed that it was House Pagan. The Lord had sent no one to meet them, and the locals looked extremely wary. He decided that things could be much worse than they thought. While he processed this, a young man approached them from the street. He hesitantly addressed the whole company and asked if they were, by any chance, envoys from Darien. Zelfi stepped forward and confirmed their identity. As soon as she formally requested an audience with the Lord of House Pagan, the man smiled, assuring her that it would not be Dale Pagan. He introduced himself directly and smiled vulnerably in such a way that everyone would drop their reproaches. He was the lord of these lands and gladly welcomed them all. As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by a young man with an almost disarmingly friendly smile. He introduced himself, Dale Pagan, lord of these lands, and explained that he was dressed like that because he had just finished working in the fields. From this relaxation, Lyle and Novum felt a chill in their stomachs, and Novum inside also cursed his indecency as utterly vulgar. Dale offers to take the worries from their hands and take the letter from Lord Darien, after which he personally leads them to his estate. Lyle, Zelfi, and all the others agree without hesitation and follow him through the entire city. Soon they reach the estate of Dale Pagan, a formidable stone and wood structure crowned with a noticeable round tower that reveals his status. although it looks surprisingly simple. In the reception room, Lyle and his companions Novum, Arya, Sophia, Zelfi, and the red-haired adventurer are shown their places. Opposite them sits Dale Pagan and prepares to start the conversation. Dale takes the message, smiles calmly, and confirms, this is indeed a letter from Lord Bentler of Darien. The calm suddenly shatters. Two people enter the room. A man with spiky hair explodes with rage, demanding to know how he is supposed to remain calm, and asks how many troops Darien will send. Next to him, a woman convulsively tries to silence him, reminding him that they are in the presence of envoys. The explosion of remarks cuts the silence just as sharply Zelfi interrupts. Her gaze is precise. She apologizes for the interruption but categorically demands to be told who these two are. To her direct question, Dale turns to Zelfi with a relaxed smile, apologizes for his rudeness, and admits that he has not yet introduced them. Then he introduces the associates. The excited man is Zappa, whom Dale considers his older brother. The woman is Paula, the village mediator representing the leading houses of the district. Paula politely greets them, but Zappa impatiently pushes aside these ceremonies and demands to finally be told what is written in the letter. After the introduction, Dale gestures toward the document, and the attention of the entire room again focuses on the matter, the content of the letter from Darien. Calmly, he explains to the angry local Zappa that Darien is not sending soldiers. The 5 adventurers standing before them are all the reinforcements allocated to their territory. Zappa twitches, unable to pull himself together in feverish distrust. Disbelief in him flares up with rage. Zappa shouts, as if they are at war, and immediately asks what to do with women and children as reinforcements. He sharply turns to Dale, demanding an immediate explanation while Lyle's party silently watches. There, Paula stands between them and cuts Zappa off for his openly contemptuous behavior. She states that it is Darien who is behaving rudely and undeservedly in this situation, then orders Zappa to apologize immediately to their guests. Sophia suddenly interrupts the conversation and asks for a moment of attention. With a calm, almost eerie smile, she says she understands their reaction because, in her opinion, they were left to die. She lays everything out clearly and summarizes, if Darien really dared to deploy his official troops, it would be nothing less than a declaration of war, a conflict that no one actually wants. So she concludes simply, pagan lands cannot be the ones to start it. Her gaze hardens and her voice cuts through the tension. She orders them to understand they came for a civilized conversation, not a childish quarrel, and to stop behaving like children. Under the weight of her sudden harshness, both Paula and Zappa noticeably tremble. She stares at Zappa and insists that their mission is to prevent such a war. Unyielding, Zappa fires back, demanding to know their plan if the enemy attacks first. At first, Lyle calmly intervenes. If everything goes awry, they have an ace. And this ace is none other than himself, the man who defeated bandit Boras, winning on a single hand. The revelation stuns the locals. Zappa abruptly shouts in disbelief, asking if he means Boras, the leader of the Mad Killers. Dale confirms he heard rumors that Boras were already killed but couldn't believe it without proof. Truth, his mind twitches as if convulsing. Zappa recalls the terrifying reputation of Boras, not a man but a calamity in flesh, a punishment for every noble in the entire region. Thought is so impossible that he can only burst out, "You've gotta be kidding me." Mine, the man's disbelief fades, yielding to bitter realization as he looks at Lyle. He points at him with a trembling finger and the pieces in his head finally come together. If everything I claimed was true, then he must be the same person. Lyle flinches as Zappa roars at full volume, recognizing him not for a heroic deed but for a shameful reputation, a foolish womanizer, a brazen kid. Inside, Lyle drops his hands. His various aliases merge in the worst possible way. Zappa boils over because of the women along with Lyle, while Paula tries to calm him down and says private matters are not his concern. Novum steps forward and calmly asks Zappa to start from the beginning, acknowledging the desire to hear the whole story. At Novum's prompting, Zappa's anger subsides, leaving behind a cold, gloomy focus. He turns his head and his gaze becomes distant as he begins the story. He says that he and his partner, his sworn brother Peony, were the first to encounter Buff. His story shifts into a memory. He and Peony that day, like any other, went into the forest to hunt monsters, and it was there, among the trees, that they came across this scene. They found a body lying face down in the mud, the corpse of a knight from the neighboring territory, which belonged to Housemaid. Continuing the story, Zappa explains, their first version was simple: a monster killed the knight. But upon closer inspection, one detail immediately put everything in place. The man was completely stripped, all his equipment was taken off. They almost simultaneously realized nothing in that force steals equipment, so it was not a monster attack. It was a human, without a doubt. While Zappa describes the most suspicious event, his voice becomes increasingly tense. Barely a moment passed after they found the body when a search team from the Manny family arrived, acting as if they already knew it was lying exactly there. Manny soldiers took the body and disappeared. On the surface, that was the end. But as soon as Zappa watched them leave, a cold wave of foreboding overwhelmed him. Then he understood everything. It was a trap and they had walked right into it. With grim certainty, he puts a period at the end of his story and declares, "Such coincidences simply do not happen." Dale Pagan finishes telling Zappa's story. His voice is grim, and looking at the city, he sums up House Manny, he says, was simply looking for an excuse, any justification to start a war. He continues, and unfolding the explanation, says that this is exactly the official version he was given. House Pagan was officially accused of treason. The mighty lord of House Manny meted. Dale groans with regret. Lyle, Navam, and Sophia listen quietly while Manny insists on the house he chose and drags his fabricated story further. Lyle's tired sigh reveals his irritation. Sitting around a low table, he gestures to its surface and invites everyone to look at the evidence. Evidence? The thing is a letter. He explains that the letter was delivered immediately after his vassal disappeared, and inside it indicated the exact place where the corpse would be found. He clarifies, the letter was anonymous, so this only confirms Lyle's suspicion. Dale lays out the enemy's plan so that he arrives and catches the pagans on the spot, making them the obvious culprits. While he speaks, Sophia's brow furrows, thought cutting her forehead. She quietly mutters the timing was too perfect, as if everything was arranged, and she proposes a new version. Maybe a third party is trying to undermine both sides at once. Dale acknowledges her correctness as a possibility but warns them not to rush. Then he poses the key question of this conflict: who really wins if their territories go war? Before he can elaborate, Lyle interjects, his tone shockingly direct. Lyle cuts into the conversation, and his tone is surprisingly direct. He suspects that Dale's ties with House Pagan are not as broken as he claims. In his head, the voice of his grandfather, Broad, urges him on. Such clashes often grow out of small skirmishes, so details must be extracted. This sharp bluntness bursts from him, and the hall seems to fall silent. Navam and Arya immediately explode with reproaches, scolding Lyle for incredible rudeness and lack of tact. Paula freezes, eyes wide with shock, and Lyle begins to stammer apologies. But Dale just smiles crookedly and throws out with pleasure that Lyle definitely fails at ceremony. In response to the direct question, Dale Pagan leans forward and seriousness appears in his expression. He explains, although their neighboring territories have sworn allegiance to different supreme lords, the root of all their hostility comes down to the forests stretching between their lands. He admits without any embellishment that it would be a lie to say they never feuded. Dale continues to analyze, listing endless sources of their quarrels: timber, water rights, where medicinal herbs and fruits are gathered, even on which side of the border that monster was killed. He sums up that if someone looked closely, it would turn out their homes argued and fought over almost everything under the sun. The burden of this ancient petty conflict weighs on Lyle. He clenches his cloak convulsively, a drop of sweat appears on his temple, and he mutters that his stomach hurts. Inside his consciousness, the choir of ancestors gives almost no relief, only echoes of feelings of understanding and his misfortune. His inner torment is broken by the furious roar of his ancestor, the first head. Silence, lunkheads, Basil Bellows proclaims, strength is justice, the strong dictate the rules that the weak must follow. He rejects the idea of hostility and insists that they should have just smashed skulls and put an end to it. While the spirit frantically tries to break out, he silently manages to wonder if his father ever had to fight this same ancestor. As night thickens behind the wooden walls of the building, Paula's calm voice cuts the tension. She states that now everyone has sufficient understanding of the situation and thus concludes the long explanation. In an empty, sparsely furnished room, Lyle stands between two beds and addresses Novam and Arya. He is shaking with anger. He has heard both sides after the recent conflict, and the testimonies sound exactly the same. One faction claims the other attacked, the second stubbornly insists they were the aggressors. Then the conversation turns to Lyle, who is in contact with Dale Pagan and Sophia Laurie. Dale notes, House Pagan seems to take everything too lightly. Sophia adds that the whole region is a powder keg and this incident is just another spark. Lyle recalls that House Manny regularly sends patrols to their side of the forest to hunt monsters. Sophia picks up, Lord Medid was very angry about this. He continues, not hiding his skepticism. A few details don't add up in his head, and Lyle asks if it could be even partially the work of a monster. Then he voices a third, even more cynical option: both houses could be lying. For him, it all comes down to simple logic: either House Manny or House Pagan is fooling him. Sophia listens silently, her gaze thoughtful. She admits that she is a little worried about Novum and Arya. To be honest, leaving two women alone in such a pagan estate is unsettling, even if they were left to keep order. But Dale Pagan brushed off her concerns. He reminded her that Novum was a first-class mage and neither she nor he lacked defense. Snorting at the very thought of a threat, he hissed the question: what could they even do if there was not a single soldier to command? Under the light of the full moon, he continues his reflections. Dale concludes that if even one of the sides were truly that impulsive, they would have gone to war long ago. At Dale Pagan's estate, a red-haired female adventurer voices her own fears about the three women they left behind. Zelfi walks beside her, calming her and saying not to worry. She is here to protect them, and also adds that Sophia is acquainted with the head of House Manny, which could be an advantage. While Sophia walks ahead, Dale's gaze slides after her. In his mind, he replays her appearance and thinks that she is exactly the kind of girl that Issel falls for. So, the red-haired adventuress, confused by the comet, asks for explanations. Zelfi breaks down into details what, in her opinion, is a pattern in Lyle's preferences: neat, silky hair and a very feminine figure. Nearby, Novum eavesdrops and quietly, firmly contradicts this assessment with a simple, firm no. While the redhead nods and agrees with Zelfi's analysis, Arya lowers her gaze and looks depressed. She admits that she feels Lyle sees her as a burden. Novum immediately turns to her, urging her to dismiss this thought and assures her that Lord Lyle does not hate her. She listens while Arya clarifies her feelings. Arya insists, although she is grateful for the help, her own freedom has nothing to do with Lyle's negotiations. She feels like she just latched onto him. Her face flashes with anxiety as she voices the main terrifying thought and asks whether she will be of any use to anyone in Layla at all. Arya reacts to Nova's instant and firm confirmation with shocking harshness. She demands an explanation of how she can be useful. With a slight smile, Nova reassures Arya again that she was an incredible help. She explains in more detail and clarifies. As soon as Arya started texting with him, Lyle really began to open up. Nova adds that, as Arya has probably already noticed, Lyle is still not used to how the world works. Arya's face becomes gloomy as she contemplates this information. She asks Nova to confirm the rumor she heard, that the Laotian family placed him under house arrest. Novum confirms it is true. She explains that Layla was tortured so brutally that he could be called a prisoner raised in a cage. His spirit was completely broken, so he no longer saw any value in himself. Curling up in doubts, she tries to reconcile this with the man she knows. Arya points to his incredible skill with high-level magic and his fencing in elite that exists on its own. She honestly admits she does not know the whole story. Novum continues and adds, years of isolation and constant reminders of how he fell short of his sister Lady Ceres took away all his confidence. And ultimately, as she herself says, his younger sister overshadowed him in everything. Against the backdrop of the magnificent estate of the Volt family, Novum concludes the story. After losing a duel against his younger sister Layla, he was expelled from the family. The discovery amazes Arya. Ash is stunned. The idea of the mighty Lyle, who already knows he cannot lose to anyone, simply does not fit into her mind. To her, it does not sound true at all. She listens attentively as Novum sincerely explains. It is precisely because of the trauma from the past that Lyle needs her. Novum really wants Arya to become closer to Lord Lyle and begs her to take his hand and never let him feel lonely again. Confused, she bluntly asks Novum where she gets the feeling that she is gathering a harem from, and adds, she is not at all bothered that Sophia is next to her on Lolol time. Novum swallows hard, honestly admitting it has long gnawed at her from within. She throws the question back to Arya and asks if she is not in love with Lyle and if she does not want to have him only for herself so that his attention would resonate without witnesses. Their thoughts, a memory of Lyle's smiling face flashes. Before Arya can manage to compose a response, she reads what remains unspoken and answers the question about her own feelings. Calmly and firmly, without any doubt, she loves Lord Lyle. She continues, explaining all her actions are in the service of Lord Lyle's happiness, and she does it to fulfill his desire. Her explanation meets fierce resistance from Arya. She shouts that there can be no talk of Lyle wanting such a thing. She demands an answer whether he really said he wanted this and emphatically stresses, Novum knows better. Better, Novum calmly admits defeat. You are right. She says this with a steady, firm gaze. Lord Lala is good, truly so, this. That is why she explains, Lord Lyle must have this agreement because he needs someone to rely on Somyeon who is not her. These words leave Arya completely speechless. Her head spins from the subtext. The heavy atmosphere suddenly breaks with Lyle's cheerful voice. He calls Arya and announces that it's time to start magical training. When he approaches, Novum watches with a barely perceptible, understanding smile, while Arya tries to respond and still cannot grasp what Novum meant. She decides to put this topic aside for now but makes a promise to herself inside, to bother Novum later. Of course, the other girl is hiding something. Lyle, reaching her, hands over a small pouch with components and orders to use the spell Stone Bullet. Novum only replies, of course, I am not hiding anything from anyone. Anything? During magical training, Arya struggled painfully. She tried to produce stone projectiles, but they scattered in the air. She is angry and yet admits to Novum she cannot keep pace in magic. Later, she decides that a spear suits her. Novum only smiles kindly, as if to say she just needs to grow Yupen. At that moment, a branch cracked on the tree she was hitting. Tree? This sight prompted Novum to a conclusion. She spoke aloud and, as if thinking, said, since Arya is gifted with magic, it means she is of noble birth. While the words were still hanging in the air, the heavy step of a nearby boot landed very close, showing that they were approaching Gintaru. Break. Their conversation was cut off as two men appeared, Dale Pagan and his associate, Zappa. After carefully examining the two women, Zappa told Dale how successful their find was. Then with a sly smile, he added, noble person will suit them just right, and in general it is not that important. Way? Then Zappa addressed Arya directly, called her a redhead, and declared that Dale is the lord of these lands. Arya just opened her lips to say something, but Zappa already threw a stunning ultimatum and his face twisted into a predatory smile. She was to become Dale's wife. Arya was left completely speechless by the unexpected proposal. On the territory of the Pagan house, Dale Pagan welcomes Lyle Walt and his companions. Hey, thanks for coming out to meet us, says Dale, keeping a relaxed tone. Lyle, held on both sides by Novum and Sophia, remains tense and silent in response. He immediately begins to explain why they were summoned and states that they need to talk about Arya. Dale brushes off the topic. He has no desire to fight and is not warmed by enmity with Lord Manny. The next moment, the mask cracks, roars, and accuses Lyle of paying to take Arya as his property, while simultaneously dragging along his fiancée Novum. He hurls insults at everyone degenerates, as the rumors say, leaving the young nobleman completely stunned by the sudden barrage of poisonous words. While the clash intensifies, Arya herself rushes forward and shouts for them to stop. His statement is immediately torn apart by a wild downpour of laughter. The illogicality is picked up by one of Lyle's ancestors, growls fiercely, what is this crazy nonsense? Don't get involved, boy. And outside, he still holds his hands up and begs Dale, please calm down a bit. The raft is useless. A sharp lash and Dale explodes. He grabs Lyle by the cloak, shouting that it is Lyle himself who needs to calm down, and he wildly accuses him of being ready to pursue any woman, after which he growls through his teeth. Does he have even a drop of self-control? When Lyle shakes, conflicting advice echoes in his head. One ancestor insists strike back, another brushes it off saying it's just a joke. Lyle barely recovers when Sophia steps forward. Her voice is icy as she addresses Dale. Are you talking about me? Slits form in her eyes. You laid hands on a woman old enough to be your mother. Her sharp words cut through the commotion, but the next phrase is directed at Lyle. Enough, Lyle, she declares. A deep disappointment flashes on her face for a moment, and she quietly whispers that everything turned out not as she wanted. Then she unleashes all her fury on him, and he shudders. How much longer will you stand here and endure this? She shouts, reproaching him for what she sees as a weak and submissive stance in the face of insult. He can only stammer, saying her name confused. One of his ancestors notes, Lyle smiled too often at Dale. Sophia presses on, calling his pacification shameful, and asks if his male pride doesn't hurt when it is trampled. Show some backbone, she demands. From the side, Arya intervenes. Sophia, that was unnecessary. While the argument about him was heating up, Arya tries to explain Lyle's past to Sophia. Supposedly, his terrible home life didn't let him understand why he should fight back. Sophia remains unmoved, only questioning what could possibly be unclear here. The subject of their dispute, Lao himself, silences the defensive words of the region with a bewildered expression. He insists that the person she talks about does not exist and that he definitely has his own pride. His outburst only fueled Sophia's contempt. She replied that she heard one thing only, he has no pride. Arya responded with a stern look, reproaching Sophia for her careless, thoughtless, and uncompromising stance. The tension finally burst. Sophia declared that she does not like Arya's harsh nature, and this pushed Arya to challenge her to a fight. A calm smile, and Sophia agreed. She does not seek war but will answer the call, and the very thought of it seems ridiculous to her. Watching from the side, Novum asked Dale Pagan if he was going to stop them. He only said, "Let them fight," promising to intervene if things go too far. Then he decided the time is perfectly chosen. He had long felt the trembling between the two women. Beside him, stunned Lyle could only squeeze out one thing: why are they fighting? Watching Sophia and Arya clash forehead to forehead on the neighboring roof, he thought, they need to release the pent-up anger, otherwise the friction between them cannot be resolved. With a piercing screech of clashing metal, their duel erupted immediately. Arya frantically demanded a response when Sophia would start repaying her debt, throwing accusations that she couldn't even properly complete a single quest. Sophia repelled the attack and shouted back that Arya was the last person she wanted to hear that from. She reproached Arya for being a burden, only dragging Lyle down while Sophia's freedom had already been bought. But Arya gasped that she already knew that. He knew. Their rifles clicked again and the shockwave threw both from the roof onto the street below. Noticing this, Dale Pagan finally shouted at them to stop. When the confused Lyle asked what to do, Dale snapped. It's obvious, shout and support Arya as hard as you can. He stood by his Novum. Futch turned to Lyle, a poignant, gloomy expression frozen on his face. She apologized and explained. Last night she told Arya everything about his hard life in the state of Walda, thinking it would help the situation. Her words gave Arya sharp clarity. She finally understood why Sophia reacted so sharply. Arya paled with realization. Sophia could not forgive what Arya herself had said about life. But he still managed to see Sophia's point of view. Surely it was unbearable for her to watch him stand still and smile while Dale Pagan was scolding him. And one of his ancestors muttered sarcastically in the jewelry, how sweet and gentle Arya was if she was fighting for such a skinny boy. Meanwhile, Sophia fell to the ground on all fours and her battle axe lay nearby with a dull thud. Tears streamed down her face like a river. Self-blame was eating her from the inside, and she fully realized she had not helped at all. She was powerless. She survived the murder of her family only by pitifully hiding, and she could not even take revenge with her own hands. Seeing her despair, Arya tried to intervene. Concern sounded in her voice. But even so, she began. Layla fixed her gaze on the tense exchange, and this made the stern ancestor say that such things happen very rarely. Layla blushed and thought over what exactly was so rare in this situation. The answer was in Sophia. She gripped her weapon tighter, and the feeling of the handle in her palms became undeniable proof that the spirit of her fallen house, House Laurie, still lived within her. As soon as determination awoke in her, Dale Pagan's voice sharply pierced the air and snapped toward Lyle. Watch closely. Just then, Sophia's eyes opened, burning with a new and fierce stubbornness. She abruptly rose to her feet. A mighty aura burst from her as she held a battle axe in her hands. At that very moment, a new art awakened within her. Weapon, her hand and unbreakable gaze merged into one whole, all focused on a single, effective goal. She holds a huge battle axe above her head. Its weight seems to vanish. The blade almost hovers in her hands, testifying to a new power coursing through her. With a sharp movement, she swings the weapon. The blade cuts through the air, and the stairs sway confusedly. Doubt does not leave her. Is this the art of body enhancement when a heavy battle axe feels like a feather? Arya and Zelfi watch how Equalist reacts to this. Management, he tries to understand this trick, but Novum looks closely and corrects him. She says it's not quite that. If anything, the axe itself seems to weigh even less. Truly impressive. This thought that Sophia has become incredibly stronger illuminates Lyle. Fueled by adrenaline, she will surge forward, a flash of movement that instantly closes the distance to Arya. As she moves, a realization suddenly dawns on her. The battle axe feels so light, as if it has become part of her own body. With new confidence, she declares that now she can finally fight and lowers the weapon onto Arya, who flinches from the most sudden blow. Assault, half the axe drives into Arya and she is thrown back. She crashes into nearby barrels and their contents scatter on the ground. Sophia stands over the fallen opponent, her gaze heavy. Staggering on the ground, broken from defeat, Arya can only utter Sophia's name. Declaring her victory, Sophia turns and walks away, far away from the scene, without casting a single glance back. As she leaves, Lo freezes, paralyzed by hesitation. The ancestral voice in his head screams wildly, "Rush to help the locals." But he hesitates, admitting he cannot move because Zelfi ordered him to sit quietly. The very thought of her anger frightens him more than any fight. himself. His inner conflict breaks off as soon as Zelfi steps forward and decisively crosses her arms. She bluntly states that enough is enough. There is no point in dragging this out further, as they will only draw unwanted F. The gaping crowd freezes. As soon as she utters that word, the tension instantly snaps like a string. Sophia stops halfway and gives the order its due. Clearly, the duel is already over. Watchful eyes follow in the same silence as the street quiets once and for all. However, her gaze narrows, determination prevails. She firmly decides not to let the duel flare up any further. But for Arya, the abrupt end of the fight is a devastating blow. Humiliation washes over her. She grits her teeth in powerless, fierce irritation, and her mind roars. This cannot end like this. Her thoughts spun into a whirl, each time throwing her back into a moment of horror. The faint likeness of the bandit leader Baraxa, the man who prayed for a whole week. His mockery of helplessness echoed within her. Her memory was bitter. This painful recollection cemented even more painful self-blame. Supposedly, she was a person who was always protected, but never one who could rise and stand firm. Alone, this surge of emotions did not go unnoticed. In Lyle's consciousness, the spirit of his ancestor, Basil, appeared in fierce features. But Lyle did not move. His gaze froze on how the scene unfolded. It seemed the ancestor was tearing and roaring. Relax, flashed through Lyle's mind. The fight is not over yet. Just look down at the street. Zelfi was holding between two fighters. Benz, he was right. A powerful, raging aura suddenly spilled around Arya and her face became extremely focused. From the side they watched this. This is it, Arya's art, and it manifested too. The real battle is just about to begin. In the open square within the city, a fierce quarrel is raging between Arya and Sophia. While Arya stands ready with a spear in hand, he tracks. The first stage of her art has finally manifested. He examines the weapon she just held. Inside the blue gem on his hand, the voice of the ancestor, Basil, flows with commentary. The spear is good, direct, simple, but an effective tool. With a sharp movement, Arya hurls the spear forward and immediately Sophia jumps into the air, holding a large axe ready, and Zelfi watches this exchange, not taking her attentive gaze away. Two weapons clash right in the air. A spark storm floods the space and a loud clang cuts through the square. The shockwave knocks back both Arya and Sophia. They are thrown through the air. Sophia firmly lands on her feet in time, raises the axe and blocks another strike of Arya's spear, which is again in her grip. The clash collides and a deafening explosion descends, shaking the ground. The force of the blow throws Sophia back. She slides on the ground. While spectators on the side watch, Navam murmurs with barely concealed envy that the art of bodily enhancement is for the lucky ones, because the user's new power is already obvious to all, and Zelfi continues to watch, her face attentively focused, without any deviations. A brilliant glow envelops Arya as she feels the power rise inside her in waves, and she cannot take her eyes off this sensation. Realizing that this is the blessing of God, her very own art, Navam looks at her with a complex expression. She replays those old feelings of her own worthlessness in her mind and suddenly clearly understands. Now she is not the helpless one she was then, and with this new power she can finally carry her share. The new decision hardens her gaze even more. She fights without words, only with a firm vow, and she immediately decides to rush towards Sophia. She freezes, clenches her will, and prepares for the strike, keeping her actions ready. But before Sophia manages to strike, Zelfi appears between them like a blur and intercepts the giant axe with a small shield. With a stern command, she orders Sophia to stop, and Arya freezes in shock at the sudden intervention. With a loud clang, Sophia's heavy axe crashes into the shaft of Arya's newly created spear. The two women engage in a fierce duel. The blades wildly rub against each other, exploding with power and noise. The balance is broken. Zelfi forcefully pushes Sophia back with her shield, breaking the distance. Laugh watches closely and critically from the side. He admits that Arya just displayed skill and understandably flared with energy, but still sarcastically remarks that even a goblin in a hunt behaves with more dignity. Nearby, Novum freezes in silence. He was struck like a comet. She angrily looks through the shield at Zelfi and demands that she retreat. Sophia stubbornly insists. This clash is her personal confirmation. Arya's eyes widen with wild intensity as she declares that this is a fight and that she has already staked her own pride. In the background, Arya's face freezes. It reflects shock. Arya's shock spreads into a harsh smile and she says that she thought the same. Meanwhile, Lawmater mumbles to himself. Finally, it's time for him and Sophia to reach an agreement about something, so he perceives this as a necessary test of pride. In the training yard, the ringing of steel cuts the silence. Zelfi and Sophia Laurie engage in a heated sparring match. Sophia sneers disdainfully and asks if this is some rebellious phase after all. They both just awaken their arts and they are already being forced to humiliate themselves. When energies flare, Sophia swears to bring Zelfi back to reality. Nearby, trying to hold on in panic, he sees the clash is growing, no longer just simple sparring fuss. The spirits of ancestors in his stone begin to stir wildly. Basil and Fines pressure him. Use your own artistic technique to intervene before someone gets truly hurt. Urged by their urgency, Lao focuses on the spirit of Slay Walt. The third head gives him a direct order: reach out and prepare to use the art of the second head, ability sharing. He reaches out to the fighters. Slay sharply cuts in. This is the consequence of forcibly imposing art on someone. His grandfather, Broad, offered a sensible thought that the first heads full of art should share first. Meanwhile, below, two women are already locked in growing power. From a safe distance, Novum Futch and Arya Lockwood watch the chaos unfold. Novum's face is firm and focused. She orders Arya to watch carefully. As soon as he unleashes the art, a wave of energy bursts out of him, enveloping both Zelfi and Sophia. Their faces distort in shock. A foreign power of ability exchange overwhelms their systems. The sudden, colossal amplification instantly causes a catastrophic effect. Their coordination collapses. Both women lose their footing and slip, crashing loudly onto the hard cobblestone asphalt below and breaking apart. They froze in absolute horror. Fine Spirit explains, the sudden amplification overwhelmed their senses and because of this, they fell. Broad adds that this is why one must train with partners before sharing abilities. Panic rises among the spectators. They realize the women are motionless, and one witness swears he heard a disgusting crack from their heads. They call a doctor. He looks physically ill. Sweat streams down his pale face. Novum approaches. Her face reveals nothing and she meets his gaze directly. Lyle, you did this, didn't you? The question falls quietly. Barely holding her gaze, he weakly confirms, yes, I did. Its silence descends over the courtyard. The majestic building stands frozen as a mute witness to the catastrophic result of Lyle's intervention. He stood next to Novum and looked at the two beds where Zelfi and Sophia lay unconscious. Novum reported, during the knockout, fortunately they did not sustain serious injuries. Lyle exhaled with relief and thought, as long as Arya is okay, nothing else matters. Novum continued and advised keeping them under close supervision. She explained that the incident could have triggered a growth spurt, but this time she was willing to be a little lenient, attributing their behavior to ordinary excessive excitement. Lao froze in shock and asked how serious her proposed measures were. With a grim face, Nova laid out the dangers. It could burn the brain and erase self-control, turning a person inside out. In the worst case, she warned, they would have to be locked up. She immediately threw the question to him, saying that's how it's done and that he probably has his own interesting stories. After that, she laughed nervously, looked away, and began stumbling over her words. It was clear the topic was clearly not to his liking. The conversation left a determined expression on his face. The next day, as he walked the city streets, his thoughts were interrupted by a fragmented noise as if reality was cracking somewhere nearby. He noticed Arya. She was awkwardly standing on the street, leaning on her large axe. Surprised, he called out her name. She asked if she was allowed to be outside and play, then jokingly teased. She said probably wasn't, worried that she had grown, then quickly assured him she wasn't. Considering her suffering, Lao noted, she limps just like he does after using limit burst art. He offered to give her a ride back to the inn. Arya explained that she had tried to cling to the feeling from the previous day and study it in her technique, but from the effort, every muscle in her body was tearing with pain, so stepping was almost impossible. She sincerely accepted his help and called him her savior. With her permission, he carefully placed his hand on her shoulder-toe support. The Weitan helped her straighten up as they moved on. The sudden closeness made Arya blush deeply. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest. She tightly gripped his sleeve and barely squeezed out a quiet, embarrassed thought in her mind. He smiled to reassure her, as if to say, no need to worry, it's no trouble at all. He gently asked if his help was causing her any pain. While he continued to support her, a shy blush spread across Arya's face. She looked up, a gentle gaze, and embarrassedly began to explain something as if she already. Somewhere to the side, two men watched as they walked away. Zappa gestured toward the group and his voice dripped with contempt. He told Dale Pagan that the law was showing off hanging around with Arya in public in broad daylight. Dale just nodded. His disgust grew further. Zappa declared the scene so vulgar it made him sick. Then he roared directly at Lyle, calling him a blackmailer and real human trash. I was just about to side with his victim when Arya's head dropped. The curse clearly hit her too. But Arya's shame instantly turned into rage. Her eyes snapped open, her body twitched, and a silent, furious question was already forming on her lips. The quiet moment shattered completely. While Dale Pagan and Zappa were strolling through the town streets, suddenly from afar a voice thundered, "Quiet!" Both men froze, sharply turned around, and with confused faces watched what was happening, and Dale loudly asked, "What happened?" The source of the shout was Arya. Her face was a mask of pure rage. The traveler Ralph supported her as she screamed, calling them a bunch of absolute idiots. Her sudden fury threw Zappa off balance and froze completely. Dale, drenched in sweat, barely let out a nervous laugh and asked Zappa if he had misheard her. He couldn't be wrong. The voice came from beyond the street. Arya thundered that they hadn't missed anything and ordered them to scrape the dirt from their ears and listen. Her voice broke with raw despair as she continued her tirade, saying this was the first thing that happened in the morning and they were already bothering her, and all this despite her body aching so much she could barely stand. She clenched her fist, anger flared up fully. She thundered, asking what was wrong with them if they started talking about marriage, calling her thick-headed freaks who couldn't sense the situation. She snorted disdainfully at their idea of saving her, then, baring her teeth in fury, ordered them to look in the mirror and take care of themselves. She demanded, how did they decide that she was the one who needed saving? Her tirade reached its peak when she shouted that they must not dare to play with her. She accused them of doing only the minimum work of the Lord and wasting all their time chasing skirts. The explosive attack exhausted her to the limit. She leaned heavily on a stick. She tried to breathe and gasped for air, and sweat ran down her face. She remained hanging over herself, convulsively gulping air with her mouth, while Ralph stood nearby completely stunned. On the other side of the distance, Dale and Zappel watched this, still clenched in shock from the force of her rage. Ralph's movement was no longer just a reaction, stopped at recognition, staring at the exhausted girl and quietly whispered her name. Dale could only watch too, turning his surprise into shock. Verbal attack he had just endured could not be immediately unpacked. Arya freezes in place, sweat streaming down her face. One sharp realization pierces her mind. She has messed everything up so badly it's terrifying. She tries to pull herself together moment by moment, but her wide-open eyes reveal the panic inside. Self-control breaks even further. She stammers and frantically searches for words to roll back her own outburst. Her face burns as she finally realizes what she has done. "Well, you see, I just..." She begins but cannot form a single coherent sentence. In a desperate attempt to relieve tension, she mentally dismisses her entire frantic speech as if it were just a joke. However, this attempt passes by Ralph. He throws his head back and howls in despair, certain that the little patch has gone mad and turned into a criminal. Zelly, watching everything with cold calm, sees it differently. It seems to her it was not so, as if Arya had lost her mind, or rather simply forgot who was taking care then. Insecure, Ralph continues to fuel dramatic sorrow and pounds his fist on the table. He insists that it is all the fault of the foolish lords and insists his words and actions are the only reason why pure and decent, refined Arya has so sharply changed her character. While Ralph shouts for someone to return that sweet little Arya, Dale cuts him off. He is exaggerating. Meanwhile, Zelfi approaches the big man at the reception. Mr. Hawkinson confirms that 2 large buckets of warm water will be enough. She acknowledges his request. With a wrenching groan of effort, Mr. Hawkins lifts 2 heavy wooden buckets full of hot steam boiling water. When he takes the water away from the table, Volt appears. His face is serious. He stops Zelfi and asks what all this water is for. She replies that it is taken so that Arya and others can use it. While Process absorbs this information, his expression does not change. He states that he will gather everything he can and prepare new equipment because he is convinced. If those 2 have already awakened their arts, then in battle they will become a real help, so they need appropriate protection as well. Then his thoughts return to the root of the problem itself. He concludes, after he prepared the equipment, he should have talked to Lord Dale about those recurring difficulties that seem never to end. He silently watches as Zelfi, clutching her head from exhaustion, seems to stop trying to explain the situation. She admits the inability to understand is only part of why he lies and decides to postpone the conversation. And he, in response, cheerfully notes how she is probably busy making her boil inside. After all, it is his job. While Zelfi walks away muttering that she just wants to drink and faint, she politely thanks her for the hard work. Watching this scene, Arya mentally notes, Zelfi seems to be starting to understand how Lyle's mind works. The comment leaves Laugh truly confused, and he asks what she means. This question triggers a silent, philosophical exchange of glances among his companions. Arya mentally says, from whom could he have inherited such stubbornness? Nova reflects, they say no one can truly understand themselves. Weighing every word, Lyle comes to a conclusion and his gaze becomes serious. This must be a philosophical conversation. Somewhere in the background of his thoughts, Dale Pagan simply remarks that this is usual for Lyle and Arya exclaims, "It's just another Lyle style." In a modest room, Arya and Sophia lie in different beds after the day's events. The door is closed and it seems the girls are slowly recovering. But Arya cannot find peace. She picks up the blankets and pushes through them, all sweaty, clutching the sheets in agony. She groans, her heart breaking at the thought that going outside was a terrible mistake. Her painful muttering turns into a delirious, chaotic monologue. She profusely thanks Sophia and admits she did not realize how right everything was. From the neighboring bed, irritated Sophia snaps back. He was the one who gave that advice. When Arya suffers from a cold analytical voice echoes in her head. It explains that art awakening triggers agonizing bodily modification, optimizing the user's anatomy for maximum efficiency, and finally cuts off there is nothing left of her current thoughtless fooling around. The internal lecture is cut short and Arya wearily collapses, also irritated. She turns to Sophia, sarcastically thanks her for the lecture and asks why she has to speak so harshly again. She continues and asks if she will really kill Sophia if she just softens a little, then notes, Sophia is too strict with everyone herself. The sharp remark makes Sophia freeze. She raises her eyes and asks, whom exactly? Sophia's expression becomes distant. She quietly asks if Arya really wants her to be softer. Her thoughts drift to the family home, a huge mansion where her grandfather's word was an unquestioned law and he held extraordinary power. Sophia remembers her grandfather, an old-fashioned, strict, and overly harsh man. As the only daughter explains, she was given a ruthless upbringing so that the House Laurie inheritance would not be shaken. Memories darken. Sophia recounts how her grandfather beat her if she did not meet his standards of etiquette or schoolwork. Even success was met with furious screams, at least the minimum he demanded, she admits. Her own father was afraid to stand up to him, and Sophia resigned herself to that cruelty, accepting it as the truth about proper upbringing. Turning back to the present, Arya lies in bed and on her face slowly dawns the realization. Sophia's harshness towards Lyle is a reflection of the same cruelty that once tormented Arya herself. She listened as Sophia, exhausted, confessed, supposedly that's just how she is. She didn't know any other way to live. In response, Arya snapped back. Now at least she understands why Sophia is a boring nuisance, but sympathy is not to be expected. The same reproach turned into a sharper torment. Sophia, irritated, denied that she was trapped and emphasized that she was simply well-mannered. In the silence, something snapped in her own disbelief as Sophia argued, denying that she was called a sore spot. Arya, with a barely noticeable smile on her face, asked again what Sophia had just said, pretending not to understand, and hinted that Arya lacked etiquette. Sophia responded with restrained disagreement and stated that she personally considered Arya's behavior careless and contemptuous. Her gaze barely narrowed as soon as she was convinced. It sounds exactly as she heard. A tense silence hung over them. Two young women lay in their separate beds, and the quarrel still hung in the air. Suddenly silence was shattered by a loud burst of laughter that erupted from the room. It was them! The tension broke instantly as Arya and Sophia burst into uncontrollable laughter. Arya pressed her palm to her chest. Her laughter was so loud it hurt, while Sophia laughed without any restraint and all her former sternness vanished. When the laughter subsided, Sophia's gaze suddenly hardened. She looked at the stunned Arya and admitted, all this time she was actually jealous of her. She unfolded her thought as if telling how she sees Arya's life. When the bandits kidnapped Arya, the hero rushed to the rescue just like a prince in a fairy tale, the life she dreamed of. Arya buries her face in the pillow, her body shaking from suppressed laughter. Another moment and she raises her gaze, eyes wide open, tearing up, but she cannot stop. Laughter completely overwhelms her. She sits on the bed, clutching her stomach, sweating and gasping for air, hiccuping, and begs, "Cut it out, don't make me laugh anymore." The stomach pain is tearing her apart. Wiping a tear from her eyes, Arya apologizes for her outburst. She explains, Lyle really came to her rescue, but their relationship is not the huge romance Sophia imagines. Embarrassed, Sophia wonders what exactly was funny about her guess, and Arya dryly cuts in. For a lord, it is quite natural to fall in love immediately and propose to a beauty like Sophia. Silence hangs in the air as they silently look at each other. Arya whispers, "It turns out, we are the same from the very beginning because we both blindly envy someone else's life." They sprawled each in their own bed. Arya continues the conversation. She says the truth is that she did not propose out of love at first sight. When Sophia asks what exactly she means, Arya prepares to explain for. Further, she says directly she is nothing special, and if they switched places, Leia would have proposed to Sophia. In her opinion, anyone would do for him. The main thing is that the person can create magic and has noble. In her mind, she sharply judges Lyle, saying he sees women as nothing more than objects. And she also recalls, the Lord supposedly could not refuse Zappy, a man who behaved as if he were his older brother. Wife Sophia calms her and says everything is fine and that Arya was half right about her situation after all. In response, Arya apologizes, admitting it was foolish of her to express envy without fully understanding Sophia's circumstances. She continues, thanks to Lyle, both she and her father managed to survive. After that incident, she was able to become an adventurer just as she always dreamed. Her face grows dull as she admits she feels inadequate. She wanted to do something truly important to give back, but she feels the only thing that came to her mind is to hold him with her kindness. From this, she feels completely useless. Useless, her confession hung in the air, and Sophia, staring down with a pained expression, immediately admitted she did not feel any better at all. She described her own situation as disgusting, admitted that she had not repaid her debt to Lyle, instead taking advantage of his kindness for her own benefit while deliberately undermining him. She explained that she struggled with the weight of these feelings, trying to understand what else she could give him, and in the end, firmly pointing out his flaws was the only thing she could swallow. The eyes, upon hearing this, and a small, familiar smile touched Arya's lips. She agreed. Sophia was probably right, and she quietly snorted with laughter when she realized that they were truly two drops. Eventually, outside the room, Lul overheard their conversation from beginning to end. When he cautiously asked if he could come in, the spirit of Basil Walt blurted out, Arya is an angel. Nearby, Zappa stepped away with 2 buckets, laughing, then returned to Skallo. He snorted and said to the young nobleman, you can't just come in now, everyone will know he was eavesdropping. Covered in dust, he embarrassedly admitted that he had been listening the whole time, so Basil scolded him for behaving like Lila with Lila again. The ancestor spirit demanded that he stop being so stupid and show more attention to women. He froze, and a drop of sweat rolled down his temple while the voices of his ancestors advised him. Slay Waltz said that lying and pretending not to hear anything could be a form of care. Marcus Waltz agreed and firmly advised whatever he decided to do, not to tell them that he was listening. Taking their advice, he gently knocked on the door and made himself known. Pressing his head to the crack, he quietly asked if they felt anything. He found both Arya and Sophia sweetly sleeping in their beds. Looking closely at the quiet scene, Slay said they looked like 2 drops of water. Basil agreed it was best not to disturb them, and Lyle quietly nodded, wishing them a peaceful sleep so they could gross.